dance. This is a good example. If you go see Alvin Ailey, I just say some black people dance Alvin Ailey better than other black people, and they have the same training. They're doing the same choreography. They've been doing Revelations for 20 years. But there was something about Judith Jameson, and it is not simply that she was 8 feet 9 and was the most beautiful person in the history of the world. I mean, that helps. But there was something about how she presented the line while doing a jeté across the stage, latte. Anyway, so Jess, you should stick on the genius point and don't let the constructivists get you off of it because some of this shit is inexplicable.
No,
Shout out
I
to the
do
gangster.
stick on that because
Do you
I
think
mean,
that
because everybody, we, whether or not, that people are sometimes too smart to see the magic in things sometimes. And when I say magic, I'm not talking about like a witch. I'm just
black
saying
girl
magic.
magic?
Yeah, like sometimes there's magic in things, and it's okay. Like everything doesn't have to be having a clinical explanation. And I think that that's fine. And culture, especially black culture, has a lot of those attributes. There's a lot of things that just cannot, you can't wrap your mind around it. And I feel like that's okay. And I feel like that's what you call brilliance. And that doesn't mean that uh whoever is actually a genius, in every aspect, but maybe in that aspect musically they may be brilliant, and that's okay. But and culture is a part of it too. I just think it's a line, it's a medium that can be met between the two.
Okay, so yes, I believe in genius, I believe in spark, but I have a couple questions. Do we believe that Black American culture is producing as many geniuses as it has in the past? We say Black American culture has a history of richness and brilliance and vibrancy. Is it in 2025 as rich and vibrant as it was 30 years ago, 40 years ago, 100 years ago?
Absolutely not.
I don't know if I
Absolutely
How do we
accept
not.
the premise of the
quantify this? How
question.
do we
I don't know if I
quantify these
accept the
metrics?
premise of the question.
Is it,
Respectfully,
I
I mean,
mean, we can look, everybody has
well,
eyes.
Well,
no,
can we
because y'all
just
acting
can
like
we
the
just
old niggas right now, man. The old
well, yeah,
niggas. Come on, man.
let's just push in for a second because I think the way I the way I'm taking your question or the way I would think about it, Kimberly, is like we're not, and I'm not telling you to think of it different. I'm just saying, to me, like is the if the culture is responsible, or if the culture is the if culture itself is the thing or the primary variable or ingredient there, whatever, that kind of catalyzes genius, then okay. But like I don't know if that's I don't know if culture is responsible for whether or not genius occurs, so much as it is, can a culture lend itself to the cultivation of genius when it does? And and I know that's like maybe whatever semantics
We
there,
gonna
Okay,
maybe,
get
but
keep.
okay, so here's why. Okay, I'm gonna connect it, um, because I do think that the what I would perceive as the decline in observed genius or decline in innovation or the decline in seeing that spark is related to institutional decline. I think that institutions, particularly in Black America, have served as vehicles for disciplining potential geniuses, of setting expectations, of creating networks and foundations of support, of pushing the people who have the spark or people who aspire to genius to do and be more, and to to invoke K-pop here, right? Like K-pop has these like factories, right? And those factories, and we, I know libraries say, oh, it's, nothing and it's just mimicry and it's imitation. But those factories are based on the kinds of models that Black Americans set up, right? Like it's based on the kind of, like the old Motown machine, and then, the Jackson Five had that rigor, and New Edition, they have these these systems, that the kids, the 7-year-olds are like, you got to show up every day. And I think that letting go of those systems or moving away from those systems does contribute to the decline in apparent or observed genius, but also it allows for the K-pops and whatever to pick it up and then run with it?
So I would say like culture is inextricable from the institutions because it's the institutions, like I said in the chat, that nurture or develop genius that may be latent in some people, or they can cultivate a level of um, mm, a level of performance, I guess might be the word. So when the institutions break down, I think that accounts for an answer of yes to Kimberly's question. No to Kimberly's question, is it the same as it was 40 or 50 years ago? Because the institutions that cultivated that have broken down, which in my mind is the culture.
Yeah, so Omar, you disagree with us and you say, what are the metrics? So who's the great? I mean, are you only? I mean, who's great? Uh, so I would say there's one avenue where black culture, well, black cultural production is actually perhaps close to an all-time high, but it's very, very rarefied. So Omar, give us the arenas, the genres, the fields, the subgenres where you think black cultural genius is as ubiquitous and pronounced and observable as it was 40 years ago. I mean, you saying we old, so tell us
Yeah,
who's the great jazz artist now?
I will say that. Listen, let's be honest. Jazz is not one of our top genres right now. It's not even a top genre in the world right
Okay,
now. Right
give
now, I
us
will say this. Now, I
R&B
will say this.
music.
Now, I will say this. When it comes to American music, right here on February 9th, you're about to have one of the biggest black American artists, one of the biggest artists in the world, on one of the highest platforms in the world, the Super Bowl. You can't get no bigger than that. And the
Come on,
concept.
Omar.
Hold
Come
That's
on,
on,
Omar.
not
Come
what we're
on,
talking
bro. We
about.
were having like an adult combo, man. We're not
I'm
talking
no,
about
see, that's
that.
what I'm trying to
We're not
say. We
talking about the
romantic.
size of the platform.
No, because you
Omar,
asked me. You asked
hold
me.
on, bro.
All right.
Hold on. Let me ask the question again. Whether or not a genre is popular doesn't mean if there's genius in it. There was a time when jazz wasn't popular and there were still geniuses. Let me give you an example. Bebop wasn't popular. They were still geniuses. So for you to just dismiss jazz because it's not popular is silly.
No, I'm not. I'm not
It's
dismiss. I'm
silly.
not dismissing, Chad. Do you think?
I don't
Let
know
me
how geniuses today. Just name some. You
Let me
said
ask
you
you a
knew
question.
music.
See,
Esperanza Spalding.
a lot of y'all don't know
Esperanza
that
Spalding.
Kendrick Lamar. Hold on, Kendrick Lamar works with a guy named Kevin Martin, Terrence Martin, right? One of the young jazz guys. Y'all talk about jazz. Google Terrence Martin, but I bet you a lot of y'all don't know. He does a lot of his production
He's not
on his
genius though,
albums,
bro.
right?
Terrence Martin is not
Hold
genius
on. What
though,
I'm trying
bro.
to say is Kendrick Lamar is just as genius as
Omar,
Coltrane. He's just as genius. But y'all go ahead. Y'all got it. Y'all got it.
But that's not you're missing the point in the conversation. So I
I'm
would
not.
agree.
You're
I
doing
think
cross
it,
genre, bro.
it but go even if you were to use hip hop, that's what I love. We can go 30 years back and you can see the stark difference in just what you mentioned. Whenever someone talks about rap or hip hop, you didn't lead the conversation with Kendrick's bars, which is the reason why we even have that statement. There are no bars anymore. Nobody gives a fuck. Everybody gives a fuck about sales and streams and these numbers and all of this. That's not how rap used to be. Rap was about what you said. Nobody cared about, like, that's why Will Smith was never considered fire, even though he sold probably way more or triple times, these other people. So that's a great, if you want to talk about rap, it's not the same. We don't gatekeep. We don't have the same, like, inner culture. I feel like that we it's not separated anymore, and I do feel like social media is a part of just like globalizing black culture, and I don't think that's been good for us.
But I think
First of all,
As for
the
jazz,
first
problem
of
is
all,
Esperanza Spalding. Esperanza Spalding for jazz. She's
what
young.
about
She's
Esperanza
brilliant.
Spalding?
She's brilliant. What you can't tell me that girl's not brilliant.
Esperanza. So now you just name, bro. Esperanza Spalding has not and will not have any of the kinds of impact when we talk about the geniuses of jazz. And let me give you a metric by that, what I mean by that. If you were to write a history of jazz and didn't have Esperanza Spalding in it, nobody would miss a beat.
That's
However,
true.
if you were to write a history of jazz and you didn't have John Coltrane, Charlie Mingus, Duke Ellington, Mary Lou Williams, Ornette Coleman, Sonny Rollins, etc., the
Gordon.
book would be incomplete. I mean, I could go on and on and on. The point is, that's what I'm talking about.
Now
I'm not
go.
talking about, hold on a second, Omar, because I'm going to get to you second. You went to her being on the, first of all, Terrence Martin is older than me because I know who he is. And I said, this brother might
No,
be
no, no.
old.
He's young guy. He's young.
Terrence Martin is, sir, Terrence Martin's 46. He's several years older than me. I just looked it up. He's 46. That is not about now. I mean, Dionne Warwick is still alive. Does she count for this generation?
Yes,
Come
she
on,
does.
bro. Come on, man. I thought you said you were a music head. So let's give us the musical. So if you're writing a history of hip hop, you're right. You do need to have Kendrick Lamar in it. He is arguably the only person. So you pointed to the exception, and it's Justin. You didn't even talk about his music. You talked about him being on the Super Bowl.
No, but I
You know
was
who else on the Super Bowl? Britney
no,
Spears. Is she a
no,
genius?
no, no.
Justin Timberlake.
No,
Is she a
no.
genius?
Reason
Come
why,
on, bro.
reason why I said that, go, because what we do is because American culture is so dominant, right? And a lot of
Oh
blacks have
my
a lot
God.
to do with that. For is that what we do is we undermine current contemporary culture, and we go back in the past all the time without recognizing
The
some of these
problem
great
is your
guys that's doing
metric
their thing.
is you
That's all.
didn't you didn't
That's all.
say you didn't say Kendrick's bars on said song
You
or
said he was on the
Kendrick
Super
eight.
Bowl.
You said that's
No,
the
I was
problem is
giving
your
you.
metric, and that's the problem is that we've done away with our own metrics in the black community because that was the metrics. What made you make the stank face or whatever you want to that was better than a Grammy or the Super Bowl. Now it's about did you get that white people shit? Did you do the Super Bowl? Did you do the big shit? Did you sell this much? Did you go? That's not so that's why I think that we're not because everything is about these stupid ass metrics that are not that are it's about money. It's not about
Not of the
anything
culture.
Mm-hmm.
This
artistic at
sounds
But
like
a
a
all.
Mo
lot,
But
Better
but
but
I'm
Blues
but
saying,
this
skit.
but
is
a lot of the
also
This sounds
about
like Mo Better Blues.
institutional decay though, right? Like when institutions and communities collapse, it falls on the individual to discipline themselves and then the standards deteriorate. There's no unified standard of assessment. There are no mechanisms of accountability, and that's
Yep.
why so often now people default to stuff like the Super Bowl or charts and sales. That's why that becomes the focus or the primary metrics of measuring genius when we know that that stuff doesn't matter because we don't even a lot of people um don't even have the foundations of understanding it, and then the individuals who put themselves out can say, well, this is good because it sells a lot, and we just have to accept it.
But
hey,
I
hey,
think
hey,
we can't hold on. I think we can't act like these people back in the day wasn't chasing the bag either, and they were just the men of their time. If John Coltrane was born today, he probably grew up as a trap rapper because he was talented and he was doing something that gave him attention, that put him on stages, that fulfilled his vanity,
Y'all
that
missing the
fulfilled
point.
So
that
you're
fulfilled
missing
his.
the point. I mean, that's not the point, Fridays and what's up. Also, the idea that John Coltrane was chasing the bag. So he would
hey,
get on stage and do 20-minute proto free jazz is insane.
Yo, listen, bro. Look, when I started DJing, bro, I was DJing 12 hours a day, 3 nights a
But
week
how
at
can
a
you
spot, bro.
associate trap rappers with jazz musicians?
Uh,
That's
I
irritating, bro.
Here's
probably
why.
That's
can't do
not
that.
even a sa-
Wait. Here's why. Here's
trap.
why.
I
Here's
hate
why.
that's why
No,
I
I'm
never
finna
bring up
tell you.
hip hop, Just. Do you see what
I'm
it
about
brings
to
out
tell
when
you
you
why.
talk hip hop,
Wait.
Just?
I'm about to
Yeah,
tell you why. Listen, I'm about to tell you why. Because back then, if we was living back then, jazz music was pop music. That was the popular music. That's why.
no, I don't
Not
know
the
that.
kind that
No.
No,
Coltrane
it wasn't.
played.
That was
That's
abstract, like
wrong.
art.
let's
It
slow it
was like
down.
it was the new. It was new. And trap rap is not. You, what?
Hey,
Y'all are missing the
hey,
point.
hey, I
No,
can
the point
argue.
the
Hold on,
point
hold
is
on. I can
very
argue that Young Thug. Hold on, Young Thug.
And
The
he's
way he just.
black and he doesn't know this.
Hold on. The
Young
way
Thug
Young.
should
It's
not be
not
mentioned
innate.
Hold
in
on,
this
hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on,
You
hold on.
gotta
conversation.
learn this shit.
See, that's what I'm saying. That's what we do. This anti-black stuff.
It's not
The way. Hold on,
anti-black.
hold
It's
on,
not
hold
It's
on, hold
anti.
on,
anti-black.
It's anti
hold on, hold
non-talented.
on, hold
You
on,
have
hold on.
people, but no, Omar, because you
All right,
about
go
to
ahead.
dumb the conversation down.
No, no,
We're
I'm trying
talking.
to lighten it up.
Coltrane and Young Thug should not like. This is the problem. This is
No, no,
exactly
no,
the
no.
problem
Reason why I said
because
it, Chuck. Hold on, Chuck.
it's just you black and you make music, and
No,
that's
no,
not the
Chuck.
fucking
Chuck.
standard.
Listen, Young Thug has changed global music, right? All
I
these
don't give
harmonic
a
stuff.
fuck.
That's not the
I
Hold on.
don't
point.
care.
All right,
And
That's
y'all
not the
got
that's
it.
the
point.
whole
Y'all
you're
got it. Y'all got it.
because
Y'all got it.
the I don't give a fuck about global. I give a fuck about black. And that's what people
That's what I'm saying.
artists
They
used to.
copying Young Thug. He's like a
No,
genius
I
in this
can
era.
just listen. I black when I grew up, and I hate to do this because I sound like one of them old niggas. I guess I am. But I didn't give a fuck about did Biggie win the award, or I didn't give a fuck about that. I gave a fuck about what Biggie said, how much it blew my mind. Did I think about that shit all day? Did when I was on the bus, did I like, oh, he meant this? I didn't give a fuck. Did he change global music and put I don't give a fuck about that. And that's the problem with the black culture. That's why we not producing everybody is chasing a bag. What bag was there for Coltrane to chase? They wasn't handing out bags for that shit.
but
Like
his
Let me say
I
this.
don't
Let me say
Go
this.
ahead, Chuck.
understand.
Let me say this, Justin. I think so. I listening to this, which also, by the way, this has been a very enjoyable conversation.
Got
Like,
you in the
shout out to this.
Matrix.
Oh fuck, am I still in there?
I think Goat
I'm
might
still
be
in
in the
there.
matrix.
Oh,
Go
okay,
might be in the matrix because I hear you clearly, brother.
cool. So I think I think this is telling us a lot about neoliberal culture. Because I think because you're right, and I was thinking earlier that like one of the things we used to do with our music, and I think we just knew this, and some of us probably talked about it, but I think our music used to be, and some of it still can be, whatever, but was for sure a litmus test for the soulfulness of the people listening. I feel like there is this way in which black people we would do our shit, and then whenever somebody else from another culture, whoever, would show up and be exposed to it, we'll be watching to see what happens to you. And somebody wrote a beautiful short story about this. Who was it? Was it Henry DeMas? I think he did. Anyways, like it's this. Do you have it? Are you moved? Do you get it? And if you do, if you the type of person who gets this, then you got spirit in you. You got a heart. You got a pulse. You have a soul. You got a soul that's alive, and that whatever we can connect on the soul level versus people who just are unaffected by music that just clearly has that soulful element. Because when you have the soul and you is alive, you can't help but be affected by that. And I think there is a way our music was designed by us to resuscitate us and defibrillate us and keep us alive. So it has that effect that we know it or we've known it. And I think the way that like neoliberalism and blah 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 has corrupted a lot of people, and not just our culture, to be clear, a lot of them. I think it's having this effect that's drawing us away from embedding that kind of function into our work, into the things we do, because now the product or the profit and all that type of stuff, the performance of the product is so much more important than the substance of the thing itself. You know what I mean? It's just everything is about making money, not learning how to be more human or being more alive or feeling more free. It's just making more money. So all of the spirit is gone. You know what I mean? And it's just like we were the people who had the most soul, because we had to constantly be creating it and revive, and stoking it to make it through everything we was dealing with. We had to just anyways. So I think there is something going on culturally. I think it's interesting to look at what cultural influences are snuffing that out, because I think the frame, like thinking about this in terms of just this open-ended black cultural deficit, I don't know if that actually helps us understand I don't know if that helps us really see all of the dynamics that play, or really, you know what I mean, like really names that there is a greater culture that's snuffing out ours and a lot of them. And what are
It's
those
because we
cultural
made
influences?
gatekeeping a negative thing when it's not. I firmly believe that. We don't have no gatekeepers. Everybody wanna. You just listen to what Omar said. Everything is global and the world. And
No,
look
no, I
at
was just
this.
giving
Look
an
at the.
example. No, I was
But
just
I'm
giving an
saying
example.
you in both examples you said the world staged. I don't care about that. I feel like the best artists and creators come from like when we have more insular culture and we're critiquing each other and our bar is the bar, not what Britney Spears did. Like all that shit was a perk. Like I could say, I don't, I guess I don't want to use an example, but the rappers that we all know, the rappers that are good, that have been out for a while, that also sell, have sold high amounts of records. Those things are perks for those rappers. I mean, of course, the money is great and shit or whatever. Maybe it got to some of their heads, but these rappers, came out barzy. That was their whole intention is to fuck you up verbally. That was it. It's not about sneakers. I mean, they're gonna be fly, whatever. But the bread was a sec. It was about the art, and it's not about that anymore. Nobody gate kept it, and this is the whole battle between Drake and Kendrick. Is like you're not of this, and so now we have a lot of people that are great at mimicking, great at doing things that they've seen us do so long and they're good at it. Drake is a great example, but he's not of it. And that's why we're not and we're
Wait,
giving
why
out
is Drake
participant
not of it though? Why is Drake not of it?
he's because he's just not. And if I have
Why?
to answer that for you, then
I mean, I feel like you're using your Look, here's the thing about art. We all know it's subjective. Like, that's why I hate these conversations, bro. Because
okay, well
you're
you don't have to
literally,
participate in it. If you
you're
don't if you hate it, you could definitely not
no, but I'm being
interrupt
hyperbolic.
me.
But bro, listen, okay, I'm being hyperbolic, bro. I'm just saying, bro. Like the fact that you're using, you might like fucking grape Kool Aid, and I think that shit is disgusting, but it's still fucking Kool Aid. And the fact that you're using your personal how you view things and you're making it facts. Like
I'm
Drake
not
is
making it.
just as much
I'm not.
Drake is just as much hip hop as KRS One.
Okay,
He's
Okay,
just
just
and
wait,
the
like
fact
wait,
and the
Oh
wait,
fact
God.
and
wait,
you're
you
just
just
presenting
don't
you
wait,
like
wait,
no,
wait,
hold on because
you just
this is
don't
a
like
great
his
learning
music.
experience. Great. Okay, and this is the problem. The fact that you have black people that are willing to get their black asses on a stage and say shit like that. For what reason, I will never know. We
It's
all
because
know.
you don't like
It doesn't
his
have
music.
anything to do with me. It's black culture. Every black person on this stage, knowing KRS-One or not, I guarantee you they would say KRS-One is a better artist and is of this shit more than Drake.
You know why they
You're
would
just
say that?
saying
No,
this
no,
to be
listen, listen.
different, to
Listen,
impress
listen.
an
No, no,
outside
no,
audience, and
no,
that's
because
the
I live.
problem.
No, no, no. See, I'm saying this because I'm more rational about this. Listen, just because I
No,
say,
you're more
wait.
globalist and you want to be
No, no.
accepted. I
All
do
right, bro. You
not.
got. I'm not finna have a sass off with you, bro. You got
I
it.
don't give a fuck, and you can do that too. You can do that too. I don't care about none of that. See, that's the thing. You care. You don't. Y'all niggas can't stand on business. I don't give a fuck about you calling me sassy. I am. I'm a gay man. Is that what you want to talk about? Did you want to continue talking about music? Because I can do both. Now, since you want to jump off your mic and say stupid shit like Drake is the same amount of hip hop as KRS-One, that's the problem. Who asked Kimberly? That's the problem. You have people, this man is a DJ who is in control of someone's music somewhere, and that's his opinion. Or it's probably not really his opinion, but he's so whitewashed and wants to be down so much, he's willing to say that. That's the problem.
It's about standards. As far as I'm concerned, it's about standards. So and like metrics. So when you have MCs at a certain particular time, they were competing with each other for a particular standard, right? I don't see a standard amongst these kids that they're competing with each other, practicing, right? Trying to perfect, trying to polish, trying to sharpen. There's what is it, right? I think maybe Wayne was the last one that was really going above and beyond, and people were trying to keep up with a standard. I don't see it. I don't see it in 2025. You see what I'm saying? That's that. I think that's maybe the spirit of many what a lot of people are trying to say. Where is it?
So let's zoom out. Let's zoom out of hip hop because that's all. Rap is boring. So let's
Yeah,
zoom
'cause
out
I
of that.
never seen none of y'all in any
Oh,
hip hop rooms on this app.
Omar,
So
shut
y'all need,
up!
yeah,
Shut
y'all
up!
need.
Shut up. I'm talking and you're talking, so
Tell
shut up,
me, shut up,
please.
really
Shut
though?
up. I'm
God,
talking, so shut up
God, God.
until I'm done. Then you can say that dumb shit you about to say.
I know you say
Let's.
dumb shit all the time. Yeah.
You 50 and you acting like you my
Yeah,
age. I
and
need you
you
to grow
40,
up
and
and
you
shut up.
40.
Yikes!
No, I'm
Yikes!
40 is crazy. That's scary work right there. Anyway, let's zoom out of hip hop because we don't need to do that boring shit with y'all. So, to what you were talking about, MJ, and connecting that to the earlier points, right? Like, why, why isn't the standard even a conversation anymore? Because our to the culture's crumbling, and now other things are being prioritized over what were prioritized in the past. So we don't have like cultural incubators, right? We don't have. I mean, we got it in DC. We got open mics, but the rappers don't come to the open mics. Y'all would probably say when y'all was in your 20s, the rappers was at the open mic nights. We don't have no rappers at the open mic nights now. It's just poetry niggas. Like they don't think there's an intersection. You feel me? The rappers is making get money in DC free car music. They just making money music about money and getting money and blow up. There's not an intersection anymore between like the cultural incubators and then the music. So that's why the music is bad. But we don't have to stick to music. Like you could talk about that with anything. Me and my girl, she's a painter. We talk about this often with the painters. Like it's a difference between the painters that are interested in making creative compositions or pieces of art that nobody has ever seen before or an interesting perspective. And then she called them the IG painters that just paint shit that people want to buy and put in the hotel or put in their room, like Prince. Like they making black girl magic art, like a silhouette of a woman with some Bengal earrings on. Like that's not art. That's like Instagram art. That's give money art. It's a difference. So you don't have to talk about rap to have this convo because y'all really ruined everything with your bad rap takes every time.
Well, to be fair, DC never had a hip hop culture. Y'all was more about go go
And
anyway.
you're right back to rap. Are you
Yeah.
dense? Your brain don't work. Dude,
I'm just saying DC was about go go, man. Old DC. Yeah.
it's okay. The convo over now because we let the rap niggas come in.
Well, Dr. Library Card, I don't know if you would
It's
consider
fun
this
while it
art,
lasts.
but barbering I would consider is at the same is in the same like black barbering because that used to be an art form that was definitely um something that black people are known for. It's in jeopardy as well. So I think all forms of art are that black people used to be known for.
Oh, I
Is
agree
our
with you.
pop art considered something that we can kind of categorize and look at years from now and say we value that, or is this pop dance craze that we went through just nothing really of importance? I know it's not lyrical or anything, but is there anything to that?
You mean like the do the name music?
There is, I mean, you could say that, but I know like I think it was like Jookin or something. This one cat, he was like a really good Jook or something, and then he went to like Juilliard, and they kind of integrated it into something, and then it became more than what it originally was. You know what I'm saying? You can say the same thing about it's not Crumpin, maybe it's Crumpin. They're trying to integrate it into a more comprehensive language that kind of that kind of teeters into lyrical in a sense. So I don't know if we're looking at something special or is this just a fad of the day. I don't know if that makes sense, but I've seen kind of performances where they kind of integrate that in there
Hey, hey,
with
swag. Hey,
street dance, and it looks beautiful.
hey, damn, swag surfing, right? That song "Swag Surfing" came out what 12 years ago, 13 years ago. Whatever the case may be, they gonna play that 40 years from now, right? And you're gonna have scholars like Goat. Oh, swag surfing. Oh, this is great record. Blah blah blah. We romanticize the past a lot. When jazz was out, that was ghetto music, ghetto black music. A lot of the black church was afraid of jazz when it came out. And what we do is we just romanticize on this app the past, the past, the past.
And it
That's
was
all.
whorehouse music. Don't forget that it was whorehouse music.
Exactly. It was
But this
whorehouse
is,
music. Exactly.
excuse
I'm
me,
talking about
there's
dance
a
right now.
difference between romanticizing something and drawing and recognizing recognizing the significant moments of the past, drawing a line to the present. That's not romanticizing. What the conversation was, as I understood it, was understanding, if not the evolution, at least sort of this manifestation of cultural genius, right? And that recognizing that we had a particular historical moment where that genius was very obvious and highly manifest isn't romanticizing it. It's just pointing out that that is a time or a point in our history and looking at that point and then assessing where we are now. Yes, we can make hierarchical judgments or we can make valuative judgments about that, but that's not romanticizing. That's speaking to an observable reality.
Period.
Agreed. I think that, and you can't, whatever you're talking about, jazz was still art. It was, and it was considered like very different for the time, not in the same way that you're like trying to compare Young Thug or somebody like that. This is not just like a
But
false
that
equivalency.
but that's the
But if
same.
So,
you have an
As
argument to the
Christian.
contrary, if you have an argument to the contrary, tell us what the standard is right now. What is it?
Well, can we just
well,
What are they
also
working
well, I
on
don't.
for
That's what I'm
exactly?
saying. There is no
Right,
there.
yeah. He's gonna
There
have to
that's
prove it.
lost.
Yeah.
Kendrick
Prove
Lamar is
to
the
can
me.
standard
can
right
we
now.
Prove
also
Kendrick Lamar
can
is the
we
prove
also
standard right
say can we just also while we're on jazz because I think it's a clear thing here I just want to name originality. Like
Mhm.
if we're talking about a culture where reproduction is everything and so many people and everybody is so focused on production and reproduction for profit, then the one a counter to that, a different energy or a different frequency or whatever, is originality. Like there was a emphasis on originality. Like whatever you saying, put your own something on it. Put your own something, put yourself in it, whatever that is. And we'll know when we see it because we won't have seen anybody else do it like you. There's originality, and originality is powerful and important and worth preserving and encouraging. And I think that we had a lot of cultural originality, or there was a lot of originality, that was able to come through in our culture and that was, or that has come through over the years in our culture. Again, we're still absolutely just as capable as we've always been at these things. It's just like what can we do or what can be done to kind of shake the conditions to allow for that originality to be centered again, and also cultivated more. It needs to be centered
And
and cultivated.
improvisation too, Saint. That's part of it too.
Exactly.
I mean,
Right, and that's why I was saying, like, if you were to compare it to the beginning of rap, then maybe that would be a more, because both of those things came out of like creative, spaces. That what we're dealing with now, as far as any art form, rap or otherwise, it's just not creative. It's not innovative like how I feel like it used to be. This is my opinion. And so I think to what Kimberly was asking, do we think that it's at the same level that it was? That's why I say, or 40 years ago or 80 years ago, whatever. That's why I would say no, because we're not cultivating a create, like there's no creativity, or the the end goal is not creativity. The end goal is a bag or recognition or clout or whatever. All of these things that is going on right now. And the reason why I criticize Omar's thing of saying Kendrick Lamar, well, that's a great feat for him. That is not culturally and artistically what I feel like 50 years ago or 80 years ago, whether we could have or not, we would have, that would have been a mark or a litmus test of how, well we're doing and, artistically. So that's what I don't think that nothing, these people are doing, if they want to, that's fine, but I just don't think it's as creative as it was.
But just you know why I think people say hip hop ain't creative as much as it used to be, because when hip hop is dominated by the South now, right? People use that as a trope, because they're using their Southern vernacular. They don't have the up north wittiness and vernacular and stuff like that. So people use that because it's coming from the South, right? Atlanta's been dominating hip hop.
That's not true.
Texas, right?
That's not.
hold on, Florida and all these places, right? So they use that. Oh, it's not witty no more, but they are just as creative in their context
Not
as a
now.
Joker in the Bronx. You know, in
But
my
but
opinion,
Man,
look
the
at the stuff
no,
that's
Migos
coming
but
had
out
you're
of
but
bars.
you're
Detroit.
but you're
Look at the
still
Taylor,
stuff
the
that's
miss.
coming out of
Migos had
Detroit.
bars,
Come
But
on,
but
man.
hold on. You're still there are Southern rappers that are respected. You're still we're talking about right now. There's nothing new being innovated, and I mean this for art, like art
That's
as
not true. Y'all just don't like it. Like I love NBA YoungBoy, and people
That's
don't
the
like it.
point
They
I'm
don't
that's
trying to
not
like it.
make.
It's
That's
innovation
unrap.
though.
It's
Hold
not
on,
that's the
hold
about
point
on.
I'm trying to make.
That's not about whether I like it. I like hood shit too. Listen. If you listen to
Oh,
what I
why
play
y'all
in my
do?
car, but that's what I'm saying is when you talk about jazz and the beginnings of hip hop and these things were innovative. That NBA YoungBoy is not innovating anything. He's not
What?
cultivating no new art forms.
Bro, the
That's not.
fact that you can make
It's a
music
new
that the whole
sound,
yeah,
just
the
is what
fact
I'm
that you
saying.
create anything that masses of people gravitate to you, bro. The fact that you people try to discount that, bro. Let me see you do it, because I'm pretty
You
sure
just
you
you
can
oh
guys
do
are
it.
so
You're
my
missing.
god.
You're
But
And
it's
you
and
don't.
and,
not
and I'm
it's
and
not
I'm
about
this
pretty
is
sure
stupid.
Honestly,
popularity. It's
honestly,
not
Why?
about
Cheryl Underwood,
popularity.
I'm about,
it is.
I'm
It
actually about
is.
done with
It
you.
is.
You don't have the mental capacity or fortitude to have this conversation
Bro,
with me.
you
So
don't have the
I'm gonna
same
Hold
discontinue.
bro, all
on,
right, all right,
I'm
just
gonna
real
listen,
quick.
listen,
discontinue
listen,
it
Real
listen.
quick. I
with
just
you,
think
Big
I
Yo,
Mama.
just think
go
this is
suck a
what
Uh,
it
dick
this is where
somewhere.
the
You
and then
fat
conversation
I'm
fat
about
falls.
to
bitch.
start cooking your big ugly
Hold
ass. So
on,
Hey,
Cheryl
just
hey,
Underwood,
wait,
I
just
want you to
listen,
wait.
back
you
up
know what?
off me. I really
God
do.
is
Just
Yeah,
before
you
you
know
go,
hey,
hold
what,
on, real
bitch?
quick.
Do
you
you know what?
famous faggot.
Do
That's
you
why
know
you ain't
what?
fix
Do you
shit.
know
Hold
what? You
hold
big
on.
fat
God
bitch.
Hold,
hates you,
You
nigga. Your
sitting up there
daddy
with
hates
with
you.
your real
Your
picture up,
daddy
looking
hates
like
you, my
that.
nigga.
You should be
Your
quiet,
daddy
mama.
hates you, bro.
You
You
should
a
be quiet. You
disappointment
big
in the
fat
whole
nasty
nigga. These
queen.
hip hop
You
niggas
look
cannot
at you,
fuck with
girl.
you, nigga.
Look at you,
I
bitch.
see, I
Look
see
at
why
you.
you
Do
like.
you
I
see
see.
yourself? Do
Hey,
you
and
see
Biggie
yourself?
Smalls.
Look in the mirror. Pull your
When
visor down and look at yourself.
when
Look at
Biggie
those big
Smalls,
wide
when
pores, that big
Notorious had
wide
that gay
face,
ass
and
shit
that
about
big
sucking your
collect.
daddy dick,
Yes,
that's why
gay
you
as
like that
fuck.
shit,
Gay
nigga.
as fuck and
That's
also
why you like
healthy.
that gay
Also
shit. That's
healthy.
why you
You
love
better
that gay
stop
shit.
yelling. You
Biggie
better stop
Smalls,
yelling
hey,
with
Biggie
that
said
motherfucking
you don't
high
feel
blood
good
pressure
by
and
sucking your
A1C.
daddy dick.
You
That's
big
why
fat
you
ass
love that nigga
bitch.
so much. That's
Girl,
why
you're
you like
fat.
that shit
You're
that
fat
much,
and
nigga.
ugly.
You like
I
his
don't
gay
respect
ass lines
anything a
from Fat
fat
Ass
ugly
Party.
person. And
Hey,
you're fat and ugly by choice.
Biggie
Look at
Smalls
you,
say the
girl.
most gayest
Look
shit,
at you,
nigga.
girl.
That's
You
why
are
you have
Biggie
this
Smalls,
conversation,
bitch.
nigga.
You
Hey,
are
go
Biggie
suck
Smalls,
a
girl.
AIDS
What
dick,
now?
nigga. Yo, we
What's
already know.
dangerous is
Yo,
your
you have
motherfucking weight.
fucking AIDS, nigga. You probably got about a
AIDS.
year left in you, my
Well
nigga.
you
You
should
fucking
contract it
faggot.
because maybe
You
that'll make you
fucking
lose some
faggot.
pounds.
Hey,
Maybe that'll make you lose.
Daddy hates the
And you're
fuck out of you.
fat. I'm a
I bet
faggot and
your
you're
daddy
fat,
hates the
bitch.
fuck out of you.
Nope. He
I
loves
can
me.
guarantee
He
you your
loves
daddy
me.
hates
He
the
loves
fuck
me
out of
and my
you.
gay
Your
ass. He loves
grandmother
me.
wishes
He loves me,
I can
bitch.
guarantee
You
your
got me
daddy
mixed
hates
up
you.
with you and your kid.
I bet
You
your
got me
daddy
mixed up
hates
with
you,
you and
bro.
your kid. I know you wanted to argue with
You
me.
yo
You
God
Cheryl Underwood,
yo
bitch. I know you did.
yo
I know you
God
did, but you will
you
never
you
win. You forgot I'm a faggot. I will always win, bitch.
hey man
And you
go
look
suck a
like
dick,
that.
bro. Go
You look
suck a
like
dick.
I will later on today. But right now I'm reading you.
And God hates niggas. Like you are a
And
factory
God
dirty
hates
Can
ass
can
overweight
nigga.
can
and
What
gluttonous
is
bitches
going
too.
on?
can
God
What's
we
hates
going
You
God
are
hates
on?
a
What
gluttony
is going
we
too.
don't need
hey
No,
this.
no,
on?
no,
nigga.
no.
When you
No, no,
on
no. No, no,
your
No.
no.
whole
God
No,
hates
no, no. I don't
violence
need
on
no help. I
Sundays.
don't
What are
need
y'all
no
doing?
motherfucking
your
help.
whole
I
spirit
don't need no
animal
help.
was a
I
birthday
don't need no
party,
help
my
for
nigga.
Cheryl Underwood.
Yo, go put a
Listen,
marshmallow
baby,
in
you
a
are
stall of
gluttonous. You
paper,
are
bro.
fat, girl.
I
You
can't
are
wait for
fat.
Project
You're fat.
2025
You
to let
shouldn't think
Baltimore the
anything.
fuck in.
You need to think about
I
a
can't
diet.
wait for that shit so
You
we
need
can
to think
send you.
about your
We need to deport
nutrition.
all you
That's what
faggots.
you. No, you
That's
need to
what we need
deport
to do.
food from your mouth. You fat bitch. You fat as fuck. Fat ass bitch. You close the motherfucking refrigerator door with your hip talking to me. Girl, shut the fuck up and put up a different avatar. You need to go get you some AI to go and fix that little face up, girl. You're
And the
ugly as shit.
same
I like
for my
Cheryl Underwood.
I do
man.
too.
Yo, that was
But no,
greater
Oh,
than any
how
married ever.
no MAGA man should be
you
looking like her.
remember
Sometimes I like her.
in
You
the
know,
Point.
she a
I
black
same
love
Republican.
Cheryl
for my
Underwood.
She a
Bitch,
black
look at your bottom
Republican.
lip. Girl, if that Neapolitan ice cream bottom lip, bitch, if you don't get the fuck out of here, girl, that bitch bottom lip look like a kid's birthday
Well,
Maybe
party.
I am the one to tell
Johnny's
you.
Johnny's he ain't even from Acorn.
I can't
Child.
believe
Speaking
y'all
of
be
innovation,
y'all been letting
Okay.
this big pile of shit talk shit to
speaking of
y'all. I
innovation,
would have ate her up
ever
long time
since
ago.
ever
Motherfucking
since
Mm-mm.
greasy
He
ass
never
Alabama
ever
turd.
go away.
ever
He's
since
been
Alabama
Mm-mm.
not
brawl,
many a times. He
af-
don't care.
She always around. Musty ass. I tried to be civil with your
Ah.
nasty looking ass.
there's some innovative activities happening. Ever since Alabama brawl, niggas have been finding out new ways to swim
Well,
and
can
to
you innovate a
throw
diet for this
pins.
big
Okay.
hoongy
All right.
bitch?
All right. No, we're going to get back on track here. We're going to take a hard left and a right turn. Okay.
That
Hold
hoe.
on. Tonight, I am announcing Canada will be responding to the U.S. trade action with 25% tariffs against $155 billion worth of American goods. This will include immediate tariffs on $30 billion worth of goods as of Tuesday, followed by further tariffs on $125 billion worth of American products in 21 days' time to allow Canadian companies and supply chains to seek to find alternatives. Tonight, yep, trade
We
war
about we
advertisements.
about to be in the bread line.
The bread
Man,
line?
that maple syrup on your pancake's gonna be like $30.
See, I thought the syrup was going to go up. Somebody said yesterday it wasn't. But I guess they didn't know where the syrup came from.
Exactly.
Well, well, I mean,
There's a
obviously, there's
there's a
Canada
whole there's
maple,
a
but
whole
there's
documentary
also
about like organized crime with maple
another
syrup
kind
in
of
Canada.
maple.
I watched it. Yeah.
But doesn't Connecticut or somebody also make maple syrup? Or maple syrup come from there? No,
Vermont.
Vermont.
Yeah.
So we'll still have
But
Vermont
but
maple,
we get a lot from Canada though. It's gonna be
but that just
yeah.
isn't it. I mean, he talked about
And
some kind of
at the
juice. Go ahead.
yeah. And they gonna have they putting it on alcohol too.
Yep,
American.
alcohol,
Hmm.
also energy.
Yeah. Puxatani said we gonna have 6 more weeks of winter. I hope we don't need that natural gas and oil that we get from Canada for them people to heat their
I think
home.
I think tariffs are reduced on oil, I'm sorry, to
Oh, it is?
10%. Yeah,
Okay.
it's not going to be 25. So there's some exceptions in there,
It's
but I know
10%.
oil is
It's
No,
still
mainly.
this is
10%.
what, but
It's
this is
still
what this
Yes.
guy
10%.
said. This guy said that he was going to put 25%. That's what him said, Justin Trudeau, not what America is doing. Am I confused?
Oh, okay. I see what
Big
you're saying.
Just.
Say again, Just.
That Big Just.
Yeah.
He put that foot down. He said the voice might be soft, but these words not.
I mean, I don't. And did Justin Trudeau and Trump work together before to create like this trade act back during Trump's time? Because he mentioned something like that. Anyone know?
I don't know. I haven't. I depend on y'all for my news. I've completely checked out. So this is why, for real, when I just be listening to what y'all. I'm not going on there. I've unfollowed every news outlet. I have completely checked out. So y'all just, either I'll go to the store and the prices will be up, or y'all will tell me, and I just won't go. I
I
just
mean,
can't but First Lady, you don't think this is gonna get mentally like exhausting? My mental can't handle like this. Yeah, I'm sad all the time. Every time I turn on the news.
oh, absolutely. I agree. 100%. I agree. But I'm also a type person that I've learned to do without things. So when y'all talk about eggs and stuff like that, I'm like, I'm not a person that need them every day. So if I buy them, I guess they'll last as long as they last and keep it moving. I don't
I
need to
don't
buy.
even eat eggs, so I don't know. I mean, unless they go in something that I'm making, I wouldn't know how much eggs cost. So,
Well, it won't be just the price of eggs.
I
It'll be the
know.
price. Yeah, it'll be the price of lemons. It'll be the price of a lot of vegetables.
Not lemons in Canada.
Well, I'm talking about here in the United States, but yeah, I mean, prices are about to go up. It's going to affect more than just the what we're experiencing with tariffs. There's going to be a lot of things that are going to be like a lot higher.
They really voted for this man thinking that he was about to he's about to do the opposite.
Can I just say, I just came out of Costco. This is the first time that this has ever happened to me. And they were out of, the 2 dozen eggs. The only
Mm.
eggs that they had were the crates of like 180. Um, I know this has happened, other places. But yeah, it's finally hit here,
Did you
and I
say
don't
a
like it.
crate? Did you say a crate?
Yeah, yeah, these are like the huge boxes of like 180 eggs.
for like
Wow.
That's the
restaurants,
only
right?
ones they
How much
had.
was that?
Oh, it was like 90 something.
Mm. So that's for big businesses, people that need to buy this
Yeah,
for
I
their
mean I
business.
am at the business Costco, but they normally have the 18 or 2 dozen.
Right.
So this was the first time that they've been out, and I was listening to one of the customers talk to one of the people working here, and he said that yeah, they're starting to sell out, and so you have to really get here at the beginning of the morning, otherwise you're gonna miss out. Yep.
Hmm. You know what else I noticed, brother?
Hmm.
Uh, lemons.
Oh, you said lemons?
Yeah, I'm noticing lemons. Mhm.
We don't have that one yet, but it seems
That's
like
right.
it's starting to leach on over.
Well, my question is to those that got us in this mess. How y'all gonna get us out? Y'all gonna talk
Where,
to your boy or what?
where's Omar?
I
Yeah, we
guess he
got some big
slid on to
motherfucking
the
fish to
music
fry.
room. He went on
Yeah,
to the
where's
I
music
was
room.
Omar?
just about to say, where is Omar?
He
Yeah, now
clocked back in.
Ping him back. Ping him
he
back.
wanna
He
Or
clocked
man,
back
or
in. He
Manfinity.
was
Say
on his
Manfinity's
break.
name 3 times.
Girl, he was on his break at Subway. He got to go back some more of them Italian herbs and
and
shit
ping
and cocoa.
uh
Well, he's going to say
DJ.
that he doesn't eat eggs. That's what he's going to say.
He
Sorry.
eats everything.
And
No,
that he doesn't. He didn't vote.
he doesn't. He
Yeah.
doesn't eat fruits, vegetables, and anything and that's out of his own mouth.
Right.
What
So,
people don't understand, fast food is gonna go up as well. Because if
Yup.
the product
well,
itself
everything's going to
is
go up.
going up, then the fast food is gonna go up.
Well, fast
Okay?
food is
Takeout, all
already
the vegetables.
expensive as fuck. It's more expensive to eat fast food than eat at the grocery store now. So there's that.
I hope you bought some staples like dried beans, canned beans, and all that other stuff. Cause
Oh, we
honey,
stay having that, Sherry. We stay
right,
over here having beans.
that's right. Cause
We got kids
yes,
that act like they, yeah. We keep folks
sardines,
regular in this house.
right,
Well,
sardines and canned. I made salmon cakes the other day.
So
oh,
they
you
say
know
that
the
that coffee is gonna go up. So I just got like
Yep,
a huge thing of coffee from Costco. But when I run out of that, I think I'm just gonna give up coffee. If it's gonna be like more expensive, this is a good time for me to just quit.
Let us know so we can help you so you're not crashing out on stage.
yeah, you're gonna be
So if you
spending
hear
a
me
whole.
grouchy, you know the
Mhm.
reason.
Just don't boot me. Don't boot me. Don't
Extra
block me.
grouchy. Wait, whenever
Yeah, you're
I
gonna
ain't
be
never
eating
blocked
more
you or boot you.
vegetarian meals.
Or
Yeah,
your burner. I
I
never
think
blocked your burner.
I approach it
We'll put
like
that on
Lent.
display,
You're
Sandra.
going to give up everything for 40 days. After the 40 days, you won't even miss it. It's like Lent, you know?
what are we giving up?
Give up.
What's all the stuff we giving up?
All the things we're not
Well,
gonna have no more.
right.
Everything that the price is gonna go
I'm
up.
giving up. I'm giving up blue eggs, but I guess I'm gonna have to give up all
Now,
eggs. I don't
ma'am,
know.
not you giving up blue egg, not the thing I didn't know existed until you said something.
Yeah, I was about to say
Yeah,
Easter
new
eggs.
eggs do exist. You know what? And then y'all better learn how to make pan fried bread because I know how to make it.
Oh, come on, Sherry.
All right.
Well,
Am I
go
gonna
ahead
go
and
back to powdered
share.
milk? Am I going back to powdered milk now, or what? Is that how we gonna
Yep.
live?
Powder milk.
We're
Wait a minute,
going back
Sherry.
to
Tell us
pie.
how to make
But what if you
apple. What
lactose
is it called?
intolerant?
I get all
What?
my
You
news
better
from
you
Miriam.
Just make
you're
it
gonna have to learn
almonds.
how to tolerate
Almond
it.
milk. You can
Oh,
make almond milk. I'm sure the
oh,
almonds are gonna be high.
that's gonna be expensive, and
Almonds are
it
gonna be
takes a long.
non-existent.
Mhm.
Mm. You
Y'all
can.
okay? Let me just go ahead and.
Oh, so first lady,
Go
you
to the
asked me
store
how to
now,
make
Jess.
pan
That's what you
fried
need to
bread.
do.
Well,
Yeah. How do
pan
you do
fried
that?
well, pan fried bread is in every culture, but the way I make it, the way my grandmother used to make it, if she didn't have milk, she used water. So it's basically the flour, salt, some sugar, baking powder, and you can use a butter or oil, and you're just going to knead it together. You're going to knead it all up, and then you're just going, if you got a cast iron skillet, and just fry it on top of the oven. Just use the skillet, and that's it. hmm And sometimes I eat it with molasses. That's good.
That
I
sounds like a
remember those
pancake,
days.
Sherry.
Well, that it's not like a pancake.
This
It's
is
more.
giving Great
This
Depression, y'all.
well,
It
see,
is, and
look,
that's
my
what we
Exactly.
about
parents.
to
That's
They
what we're
be.
squeeze
heading
me.
towards. What are you
You
talking
better
Yeah,
you
about?
better get ready.
you better get
Get
ready
ready,
for
get
it.
ready, get ready.
See this, yeah. Oh,
You better get ready for it. 'Cause
Where's
and
Miriam?
y'all
Ping in
kept saying,
Miriam.
"Ah, America, the great ass." Man, fuck this bullshit.
America's ghetto.
No,
Okay.
who said that in this?
Y'all always be like, "No,
Yeah.
Don't do that.
America is
no
great, but
Don't
West
lash
is
completely.
out
making a
yet.
turn right now. What you
Don't
gonna
don't
Fuck
say?
lash
this.
out on us
Fuck
yet.
this bullshit.
All right, so where we going, Just?
Let's be a Democrat. Let's be a Republican.
Go lay
Just
down.
already crashing.
It's time for him to lay
Oh
down.
my God, I'm so sick of dummies. Jesus.
That's what I'm saying. Where
Don't
they at?
call them dummies. Be nice to them. And see, Miss Sherry, I'm definitely mad at you because you them. Don't call them dummies. I heard her in here. They dumb. They dumb as
No, I
hell.
said that's not the only. No, Jess.
Just
I said
crashing.
you need,
He
yeah, you
crashing.
need a better analysis than saying that
Me and you both.
yeah.
Because the
I
other
didn't
day
say you shouldn't.
you was letting you was letting it go.
Ooh,
Dumbass.
No, no, no. I did not let it go. I said you need to expand your analysis. That's different.
Mm-mm. And when I'm hungry, I ain't got no time for expansion.
So yes. So yes, and you better
When I'm
get
eating
like
pan fried molasses bread, I'm gonna be pissed off. I'm gonna be real pissed off. And I'm not gonna be
not
analyzing.
pan fried
I'm gonna be
molasses.
roasting.
I am so upset with
See,
him.
but I mean
and
here's the
I
thing.
don't think y'all gonna be doing an expansive analysis either
You do what?
when y'all eating peas and jelly. Yeah, I don't think
Not
that's what's
peas
gonna.
and jelly.
I don't think y'all are gonna be like, well, let's think about this before we call them dumb. You guys, no, y'all are gonna be like, these dumb motherfuckers got us in. Yeah,
I
Hey,
mean,
I
Omar,
can't wait till y'all
Omar,
get
did you go to the
ghetto.
store yet?
Say again.
that's right, lentils. Yep. Because you can use lentils, get the dried ones, and you don't have to pre-prep them. You can just cook them straight.
Rentals.
Mhm.
I
Yep,
just
get
noticed Omar
ready.
is back.
This
I
is
want to know what
giving
I'm
Omar
coming
thought
to
about the
slave
Dr.
eggs.
AG house. Dr.
holocaust.
AG got a bunker, so I'll be there.
Apparently, Doctor AG, what you got going on over
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it, cause I'm going, not you.
there?
Not
Okay,
not you.
you gonna be eating paper.
I'll invite Just. Just will be my plus three.
See, Dr. AG, this is what you get. You invite
I'm gonna be
one of the
complaining a lot. I'm
blacks.
gonna just go ahead and tell
I
you
didn't
that
get an
though.
invite. I embarked. What are you talking about?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. She invited herself.
I'm gonna be complaining a lot. So
Dr. AG
She
said that door is already locked. Okay.
she a party crash. She a bunker
you better
crasher.
not lock that door.
Yes, I'm a bunker.
I camp out right outside. You won't get no mail or nothing. Cause soon as you slide
Exactly.
out, it's giving. It's
Soon as I
giving.
can get some money out of my retirement, I'm going on my bunker construction.
Come
Cause
on,
this
Just.
is
You gotta
There
crazy.
come
you
this
go. Come
way.
on, Dr.
Come on,
AG.
Just.
Come
Come on
on.
home. Come on home.
This is
You
He
got
got
something.
crazy.
Come on, sell that car
So
and
do
get your
y'all think
Fiat.
Trump is like, man, we kind of fucked up. I don't know if this was a good idea, or you
Well,
think
they
he
don't
like,
care
No,
what you're
Not
talking about.
yet.
He's full stop for him.
no.
He's full stop.
It's all yeah. It's all about power for him.
It's
He
that's
wants to
true.
Canada.
be
It's
first.
Canada, Just nobody cares about
Oh,
Canada.
here goes
Omar's
Omar.
back. Omar's
Oh, here you
back.
hmm
go. So nobody
Ask
can't
him.
cares about Canada, but you,
Ask him about them tariffs. Ask him
that fat
about
girl
that.
was in here caping for Drake, so somebody care about
Exactly.
Canada.
So Omar,
Because
you were in
where you
here
think you're
last
getting
night
your
when
oil
we
from?
listened to Justin Trudeau, right? Were you? Did you listen to Justin
Yeah,
Trudeau?
yeah. I was in here. Yeah.
So how did you feel about that conversation and what he provided?
Well, I think Trudeau, he's trying to stand strong for his country. I get that, but ultimately, United States has all the power right here. Let's be honest.
How
How you
so?
gonna heat your house with that?
Uh,
How you gonna heat your house
no,
when he
uh,
put a that even 10% tariff on that natural gas y'all be using to heat y'all homes and stuff up there?
Yes. You didn't know that part, did you, Omar?
yeah, but we
What
get
you
more,
gonna do?
we get most of our gas domestically. But I will say this.
Where you get it
Trudeau,
from domestically?
I believe we get it. I forgot where we get it
You
from.
believe?
Huh?
See, this believe and I
No, I think,
guess
like I said, I got to look into it. But I
it's
know we
not
get our
given.
natural gas. I'm talking about natural gas, but y'all talking
That's
about
what
what
we're
gas, kind of
talking.
gas y'all talking about?
That's what we're talking about too.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
So so
You know,
wait
I
a
will.
minute.
you
So
know about those
2020.
pipelines.
Wait 1 second. In 2020, replaced the NAFTA and entered into force on July 1st, 2020, with Mexico and Canada. And specifically, he feels as though Trump has gone back on his word regarding that. So, what do you have to say about this? Because this is the reason why he's saying that he's going to put a 25% tariff on $30 billion worth of goods starting Tuesday. And then in the next 30 days, 125 million, I mean, $1 billion tariffs will be impacted as well. So, I mean, what say you, sir? How are you going to get us out of this? You voted for him.
Listen, this is what I think Trump is doing, right? He's doing this is you gotta understand, Trump was in construction, right? So he's using this as a negotiation kind of tactic, right? At the end of the day, I say 6 months from now, let's call it 6 months from now, they're gonna come to a conclusion, right? They're gonna get companies involved because they want more factories in America for certain things, stuff like that. They're gonna get all parties involved, and we're not even gonna talk about this 6 months from now. But it's a negotiation tactic, from my standpoint.
Wait, I'm confused. So, 6 months we building factories? What happened? Oh, those
Well,
birds
well,
coming
that's
through.
that's when you're gonna have the deal. Listen. The factories is gonna have companies that's gonna
So
come
wait a
back
minute.
to
So are
America.
you focused on the deal or are you focused
I'm focused on
on
the deal. I'm
wait
focused on the deal long term. I'm focused on the deal. Yeah.
But
okay,
we
wait a minute.
need a
So
short term.
the deal doesn't sound like it is long term. That sounds more like a short term. If we're building our own factories and creating so that we don't need to do trade without, then that sounds like that would be long term. So that's the reason why I'm confused because you're giving me two scenarios that don't actually have
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He's gonna use those tariffs as a negotiation bargaining chip. That's all it
a
is. It
negotiation
may
with
So,
last. Listen,
whom?
the negotiation. I'm just saying the negotiation may last 6 months.
With
At the end of the
so
whom?
day, go ahead.
With whom?
But
well,
With
Negoti
corporations, right? With certain corporations and
corporations
certain
out.
and certain
which
industries. I
corporations,
don't know, whatever ones in
Omar,
certain
and
industry,
what?
whatever
He
industry
can't
he wants to
think at a micro
prioritize.
level, y'all. Y'all know that. He
No,
can't think
I'm
Okay,
not.
micro.
another
Listen,
question. Okay,
question.
another question, Omar.
yeah,
What's the objective of the deal? What's a win? How do we know that the negotiation has worked? I mean, what benchmarks,
I think
what
the
KPIs? I mean,
I think the Mets, like I said, it's going to be a process, right? Think 2 years down the line, right? Trump wants more factories, jobs inside of
so
America.
he's putting
That's the
he's
bottom
putting a
line.
tariff on Canada so we can get more factories
I
inside
mean,
of
he's putting a
America.
tariff on a couple other countries. Yeah, yeah. I'm telling you,
But
I'm
my
telling you,
I'm
So
that's
so
the
sorry.
end game.
But my question was a more direct question. Puxatawny Phil had said we're gonna have 6 more weeks of winter, right? Which means that natural gas is gonna be in high demand. And I wanna know where if y'all can't get it from Nova Scotia, you're not getting it from New Brunswick, what y'all gonna do?
because the Yeah,
Right.
LNG in
But
Pennsylvania can only produce so much. And
yeah,
when you have high demand, you got to get that excess from somewhere. So what y'all gonna do? That's my question. I ain't asking about all them factories and 6 months. I'm talking about 2 weeks,
hey,
because
Doctor,
Toxitani has let us know.
might be a cold 6 weeks.
Yeah, that's
We
my
get to
point.
it. We
So,
get to
so,
Mhm.
and that's
Dr.
what
Adrian.
everybody is asking you, because you brought this upon your community with this
Oh, Dr.
Trump
AG, I meant to
foolishness.
say, oh, sorry. Dr. AG, I was going to say, I love the back. I'm love the background that I'm hearing of the birds chirping.
I'm sorry. Say that again.
I said, I
The
love the chirping
birds.
of the birds in the background.
Oh, now it's my dog barking.
Well, dog here. I mean, Omar, he said himself that this was about, fentanyl and immigration. That's what he said. That's the reason for the tariffs against, Canada and Mexico.
Yeah.
yeah. I know what he said, but yeah, but I'm just saying he can say anything, but I just think it's long. He's doing the
No,
long
no,
term.
no, 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 no.
Listen, this is Trump we talking about, Sherry. This Trump.
No,
You
well,
can't.
no, but see, here's
Yeah.
the thing, though.
So
Why,
why vote for somebody like that?
why vote for him if you don't believe me? I just don't get it. Help me understand. I want to, I want to understand your logic behind this, because I mean, yeah, what's the logic behind it?
I'm just saying his end game is ultimately. I just look at the end game a lot of times, right?
How can you look at the end game
Hold
if
on,
you
hold on.
can't put
No,
a strategy in
no,
there?
because
You give
that's
you
how
you
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 build
stick at the
nations, John.
visionary level, but you need strategy and tactics. How
But
can you
Johnny,
see the end
that's
game
how you build
without
nation states. You got to have an end game. Yes,
how?
all this.
I understand. An end game means that's the vision, but to execute, you need a strategy, and we keep asking you strategic questions. That's how you get to the end game.
Listen, and the strategy is going to look ugly, Johnny's. This might be a dark year or two. I'm gonna be honest with you, but
Omar
the
getting
end
to the
game,
destination with no road.
the end game is going to be everybody's going to be
Child,
happy at the end game. That's all.
the
Wait, a
bu-
dark year or two. Weren't you saying, I remember you, weren't you saying that everything was going to be sunshine and roses the day after Trump got in? So now everything's going to be dark for the next 2 years? What
I
happened?
mean, dark in a sense where we're not going to get everything we want, sister. That's all I'm saying. That's all.
Oh Lord.
so you
So they're
you mean
changing
to
their
tell
story,
me?
y'all?
Let me put it in the way that my grandmother told me when we were kids, and Ray and Reagan was in office. So so we are about to eat fried shit for 2 years. Is that what you're saying?
No, no, you're still going to eat steak and all that stuff, Sister Sherry, but you might not
No.
eat it,
Well,
you
first
know,
of all, we won't be
once a
able to
week or once every
afford
2 weeks.
it.
That's
We
all.
won't
Yeah, you
be
still going
able.
to do that.
One, two things, Omar. We won't be able to afford it, and when we do have the money, we won't be able to find it because it won't be in the stores.
And the cows got bird flu.
What are we talking about here? I mean, you know what? I have to ask. This is a serious question. Are you trolling us? Because that's a serious question.
No, he's not
No,
trolling.
no, I'm
So
not. No,
here's the
why would I
thing.
do
Wait a
that?
minute, Omar. So here's the thing. I'm a type of person. This is how I think, right? Let me just share with you how I think. Before I dismantle what is working, I have to plan for the change management that I am thinking is going to happen. I don't hear a plan, I don't hear a process. All I hear is destruction, and then we'll figure it the fuck out. And that's not how most people operate. They plan. They don't sit and wait for destruction. And then once the destruction comes, oh my God, now what am I supposed to do? That's the reason why people have insurance. That's the reason why people have savings, all of these things above. But what Trump is imposing on the people when he has simply said, I'm bringing down the grocery prices, this is absurd what you've done this, you've done that. And then as we kept saying, how is he going to do these things? Oh, he's going to do it. He's going to do it. We kept saying he's going to bring about tariffs. Oh, no, no, no. The tariffs aren't going to affect us. So now instead of dealing with what we've actually already said was going to happen, now it's coming to pass. I'm asking you, and now your response is simple. Oh, well, it's going to be about 2 years. So you want the people to suffer for 2 years, right? In order for us to think that it's going to get better?
Nah, the people not going to suffer. It's just that certain products you're going to suffer from. You're going to live your life, lady.
Ugh.
Everybody's going to live their life. And y'all understand this deal also, this tariff deal, the Teamsters Union right now backs it. The president backs it. A lot of the major Teamsters. So this is a union move too. And the union, let's
No,
be
it isn't.
honest, a lot of unions backed him, right? Particularly in the manufacturing sector, right? So he's catering to that base. You know, we have to understand it and be patient. That's all. It's going to work out. Everything's going to work out.
They ba- they backed it before Mexico and Canada answered to the tariffs. I'm pretty sure right now they're concerned, and they probably backed it before he started doing all this other stuff with these EOs. So I doubt that they can still have the same full confidence in what he's doing when it's impacting their lives and their jobs directly and indirectly. Like it doesn't make sense. Like we're all gonna feel the brunt of this, whether we eat eggs, eat avocados, drink alcohol or not, because all of the industries are going to have to all industries are going to feel it, and because all industries are going to feel it, they're going to pass that tax and that burden onto the consumers from all sectors, from healthcare to retail to insurance, all of it.
And there are going to be layoffs too. And so, what happens when that all comes? See, you were laughing when I told you that I know how to make pan fried bread. I know how to do that for a reason because I see what's coming. We know this historically. But see, we tried to tell you. You didn't want to listen. That's what you didn't want to do.
Well, he still
Because
doesn't
you were thinking
believe.
about yourself. No,
He
you were thinking
doesn't
about
believe. He
yourself.
doesn't
Well, you
believe.
know
Even
what?
right now, he's telling you, oh, it's not going to be that bad. Oh, you might not be able to eat steak every day, but you'll be able to eat it maybe twice a week, or I mean, once every 2 weeks. And it's
And who
like,
was doing that before? Who was eating steak every day before? We weren't doing that
huh?
before. What the hell? I mean, my thing, the way the the cosmic dissonance is breathtaking. It's spectacular. How you twisted yourself in believing that nothing is going to happen. This is life. Stuff happens all the time, right? And whether we're prepared for it or not, that's a different story. But things do happen. Now we are faced and look, I'm not gonna say this is the worst it's ever been, but be prepared that things are going to get bad. And when they get bad, the question becomes, what are you going to do? And you want factories to return when everyone's talking about AI and automation.
Yeah. So go ahead, Omar. We'll listen for a minute.
Oh, nah. Sister Cherie, Sherry, she made some great points. But I think like I said, it's going to take a lot of us to be just a little patient. We're going to get through this time, right? Instead of having three omelets, right? 3 eggs in your omelets, you might got to go down to two eggs in your omelets,
But
right?
that's my
Omar,
point.
Like that.
Omar, tell
Why?
a
So
Why?
senior,
I think
tell a
Omar's
tell a
trolling.
No,
tell a
he's
I'm
senior
not
not.
that's
trolling.
on
I'm not
fixed
trolling.
income that it's going to be rough for 2 years. A senior on fixed income that's dependent on insulin and medication. Tell them to hold on for 2 years.
When it's already bad for them
Word.
as it was. So
No,
now,
they're going to be fine.
so
No, no,
everybody,
that
so wait a minute, Omar. Everyone was complaining before this election about how they weren't able to afford groceries, how
Thank
health
you.
insurance was at the toppest level, not being able to get their medicine, trying to figure out whether they're going to eat or whether they're going to actually go to the pharmacy and pay $900 at the pharmacy, or whether do they pay their rent. Now we have added an additional burden to their lives. That's what I need you to understand. An additional burden. And you're
not we.
saying, mm, yeah, yeah, yeah. And then you say, well, it's going to be rough for 2 years. And that's my question. Why impose more burdens on people? Why vote for something that's going to destruct what is actually functioning, to not have it at all, to actually see now people have more of a burden? Dr. AG said regarding the gas. And it's just like, oh, well, they might be a little bit cold. Seniors can't deal with the cold like that. I can't even deal with the cold like that. I need heat. So, I mean, I just, I, and I guess it's just disheartening because it's like, it's the pivot for me. Oh, before, oh, he's going to do this. He's going to do this. Now he's telling you that he's not going to do it. You're still finding a way to pivot. You don't see the danger in that?
I think, First Lady, I understand your concerns. I understand the seniors' concern, right? And seniors, they're very thrifty, and I think they're going to get through this, and we're all going to teach it. We're all going to catch a pinch of this,
This is vile. Seniors are thrifty. Are you fucking
Yeah, they're very thrifty.
serious?
No, 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 they're very thrifty. Yeah.
You fucking serious? They're
But I'm saying,
dying, bro.
no, the reason
They're
why I'm saying it
dying.
because they're going to
Do you
get
have
through
any
this.
fucking humanity,
Yeah, they're
bro?
going to get through
Yeah,
this.
Any
Scotty,
humanity?
Scotty, they're thrifty. You know, seniors can survive on a loaf of bread for 3 months.
They're very
Like,
thrifty.
So,
come on, Omar. Come on, Omar. Think
so
about what you're
Omar,
saying, man.
I want to know you. So Trump has already said prices are not coming down. So what is the point of the tariffs? Because you said it's a negotiation tactic. Wouldn't the negotiation be for prices to go down, right? Isn't the reason that he's doing this so prices could go down? But he's already said prices are not going down. So,
Wait, then he said
and
that? I'm sorry to interrupt,
yeah,
but I have
he
been
did
so
say
out
that.
of the loop. That's
Yeah,
crazy
he did
because
say that. He
old
said
boy
prices are not
ran
going
on the
down.
prices going down,
He said that
right?
right after he got elected. So right after
Oh
he got
my God.
elected, everything was about the prices are not, like 2 days later when he realized, oh shit, now people are really expecting me to bring these prices down and I'm opposing these tariffs. So he already said prices are not coming down.
Oh my
So,
God. And what did people say?
well, his side said, oh, it's going to get worse before it gets better. But he's already telling you the prices are no longer going to go down. The price is the price, that we can't expect prices to be lowered. So that's, we're all confused when we look at economists online. All the economists for months have been sounding alarm on these tariffs, like every single one of them. And that's something that maybe wasn't articulated, but I think Kamala Harris in one of her speech was saying that 13 Nobel laureates were sounding the alarm on tariffs and sounding the alarm on Trump's plan. And these are people that are way smarter than anyone here. At least they're smarter than me, right? These are people that they dedicate their lives to studying this stuff. So, what is the reason for these tariffs? You're saying it's a negotiation tactic, but a negotiation of what exactly?
Yeah, he doesn't know anything, but I mean, I
He wants
shouldn't be
rebirth.
surprised.
He
I
wants
really
to
shouldn't be, but
rebirth.
I am that, he changed that fast. See, I've been on ever since elections, I've been on a US politics fast, left the country. I've been back and forth,
Oh, I
but
missed you. I just recognized your
yeah,
voice. I'm sorry.
hey, Johnny's, how you
Hi.
doing, dear?
Hi.
But I'm saddened because I don't know why am I surprised, but the fact of the matter is he did not run on 2 years of tightening your belt. He ran on economic prosperity and quote unquote making America great again, right? And so you're trying to tell me that he said 2 days later, oh, my bad, I'm wrong, and they just sat down and took it? Man, y'all are a bunch of busters, Omar.
I mean, Omar, and
Can I
what?
ask a
For
question?
correction, actually,
Can I?
Elon Musk said things were going to get bad before the election. So it's not necessarily Trump. It's what Elon Musk said. And to Nate's point in the chat where he said that Elon Musk now has access to Social Security and that information that's affecting hundreds of millions of. See, here's the thing: Trump does not care about the American people. He does not care about America. For all he's concerned, the only thing he's concerned with is himself, about how he can have power and more money. He is driving this into the ditch for a reason. And at the end of that, him and all those other rich people are going to get richer. This
Yep.
is what this is about.
um,
This is what this is about. All this is a
I'll
distraction.
go next.
It's a
I,
distraction, Omar. At the end of the day,
so I have a question. Like he's the president now. Can somebody explain to me why he's still doing like campaigns and visiting different states? Campaign. What is he campaigning for as president? He's
because he
sitting in
doesn't
the
know how
seat.
to
So
govern.
He likes the rallies. Like that those are his parties. That makes him feel good, makes him feel presidential. He did that in the first term.
I know
Yeah,
someone else who liked rallies.
he needs he's a narcissist. He needs praise, constant praise. But I put an article in the chat, and this is one of the quotes from the article. This was, I believe, this is the day after the election. So his priority is not to lower prices; it's the border. So it says, I won on the border. I won on groceries. When you buy apples, when you buy bacon, when you buy eggs, they would be double and triple the price over a short period of time. And I won an election based on that. And then he says, we're going to bring those prices way down. But I don't know how doubling and tripling the price of the eggs first is going to bring them all the way down. That doesn't make sense to me.
But that's what happens when you vote for something without a plan. The question during the whole election trail was how is he going to achieve these goals? We got a plan. What's the plan? Well, here's the plan.
concepts of a plan.
Yep. I
Oh,
would
I'm
say
sorry,
I
concepts. That's right.
I would just say that I was kind of calm at first when all he was issuing all these executive orders, but now that Elon Musk has apparently taken control of the treasury, I find myself in a much more uncomfortable position. I mean, like mentally in terms of anxiety, because um, at least from what I've read, it seems like they could use that to subordinate states. So, like, if a state doesn't follow through on, say, some declarations from the God King, then they could effectively like cut off Social Security to a state or something like that, or they could delay other kinds of like the flow of funds to a state because they directly control the treasury. And that's why I guess from what I read, the control of the treasury is supposed to be an apolitical thing. So this makes me think that uh, do we have a functional government anymore? That's it.
well, it'll be up to the states to fight back, right? So yeah, I mean, what you had in line if he's doing all these, and I think the executive orders are part of the spectacle, and you still have to take them seriously, right? It is all a distraction, and those executive orders are assigned to me is to see how much he can get away with, how much power can he get from this, right? Even if he does, even if he does lose um, the citizenship fight at the Supreme Court, he's figuring out ways in which he can gain more power. But the states will have to push back.
But my question is, he wants more power, but he puts people in. Well, I'll just say Elon. I feel like Elon wants more power than Trump does, but from behind the scenes. So he's the puppeteer. So is Trump really somebody that wants power, or he likes alliances with people who have power that makes him feel like he's getting things done?
No, he wants the power. But what he does to gain his power is to also empower others that like power. That's the reason why they're talking about the oligarchy. And, I'm not sure if you guys are paying attention to this power and how strong his power is really getting. I mean, instead of being able to go to Congress and pass laws, he's saying, fuck Congress. I'm just going to do a bunch of executive orders and then we'll fight about it later. That's dangerous. And I'm asking those that voted for him to please wake up.
Look, they
But
don't
Because
but
care and
but
they're
but
stupid.
but we
Why
because
are
did.
you asking them questions?
But
but
we
wait a
did
minute.
vote. Go ahead.
But wait a minute, because, and this is the reason why I'm saying to wake up, is because what I hear the other side saying, the people voted for this. The people voted for this. Go ahead, Omar.
Yes, yes. One thing, and I agree with you, First Lady, what you just said, right? Because we did vote for this, right? During this campaign, Trump constantly, I'm talking about during their every rally, he referred to the gilded age, right? When you had guys like Westinghouse, Rockefeller, and Carnegie, Andrew Carnegie, and all of them, and they were more influential than the government at the time, right? So we did vote for Elon Musk. And a lot of us, some parts of MAGA, not all every part of MAGA because we're all different, right? Some parts of MAGA we trust Elon Musk over some of the status quo, the same old, same old. So yeah, we did vote for this. I have no
But did
problem with Elon doing.
So
Did Rockefeller, you know, one of the biggest welfare recipients of this country is Elon Musk, right? So this is very different from the Gilded Age that I'm aware of. You know, maybe I could look it up and see what did Rockefeller, if anything. But I thought he just built his wealth off the backs of poor people. But that's another story. But I don't understand what you're saying. Elon Musk is not a Rockefeller.
No, no, we just saying far as influential people in the private sector that's influencing the government, because Rockefeller and those guys at the time, they were bigger than the government at the time. So that's why Trump doing his rallies, because if y'all was listening to his rallies, he always mentioned the Gilded Age. He wants America to be back to the Gilded Age where
So
the
why do you
private
think that's a
sector.
And
good
where were
thing?
yeah,
you during the
hey, hey,
Golden
No,
Age?
it's not
Where were
about
your
me.
ancestors, Omar?
It's not about
so
me as an
Omar, so
individual. It's not about me as
when
an
you
individual.
voted, bro,
Wait a minute,
when you
one
voted,
second. One,
did you
one,
go?
one moment. Let him finish. Let him finish. Let him finish. Let him finish. Let him land. Go
Oh,
ahead,
oh
land,
yeah.
land,
Oh,
Omar.
no, no, I was just saying. So when he mentions the Gilded Age, right? The private sector was very influential. They was more powerful than the government, and that's all Trump was trying to say. I understand what people want to say. What was going on in the Gilded Age? That's not the point. The point was the structure of how the government was running in the private sector. That's all. Go ahead.
That
How the
doesn't make
So
any
prop.
so
sense.
so so
But
yeah. So
that doesn't make any sense.
my
Okay,
question
let me
is
share.
in 11 months, from now, when eventually like Trump and Elon have their come to Jesus moment and they're clashing, are you going to go with the person that you trust, which you just said is Elon, or the person you voted for in Trump?
I trust Elon over the status quo, the same old, same old that was in previous. I trust Elon over that. If that answers
So
your
you
question.
trust so you trust the man that said they gave the sign of Heil Hitler. You
Gave the
trust
same.
that
Well,
man.
they said, wait a minute, Sherry. They said that wasn't true. So let's
No,
not even
that's
go
very
down that
true.
one.
I mean, no,
I
you know
know,
what?
but
I mean, it's a way to
You
tell
trust the
yourself
South
that.
Africans.
so
Right,
during the Gilded
exactly.
Age, do you not remember how they were killing the union workers?
Oh yeah, I know the history of the Gilded Age. I know a lot about Andrew
So why
Carnegie. He
would
was a
you
dick
be
bag and all that. Yeah.
so when people say something, but then they put the focus and say, "Oh, we just want to put the power back into the businesses," right? But then you don't look at the full picture of that. Do you not see how detrimental that is? Like you only looking at, oh, this is what they said, as if they're only focusing on that one piece and not all of it.
Yeah, but I know how to take the good from the bad, though. Even though Andrew Carnegie and all of them, I don't like them as what their view on workers were. But I respect some of the things they brought to this country, Westinghouse and all those guys. I don't have to agree with everything,
But
but
but Omar, I get
I
it that
hate
you don't have to
HBO.
agree with everything, but there needs I wonder how do you balance it, right? Because you're in a union, right? And I assume being in a union that you're very pro union. And so I'm curious as to why someone saying they want to go back to the Gilded Age, which was a time of union busting, right? Like they passed laws to prohibit union strikes. They turned violent when union members would strike for better wages. I mean, it was a very oppressive time for unions and union members. And I'm curious as to how do you, as a union member, square that? Not and not even considering like the other stuff. Like as a person in the union, how do you square going back to a time when the country was violently anti-union?
Oh, that's a great question, Dr. AJ. I think it's more like,
Thanks.
I think as their workers' rights on the job, I disagree with Carnegie and those guys. But far as the innovation with Carnegie did for like steel and in the steel industry in Pittsburgh and stuff like that, I give them all his props. So it's
So how
it's a
do you
tough.
separate it? Because one of the consequences of all of that innovation was the abuse of the workers, unsafe conditions, exploitation. So how do you square that?
I think a lot of those guys they were definitely men of their time, and I think over time, the workers won, and I agree with the workers back at that time. And it's hard. It's a hard one, Dr. AG. It's part of Andrew Carnegie. I think he was a dick bag, right? But then it's part something like, okay, you know what? I see what he did to certain communities and helped them and stuff like that. So it's a tough one. It's like life, Dr. AG. I can't agree with everybody, but some people's just dicks. But
So
That's
are
a
you and the
to,
unions so are you and the unions prepared for what could result from this return to the Gilded Age? So are the unions in preparation mode to resist uh, to resist the repression of unions, to resist the rollbacks on uh, all of the benefits and the protections that unions have garnered for their workers over the years? Is there some union organizing around that?
I think if anybody watched Trump's appointee of Secretary of Labor, she's actually one of the most pro-union secretaries of labor any president has picked in the last probably 20 years, right? So I think it was a concession because that was one of the things that the Teamsters Union told Trump. If you don't do nothing for the unions, the common man, because like I said, Trump ran as a populist for the common people, you're not going to get our backing, right? So Trump, according to who he appointed as labor secretary, is very pro-union in that sense, where he got a lot of the union backing. So I think we had a compromise there, Dr. AG, as far as unions. Unions going to be all right.
but I have this question. So, because I think what he did in appointing her, I think that's more about the show than anything else. I think you can appoint her. She's going to be very ineffective from what we see
Well,
right now.
this administration is not for the worker. We even heard, what was that guy's name? I'm bad with names. Steve Miller or something or another. He's already talking about, the automation on crops, even knowing the fact that it's very hard to pick up strawberries with a robot and not squish it to death. But they're already thinking about this, which would eliminate the worker. I don't get it. I just don't get it. I don't know. Is it the fact that you aren't able to hear what they say versus what you see them doing and put those things together? Is that the problem? I
I
I
think he
mean,
doesn't want to believe it. I think he just doesn't want to believe it. I think there's a level of denial in which you have to tell yourself this is going to be all right. I mean, this is magical thinking. It's magical
it's
thinking,
scary. It's not
and the
It's a
magical. It's
idea,
cult.
scary.
It's
and
a
and
cult.
the very idea that you think somehow the Gilded Age was some kind of positive thing, where you see the disparity in the wealth gap. The poor got poorer and the rich got richer. What are we talking about? And then when the depression hit, right? Because it was a depression in the 1870s. Yes, I mean, not Rockefeller, but the Morgans had to step in because because the federal government was getting money from them, so the government wouldn't go broke. And yet we don't see that is not a good thing.
hey, I just want
The term
I just want
itself
I
is
just want
a
everybody to
disparaging
go ahead, bro.
term.
Exactly. Which,
Like,
by the way, Mark
The
Twain
Gilded
actually,
Age.
yeah,
like
yeah,
you're using this term, not realizing that it was meant to disparage the time that Twain was writing about.
yeah,
Right? There's a
Twain, Mark Twain. Mm-hmm.
like, what is going
And and
on? So,
and
What
Omar,
happened?
do you know any of Trump's actions towards union? Because I put something in the chat that has like several bullet points. One of them is during a live conversation on X with Elon Musk. Donald Trump said striking workers should be fired, right? He also packed the court with anti-labor judges. He stacked the National Labor Relations Board with anti-union appointees. I mean, there's so many different actions. Like, do you care about more so what a person says or what a person does?
Like I said, I want everybody to Google Secretary of Labor, Chavez Ramirez, right? Woman, right? Like I said, the most pro-union Secretary of Labor we had in our probably in a generation, right?
That's
I like
false.
actions. Hold on, I like
that
action.
okay,
This is what
that's
he. Hold on,
just
Yeah,
hold on,
the
hold on,
actions,
hold
I can
on,
name
hold
you at
on, hold
least
on.
20
Let him finish.
actions.
Let him finish. Let him finish. I know. I know.
I'm not living in the past. I'm living right now. What he did right now, right? She voted
But
for
you're
the.
talking about the fucking Gilded
No,
Age. Are you
One
serious?
second, Sin. 1 second.
no. What I'm saying is, as unions, right? The Teamsters, the Longshoremen, all these unions that know their stuff way more than me, they promoted Trump because he have a pro-union position as of 2025. That's all I'm saying. I can't go back what he did 40, 50 years ago. That's all I'm saying. Go ahead.
So you want to go to the Gilded Age. Okay, got
Wait,
it.
No, I
wait,
said
No,
wait,
he
put
wait,
wants
the
wait.
he
Let
let's
wants to
put the
go
Sin,
red
back to
Sin.
King
brand on
George
it.
in England.
Okay,
He
Scotty,
likes
I'm
the
gonna come to you.
aristocracy.
Go ahead, Scotty. Go ahead.
No, I'm just saying he wants to be under like royal rule, under King George again,
Mm,
under the French aristocracy. This is what this
mm.
guy wants. The irony is crazy.
I just oh can I just
What?
ask Omar, do you know what the
Wait,
National
wait.
Labor
Before you ask a
Relations Board
question, wait a
is?
minute, wait a minute. Before you
Okay.
ask a question, Sin, those things that you just read off for us, what was that not new, or is that something from the past?
This is his last presidency.
Okay. All right. So that's the reason why he answered in that form. I thought it was something new. Okay, go ahead, second.
Oh, but
Uh,
First Lady, just before you move on, I'm sorry,
Mm-hmm.
but it's from the quote unquote past, but it's still effective because those people are still in a position to
Aha.
right. So it's not
Mm.
the past like that,
It's not the past because it's still part of the present.
right?
Oh. So what do you have to say about that one? You say you can't judge him for the past, but the past is still now. But I'm sorry, I know the answer to this. The
No.
person that he hired to be over the unions is going to make a change. Is that the answer?
Yeah.
Hmm. Okay.
So I think
this Negro saw
that
HBO's TV show,
no, I think that's why
somehow
that's
fell in
what.
love with the images and the white women planning, you know, opera shit, and thinks that he understands the Gilded Age and talks about it in a way as if it were pro worker, pro person, like it is clear you have no idea what you're talking about. Listen, I gotta tell you, don't ever tell anybody you were Afrocentric. Just tell them you've always been pro Trump. Like you just accept the narrative. You're taking. I don't understand. It doesn't make any sense. You cannot be serious, and if you are, God help.
Well, he is serious because before we had a Trumper in here, when when we had some of these conversations and the space was a little lighter, people said, "Oh, I want to hear what they're going to say now." I said, "They're going to say the same thing. They're going to find a way to pivot." And I told you they were going to pivot because they believe in Trump. They believe in him.
And his reference was not to the Gilded Age; it was the Golden Age, is what he said, which is different.
Whoops.
Right,
And
right.
look at them caping for the Gilded
Oh, okay.
Age nonetheless. That's hilarious.
Now I think some people
It's
got MAGA
embarrassing.
twisted. Like MAGA, like I was saying, because people don't update their politics. MAGA got a lot of union votes this year, y'all, and
But
I think
this
we
is
got
the
to
thing,
recognize
though,
that.
Omar. Nobody's not acknowledging that. Just because the union voted for it doesn't mean that the union is going to get what they thought they were going to get, and it doesn't mean that they weren't misled. Like that they voted for it doesn't mean anything.
That's true.
Didn't it already get failed? Like the union worker was appalled because Trump didn't tell him he wasn't going to go ahead with the deal with the outside. What was it, China or something? Another. What was that? The steel. They were trying to get like this business or something going on. That already failed, and the
The,
union
the,
worker.
the sale of U.S. Steel.
Yes,
Hmm.
yes, that
Yep.
was
So
already a fail.
so I have an update because that one quote that I mentioned about Elon Musk conversation with Trump actually happened this year. So this year in August, around August 12th, he said that striking workers should be fired. So Donald Trump said that on a live with Elon Musk.
Well, he said that if in fact they were going to like boycott or anything like that, he gave reference as into why they should be fired, didn't he? He didn't just say they should be fired. He said,
If they strike,
yeah, if they went on
If
strike.
they strike, which they have every right to do.
yeah,
Which they
yeah.
have a right to do if they are protesting. They have a right to strike.
Yeah, but
So I'll
that's
put
the
in the chat.
point you guys don't understand. Trump says, "Fuck your rights." He's already showing that.
Yeah, we understand that, but we're trying to explain to Omar that what he's talking about, the labor secretary and all of that, it doesn't matter because the guy said if y'all exercise y'all union rights, y'all labor rights under labor law, y'all gonna be out of job.
But that's what they voted for. They voted for their rights to be fucked because they want Trump to lead. Don't you guys understand? They believe in him. What he says, it will work. It will go. It will go through. Now it's
Oh,
going to
we
take two
understand
years.
that. We
He said
understand that.
he said on day one it was going to change. But now the time frame has moved to now 2 years. Not even 6 months. These jokers have moved it to 2 years. So
Well,
we are
Yeah,
still
look,
paying.
yeah, I peeped
well,
that for
first
a
lady,
second. He
it did
he moved the
change.
goalpost real quick.
Yes, it did. Yes, it did change day one. But the change is not what they expected. So it did change.
Yeah, no. I'm talking about the change that they were looking for. Let's stay focused.
Oh, now mass deportation started. That was a big thing.
So was that your number one priority?
Yeah, he wanted to get rid of
And my
the
my
country.
top
That
four
was
and
big.
my top,
So what's your number one priority?
Caller, are you there?
Bueller, Bueller.
You taking the fifth, Omar?
Would you like to call a friend? I'll
No,
bring
his
them up.
his his top one was inflation, but he has to concede that. So now he's got to think of
oh,
something
nah,
else.
inflation. That wasn't my big thing. That wasn't my big thing.
What were your top things, Omar?
Of course, the border. I'm a big geopolitical guy, so national security was one of mine. Uh,
Oh, you pinged a friend?
labor,
Don't feel safe in your
la-
Hold
city?
on,
la-
what did Trump run on with national security at a
labor.
geopolitical level?
Come on, man. The Israel going on, all
Okay,
that stuff.
so you were worried about Israel?
No, I'm just saying.
Oh,
I'm a
he
geopolitical
was
guy,
gonna
so
end the war in
He
Ukraine
couldn't be
on
right
day one.
about. He couldn't
The
be
war
right
that
about
he
that.
has, he said he was going to end the war in Ukraine on day one. The war that he has extended funding for.
So you saying inflation and the cost of living was
mass.
not in your top four
Yeah,
at all?
well, inflation probably might land at that fifth, but I know mass deportations.
Mass deportations was fair though. Yeah. Now
Can I
you know
can
you
I
on
just
that
add a
bullshit.
serious note about this deportation, y'all, as somebody outside the country? There is a whole other side to this mass deportation that they are not telling y'all. Families are being separated, being dropped off in other countries. They can't find each other. People are disappearing. I'm hearing that they are preparing to turn Guantanamo into a concentration camp. You know, the way they just blithely say, oh, mass deportation, what you're looking at is the beginning of a genocide. That is exactly what you're going to see. So, if you really want to know what's going on, try to track any of these people who are being deported and see when and if they land somewhere. So, I mean, this is fascist to the core. Not that y'all are surprised, but don't let people like Omar act like this is some kind of great thing. This is causing all kinds of human rights abuses. I'm done.
Today, I'm
1
also
second.
signing an executive order to instruct the Departments of Defense and Homeland Security to begin preparing the 30,000 person migrant facility at Guantanamo Bay. Most people don't even know about it. We have 30,000 beds in Guantanamo to detain the worst criminal illegal aliens threatening the American people. Some of them are so bad we don't even trust the countries to hold them because we don't want them coming back. So we're going to send them out to Guantanamo.
See what I'm saying, First Lady? Like
Indeterminate
Guantanamo.
prison.
Yeah, and Guantanamo, for anybody who's been under a rock, their whole thing is torture, right? And so it's outside of the I'm not exactly sure how it goes, but the whole point of Guantanamo is that they can do things that are illegal in the United States. And so they're just saying, oh, they're the worst.
Mm,
Yeah. So they're just saying, oh, they're the worst of the quote unquote illegals. How so? Are they going to tell you? No. Just
mm.
like they said that people who are undocumented are criminals and illegal, and they just swallowed it with zero evidence of what any individual person did, they're going to do the same thing if they're not already right
Well,
now. People are going to die. They are dying. I'm done.
well, sister, I just want to say playing on their emotional top does not work. Okay? They don't have any emotion towards that. So they have no feelings towards it at all. Having an emotional appeal to them is not, it's not helpful. They don't care because
You're right. You're right.
their guardian leader has advised that these people must go, and that because they're here, you're being held back. So they got to get the people out. And once the people are out, then their pockets will begin to get full again. That is the dream. That is the vision. Don't know how we're going to get there, but as we can see, the pipeline that's being drawn, right? After what is it now, Dr. AG? 13 days? Is it 13 days now? That we've been in office. Is it 13?
Is
Yes,
it?
13
Oh my
days.
God, 13. No,
Okay.
yeah. Oh, Lord.
So just within the 13 days, we've seen this pipeline. Actually, even before that. And I'm just baffled why they aren't able to see it. Or I believe they can see the grayness because obviously they're pushing back the timelines from, the first day he gets in office to now 2 years. So I think they see the gray, but they're not going to admit it, which I said that they wouldn't. So
They may not
And
admit it, and
Marco
I think
Rubio just told the Panamanians if they don't reduce Chinese influence, they're going to suffer serious action.
hmm so yeah, so you know what, Dr. AG, so what we're seeing with this whole idea of the golden age, the Economist wrote an article, maybe it was written a day after he um was sworn into office about um imperialism. So what the article suggested, that what we're seeing is that the American people may have voted for an imperialist president, which we have not seen since 1914, right? With the idea of, you know, the sale of, wanting to buy Panama Canal and Greenland and all those other things. So I think we also have to think outside this whole idea of fascism, because I don't think that language is going to work. I think we're going to have to look at this idea of imperialism and what we are seeing happening in the administration. When we talk about this whole idea of Marco Rubio saying that saying to Panama, if they don't cut back on their trade with China, they are going to suffer. And, and quote unquote, a war. It doesn't necessarily mean a physical war. But what we're seeing, I think what we're seeing is not new.
But I don't understand how there are things that are running. There are things that are running parallel that are in conflict, because I don't see how you can build empire through tariffs. That seems contradictory to me.
Oh, it is contradictory. There's no question
So
about
I
it.
don't see how. Yeah, so I think that Donald Trump is imperious, right? I think he's imperious, but
I agree.
I don't know that I think that he has designs on empire. I don't know, because
Yeah,
this
Dr.
is not,
AP.
and the isolation, like I don't see how that can work. I don't see the logic in it. I don't see the efficacy. Like, I don't know.
It's a long
Even an
game. That's what it
economic
is. Sorry.
empire.
Mhm.
So, I mean, to the Trumpers in the space, right? My question is simply, I'm trying to figure out what is the vision here, because it's a little gray for us, based off of what he ran on. Yes, he's getting these things done, saying, okay, we're going to mass deportation. So we see the raids, things like that. We see that happening. But the other big thing that everybody talked about was the economy, and specifically your groceries and them having high prices. And in the conversations when we talked about inflation was everywhere, and it was because of the strain, the pandemic, he fought back and said, well, he's going to bring it down. And I'm just trying to figure out what do you say now? Because he's telling you now that's not happening. Not only is it not happening, because I'm going to start playing these trade wars. Oh, get ready. Get ready, get ready, get ready. Because if you ain't got the dollar, you won't be able to holla. Hello? Hello,
But it's
somebody.
also more.
So,
But isn't it more
oh,
about the economy, though? Isn't it? And we talked a little bit about this yesterday, about the psychology of voters. So it may not be just material, right? There's an immaterial thing for this, right? This idea of identity in America, because you have to pay attention to how the language Trump was using, right? How do you get people to buy into this?
Sherry,
I mean,
are you still going?
no, I'm done.
Oh, I was gonna say, so I don't know if y'all watch Fox News, but I was watching this morning, and the spin on this is phenomenal. Like these people are out here. So basically, the argument is, there might be some short-term pain for the American public, but we are investing in America's long-term economic future and stability. And I find that to be fascinating, because he's openly admitting that prices are likely to go up, but down the road, we're going to have a more independent nation where we're not as reliant from other countries' imports, and we're going to reshore some of these It's going to take a while, and it's going to, be bumpy along the way. But now it's a nationalist spin to it. And I think that's genius. Like, yes, we are going to prioritize buying American products. We're going to prioritize, domestic manufacturing of things that we buy. And I don't think that's a bad spin to it. I actually was kind of impressed. And I'm also impressed by how quickly these people are moving. Like,
Okay,
I
so
do not recall a president moving this fast like this on these topics.
okay, so wait a minute. Let's stick there with with creating the products within. uh, Correct me if I'm wrong. There's a lot of things that we just don't produce here. That the trade is a reason. There is a necessity. Am I mistaken? They've already built factories to combat that. Is what you're saying, Mother?
No, 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 no. Like the spin of I mean, avocados. Yes, obviously we don't have the climate for it, so we bring them from Mexico. So, but like there are certain things, like for example, like strawberries. When Mexico started bringing strawberries into the U.S. market, it basically destroyed like 80 to 90% of domestic production, right? So I mean, the approach is a mess, right? Just doing it like this, I don't agree with, but the branding of it is genius. I find it to be very well done, you know. So, anyway.
Here's the thing,
Branding
though,
or
and this is
propaganda? That's a
Yeah,
weird take. I'm
you
sorry,
also
bro.
might
well,
be
wait.
just prone to the message, Mother. So
Yes,
think about.
I think he is. Because here's the thing, and let's think about this message, right? This idea that you want to be isolationist, but you still want to be on the world stage. You still want to be you want to be the global leader. So, how does that work? Because that's a contradiction.
I mean,
This is what,
realistic. Oh, I'm sorry. I can't tell. I think I'm in the matrix. You keep cutting out for me. I'm sorry, ma'am.
no, no, that's the question.
Okay. So I actually don't have like the greatest answer to this question because I think it's a valid point, but I also think that for the common blue collar worker that voted for Trump, he's like out there fighting for them. That's wonderful messaging. You know, I think it's well done.
Okay, so Sin, you made I asked the question first, but then you came and you narrowed down the question. Do you believe in what someone says or do you believe in their actions? And I honestly believe because the packaging and the way Trump is able to deliver the message is so compelling that they can't see the actions. That's what I believe. Because all I'm hearing is the regurgitation of, okay, this is what, well, no, he's doing this, he's doing that. And then others are, retracting some of the things that they've said regarding what they were fighting for during the election. Because he said, now I can't make these changes. So now they've found a way to pivot. I'm not going to stop saying that. And you guys can pivot all you want to and say, oh, well, I'm glad that, he's doing everything that I thought he was going to do except for this or that, but ah, y'all got
But
it.
you have to understand this, First Lady. That message is cracked around what the people who are listening to that message believe. They identify with that message. That's why I said this is more than just material. They're identifying with that message because they relate to that message. They believe in that message. It's something that they already believe in.
And I
And so,
believe in
for
believing
Trump,
in people. I think that that's a good thing. But what I'm saying is, do you not see? That's
well,
my
why would you
question. The
see if something that you
actions.
believe in so deeply, you're not going to see it? Your
So,
belief will override that, if that makes sense. Did somebody come off mic?
yeah, I was gonna say, like, I don't know if y'all watch a lot of like these news conferences or whatever, but like every time that I go on Fox News and I'm watching it, there's a consistent, like over the last couple like days, promises made, promises kept, and like various different people. I don't know if they got on the same page to keep using that line across various announcements, but I honestly I kind of remember it, and I think it's effective branding. You know, I don't know.
I'm kind of weirded out. I don't know who you are. It's been a while since I've been here, but like the admiration of lying to people, propagandizing, and essentially cheering on the dismantling of democracy and ushering in a new era of what can only end in slavery for some group of people just makes me kind of side eye you. I don't know who you are. Maybe you're a rebrand, maybe you're new,
Oh
but
no,
you are
this is
weirding me out,
Mother.
bro.
So I mean, you can
Look,
get
he's
emotional, but
consistent.
I voted for Kamala, and everybody fucking knows that, right? I just
It
am
doesn't
not.
matter
I'm.
who
I
you
don't.
voted
I
for.
just am
I don't
not.
care who
Hold
you
on, man.
voted
I'm
for.
just not blind in my. Like y'all are so far in your echo chambers that you cannot think critically about this man because your emotions cover your thought
I'm
processes.
not. I
Well, first of
promise
Yes,
you, I'm
like the
all,
not.
man
I
is not
haven't
gonna
been
put
on the internet for
the
six
man is
months, so
not gonna
don't talk
put
to
you
me
back
about
into
no echo
slavery.
chamber.
Stop being ridiculous. You sound crazy when you say shit like that.
No,
All
you
right.
know what?
Well,
I
Did
will say
somebody say that now? Did somebody say slavery did it right
no.
now?
No one said that. And here's the thing.
Mother, stop adding stuff. You add extra
Right,
And
that's what
here's
X's
she
and
the
said.
thing,
N's.
mother. You know what? Here's the thing that I do know about Trump. Right? Trump is an effective communicator for those that he's listening to. Right? To craft a language in a way that is simple for them. I identify with this. I said this before because you're not listening. So that's the thing. This is the thing. He is crafting a message that the people can identify and they believe in it. And if they are already with the identity of nationalism, it's even more so. It's what they believe in. It is their identity. And the moment that you come up with a different narrative that goes up against that belief, it is going to be difficult for them. It's going to be they're going to hold on to that narrative.
All
Because
right,
if they
so
didn't, if they didn't
breaking
hold
news.
on, yeah, what
Breaking
else do they believe in?
breaking news. And I love you, Matt. So, Rubio presented an ultimatum to the president of Panama regarding the Panama Canal. I think somebody mentioned this earlier. Absent immediately changes regarding Chinese influence. I think it was Chinese. The U.S. will take measures necessary to protect the rights under the treaty. So again, no wars, no wars, no wars, but barking up this tree is definitely going to cause wars. I'm just saying. And mother, listen, I hear you. I'm trying to see it. That's the reason why I'm asking the questions, because I'm a type of person. I feel like if I ask questions and I hear what people are saying, then maybe that will help me, do the math in my head, right? To find a balance. And I'm looking for the balance. But at the same time, when I'm hearing the answers and the response, it's not it's not giving me what I need. I'm confused because you're making a statement. Well, I think he's doing great because he did it fast, and yeah, because he's not following the law. Like Congress is supposed to handle a lot of these things. This is supposed to be going for law changes, but instead he's getting these executive orders together and using that power. And I mean, which is obviously something different, but he can obviously do it. I don't think people are in agreement with that.
I do think that there is an argument to be had of if the government, if the president should have this expansive power to transform significant sectors of the economy. I don't, I mean, that's going to be up to the courts. Someone's going to have to file a lawsuit, right? Like, I don't know. I think we're pushing the limits. I think that's valid. But I'm eating a salad, so give me 1 second. I'll be right back.
All right, eat on. Well,
Take
I
your
hear you
time.
saying that it's too early to evaluate. But if you have if you're a visionary and you can see things and how things are going, and it looks like more of a regression versus a progression, I would rather try to stop the bleeding before I bleed out. Okay, I know I got to cut. It's to clip my artery, and I need to stop the bleeding. And that's what I see coming about based off of these executive orders.
First Lady, I'm in agreement with Mother.
Hey, Trent.
Hey,
Oh
baby.
shit.
Happy
Well,
Sunday, Trent. How are you?
shit, I didn't have enough to drink last night, so I'm gonna go drink some more. But I'm in agreement with Mother.
Okay.
I'm in agreement. Actually, I'm going to the gym. But while I find Trump detestable as a terrible leader, the way he speaks and the people that he surrounds himself with, some of the measures that are being taken are to protect, especially working class jobs. Like I've told you this over and over again. Some of these things needed to happen in order to protect working class jobs. The more
Okay.
labor that you have, the more labor that you have. right? When you have expansive amounts of labor, it's actually good for corporations because we can lower what we pay. More labor you have,
Absolutely.
the lower the wages you have. And I'm going to use people are going to say this is anecdotal, but it
So
I
wait a minute. Look, because
good.
let's stick with the wages situation. So how is that being achieved? Tell me there. Help me understand how is that is being achieved because they're deporting the people. So now people need to get a job. Like, help me connect the dots. I understand that. I don't quite understand.
Deportation shrinks labor force. Shrinking labor force causes rise in wage. It's not that people won't pick strawberries. It's that they don't want what you'll pay them. They don't want what you'll pay them to pick
But
strawberries,
how are
right?
you going to do that in an environment where unemployment's already at record lows?
It's
This is the
actually so.
problem. How does
MJ,
that
you know
work in
what?
an
That's
environment
what
where
I was gonna
everybody's
say.
already at work?
Wait a minute. One
Babe,
time. One
hold
at
Should
a
on,
should
time.
no,
people
hold
be
on,
paid to stand in
hold
the
on.
heat
I'm
and
gonna say
pick
something.
One
strawberries?
at a
How much
time.
should they
One
be
at a
paid?
time.
Seventy
One at a
thousand
Okay,
time.
dollars?
One at a
MJ,
time. One at a time. One at a
MJ,
time. One at a time.
I was gonna say you're gonna say this is anecdotal, but I was just in New Orleans, and when I was with Nissan, Nissan was New Orleans was my territory. And one thing I noticed about New Orleans because I travel a lot, all the uh, um maid staff, right, was African American. It was one of the few cities that I would still go to, other than like DC, and I would notice that the maid staff, a lot of the staff was
All right.
African American. Here, I'm gonna get to you why I'm telling you this because y'all actually made me look it up
Okay,
yesterday
babe. Go
when
ahead.
y'all were
Go ahead. Go
talking.
ahead.
I'm gonna get to it.
All
And
right.
so I just went in this ice storm. I just went, and one thing I noticed, a lot of the maid staff they were speaking Spanish, and they were because I speak a little Spanish. I was they were talking in the elevator, and I started talking to them, and they were like, well Espanol. I said, yeah, where you from? And one was from Honduras, and I can't remember where the other one was from. And so they started talking. They went on clean the rooms. And so when you guys were talking yesterday, I was like, damn, I was like, why the sudden switch? You know what I mean? Because I that was one thing I noticed about New Orleans. I looked at black unemployment in New Orleans, just New Orleans, 10.1%. In
How much percent?
10.1%,
10%.
10.1%.
Okay, 10%.
Hispanic unemployment is 4.7%, 4.8%, somewhere around there. Uh, I think white unemployment is 5.6%. So unemployment rate is still low overall, Louisiana, da da da. But but I and thinking, listen, I didn't know. I don't know how long now. Let's not indict anybody. I don't know how long these people have been here. I don't know. I don't know anything. I didn't ask any further questions. I didn't ask any further questions. But what people are feeling, to Mother's point, is that they are feeling that their working class, some working class jobs are being replaced by other labor. I have to give some credence just looking at those metrics that
Okay.
is likely true.
Okay. So,
But
have you
hold on.
ever
If
wait,
that
wait,
was
what,
the
what,
if that
wait,
was the
chill out,
case, it
chill out,
wouldn't be
chill
that way.
out,
But go ahead.
chill out,
Go ahead.
chill. One second. Um, so have you ever thought that perhaps maybe, just maybe, black people have rose to a different level of jobs and it got into other things outside of just being a maid?
Mm,
Did that ever
I,
cross your
I know.
mind?
Yeah, I know what you're
Great
saying.
question.
I know what I'm saying. I know what you're saying. But then the black unemployment rate wouldn't be 10.1%, right?
But
And
maybe
It's
so
the
not. You're just
10%.
talking about one city that had a hurricane when, like 5 minutes ago. This guy's
what are you
full of
talking about?
shit.
Wait, sister. One
What are you
second.
talking about, Sherry?
But wait, but that was sister. So wait a minute.
What's she talking about a hurricane? What is she
I'm
talking
trying to
about
stay
though?
focused. I'm
Let
trying to
her
stay
finish.
focused. I'm trying to stay focused. So, okay, in that 10% that you're talking about that's unemployed, could those people have lost jobs because their current company went out of business and they haven't been able to find work that actually replaces it. So you're suggesting that someone who used to be, let's say, a business analyst making 80K a year, they lose their job because contracts have disappeared, that they should go and become maids, but they can't become maids
No, no,
because
no,
you
no, no,
feel as
brother.
though that the population of those that are immigrants are at 4%. So they need
No,
to
no,
lessen their
I'm not
ability.
talking about.
Okay.
I'm not talking about people with analyst jobs. I'm talking about the working class. To what Mother was talking about, the people who Trump speaks to, and we just what I would caution
But
you in
how do you know
ignoring.
that the 10% is just working class?
I
What
you're
business
right.
analyst isn't a working class? What
You're
I don't
right.
understand.
You're right. I don't. You're right. I do not because I haven't dug into the numbers that deep. You're
Mm,
right. I don't.
okay.
But we hear, right, we have to take what we hear when we hear people in the working class talking about a, and this is why this is why Republicans for so long wanted cheap labor from South America, is because it could lower the wage costs. You got to remember, this was a, the Bushes and the
Okay.
people in the Midwest was the Koch brothers. They
Mm-hmm.
used this through the 90s and the early 2000s effectively to essentially pay underwage labor because they had a free labor force almost, right? That could run their pig farms and all, and they use that effectively. And there are some companies, right, that want a cheaper labor force because they know Americans are going to demand, right? Somebody that's been here a while is going to demand, 16, 17, $18 an hour, but somebody who's just gotten here gonna be good with 12. I mean, that's just how
Okay.
things work. So I'm just saying,
So,
telling y'all
so your
before you just
your
dismiss everything,
suggestion,
look at it.
okay, okay. So now that I've given you another scenario, I just want you to be able to take that and put that into your thoughts, right? Maybe not for now, but for later, because a lot of times when people make these blanket statements and they say working class, what have you, they're only thinking of people who they think are uneducated, and they're only thinking from that particular perspective, but there's
No,
so many other
it's not just
perspectives
working.
out there.
It's
Well, one
working
second,
class
Trent. I
carpenters,
let you finish, babe. I didn't
electricians.
interrupt you. I didn't interrupt you. I didn't. And I wanted to, but I didn't. I listened to your whole train of thought, right? And I've also had others, steer away from disrupting your train of thought. So please don't do that to me, because now I'm continuously talking because I'm trying to figure out my way back. Um, but what I hear happening, I just said for you to stick that there in your thoughts. But what I'm thinking I'm hearing you say is because people don't want to be maids because of the fact that they're hiring immigrants at $3 an hour, whereas then they would have to hire someone at minimum wage. What is minimum wage? Is it $7? $10? What is minimum wage? I don't even know.
750.
Oh, God, Darren, it's still 750. So throughout the presidencies, I haven't heard. I mean, when somebody was trying to push for raising minimum wage, I don't think that actually got passed. So now we're going to take away the immigrants and then force the people, the working class, to get back and do it at minimum wage through force, because that's
No,
pretty much what's going to happen if you deport
no.
them and we don't have it, and then people do go and start getting work because they can't get benefits, SNAP, or anything else. Then they got to go to these jobs and work for minimum wage at
Let me
seven.
say one more thing. One dumb
And I
racist
stand
thing we
corrected. It's
keep.
not
Hold
750.
on.
It's 725.
So, yeah, I think
Okay.
725. But anyway, one dumb, and of course, some states have higher minimum wages than the federal minimum wage. But one dumb, racist thing that we keep repeating is that the people coming across here are unskilled and have no skills. Completely untrue. A lot of them are very skilled, very skilled. They're excellent carpenters, electricians, plumbers. Okay, they are not completely unskilled, dumb, backwards people. So we need to stop saying that.
I know,
Anyway,
I know. I didn't say that. I don't know what you're
no,
talking about.
I know
Who
you
said
didn't say
that?
that. I know you didn't say that. But one of the things that I keep, oh, these are, they're just strawberry pickers. That's not true. Not true. Anyway, y'all can keep having the discussion. Y'all have a good one.
Okay.
Why does Trent need to make
Yeah,
an argument
First
nobody made?
Lady,
It's
He'll be
okay.
back.
It's okay.
First
It's okay.
Lady,
It's
He'll
you
be
okay.
are
back.
absolutely on the right track. Okay, so when they say that these jobs are quote unquote black jobs,
Mm-hmm.
and they repeal every protection against discriminating against you in the workplace,
Mm-hmm.
when they, take off the muzzle of racists to make it more difficult for you to get and find work in a safe manner, your choice, and even things like housing becomes a problem.
Mm-hmm.
And if you become homeless, you can be arrested and put in jail and
Mm.
brought into slave labor. It's not really a stretch to figure out what the play is. The fact that there are millions and millions of jobs that white people hold, which black people should have had a fair chance at getting from
Mm-hmm.
day one, is never a part of the conversation of people like this. And that
Mm-hmm.
is what is so awful. We've got to make sure that we don't allow them to frame the narrative and work within their frame. What they are talking about is warfare that's racial and class.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And so you're either going to be forced out of a job or your kids won't get one in the first place. And their choice will be to take whatever they can with no workers' rights, not earning enough money to live on their own, get married, have a kid. They will be staying with you or end up picking those strawberries as prison slaves.
Mm-hmm.
And the thing is, folks have been saying this for 8 years now, and absolutely nobody's been listening. And now it's here. So I just don't know what to tell y'all other than get your kids to go to school overseas so at least they have a shot at having a real career. I'm done.
Thank you. Is there another somebody else wanted to get in there?
I'll just tell you, we're trying to protect union jobs with a lot of this stuff that we're pushing against China. And I know it's hard to understand, but there are a lot of American companies that are for this because we're trying to protect the American worker. And it's difficult and it's political, and I don't like every single thing that's been said about it, but that's the pushback on China.
Wait, who's
I'm
trying to
sorry,
save the American
Trent.
worker?
I'm sorry, Trent. Can you show me one economist that shows that Trump's policies, whether it is immigration, tariffs, together or separate, contribute to protection of American worker? Uh, probably you can dig up one, but can you find me one well-respected
Yeah, Joe Biden.
economist? Who?
Joe Biden. Joe Biden. Why do you
What?
think
He
he
What
didn't
has?
introduced
ask
tariffs?
for Joe Biden. He
One
asked for an
No, no, no.
economist.
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Let's
I
go with Joe
mean,
Biden.
Joe Biden's
How are
economist. That's why we increased the tariffs from 2018,
Trent?
Bubba.
Trent, let me finish. Okay, increase of tariffs. I said Trump's policies as it relates to tariffs or immigration, right? Biden's tariffs were specific to a certain industry designed to protect in case of
Which
CHIPS
one?
Act, right?
For
What?
John to design
Chip,
protect which
that's it.
industry?
Stop
Okay,
interrupting, Trent.
Huh?
Trump's tariff are
No, no, no.
qualitatively and
Biden's tariffs.
quantitative. Okay,
What were
I'm giving.
Biden's tariffs to protect?
What has Biden
Trying to change
tariffs
the
to do
subject.
with Trump's tariffs? They
Because they
are
were the same damn tariffs.
qualitatively
He doesn't. I don't know, Philip. I know
just
you know this. You're a smart person. They were to
Trent.
protect the auto
All right,
industry.
y'all was doing good. No
Trent.
need to talk over one another. Let
Okay,
Philip finish
so
and then you answer. Go ahead, Philip.
thank you. Okay. Biden's tariffs are qualitatively different from Trump's tariffs, right? Because Trump's tariffs are not designed to protect a specific industry. There are almost close to blanket tariffs on a few different countries, right? So when we discuss tariffs, we cannot just discuss all tariffs throughout history, right? We can do an analysis of Biden's tariff and how it cycled through the economy, right? So I need you to explain to me how, let's say, Trump's tariffs that he imposed already, right? And maybe the ones that he's gonna already said he's gonna impose on European Union is gonna contribute, right, to protection, as you yourself said, of American workers. Gesturing to Biden's tariffs
Yeah. So
is
look,
not
so
an
Biden.
answer.
Are you done? So Biden
Yes.
increased Trump's tariff. Trump. Biden
Jesus Christ.
increased the tariffs that Trump had in place on steel to protect our industry from China, right? Because Japan's trying to buy our last steel company and take it over. And some people, both on both sides of the Congress, are going to allow that to happen. Dumbest thing that we can do. So we're trying to protect those jobs. On the other side, Biden also increased the EV tariffs to I think 200%, and that is to protect your automotive sector that China is silently taking over across the world. This is why Nissan is going out of business. By the way, China, who is the largest car market, is blocking American companies. Like it's not well known, but they're forcing General Motors and Ford out of China, which is now a 23 million unit market, soon to be a 30 million
Trent, I
unit a
don't
year
want to
market.
interrupt. Can you
I know.
get to the
No,
question?
I'm gonna get to the point.
Yeah.
They're. Hold on. I'll come back. Hang on.
Hold on. And am I
Patrick.
wrong? Is Nissan
All right, I'm back.
merging with
So
Honda?
Let's not do auto. Sorry,
Yes,
brother.
no,
they're
no,
doing
no.
a
I mean,
corporate
because
merger.
the
I
Nissan
know
story.
this is the only
The
one who
Nissan
knows.
story
We're
is.
not talking about auto. I'm sorry,
I
Trent.
know you're not
You're
talking about auto,
shifting the
but we're
conversation.
one of the biggest. We are one of the biggest
That doesn't
employers
matter.
and retailers. What do you mean it doesn't matter?
Trent,
What do you think the chips are
I'm
for? What do you
gonna
think the chips
I'm
and the
gonna
steel and the
ask
aluminum are for?
Jesus Christ. I'm gonna ask
No,
the
I'm
question
serious.
again. I'm
I'm
gonna ask
no,
the
I'm trying
question
to. I'm
again.
answering your question.
You're
Some
not
of these tariffs. Listen, I'm not defending. I can't defend tariffs on maple syrup. Don't make any fucking sense to me. Okay, I didn't say I
how
liked
about
everything Trump
oil?
was doing, but what I'm
How about
uh,
energy?
oil is actually good. That's actually good for Texas because it increases
Yeah.
production. That can increases but production on the Texas shale, right? Instead of taking the oil sands shale that they're producing up there in China. Same reason that Biden killed the Keystone Pipeline. It's actually the same damn thing,
Trent, we're
right?
talking about economy, not somebody in
Yeah,
Texas, what
I
somebody's
get
good
it.
into.
I get it.
No,
But the
Jesus.
oil is not going to be a big won't be a big deal for us. I really
So an
don't think so.
increase in
Are you
oil,
serious?
what? Are you,
No, it's
what?
not because our production down here has slowed down because of where it's. I don't even want to go into that. We're okay on the oil thing. I don't agree with all of
Trent, we're
Trump's
talking about
tariffs.
economy,
Okay, Philip, Philip,
macro,
Philip,
yes, not
macro,
specific
macro,
sectors. Mhm.
macro, protecting ourselves from China and what they are building because they subsidize our labor force protects your jobs, especially working class jobs. That's all I can tell you.
How? You're making a statement, and I'm not talking
Because if
only
China
about
fucking if
China. I'm
China
not,
if China starts
let me
making
finish.
if we allow China in, right, and
Okay,
start selling cars at 25,000
we're not
and
talking
and
about
puts and
cars.
puts your American manufacturers out of business, what happens to all those workers in Indiana and Ohio and Michigan that build your cars? What happens to those
Trent,
manufacturing bases?
you are taking what I'm saying and then using, right, one sector. I'm talking about blanket tariffs. I'm for the Biden tariffs, right? I have no problem with general idea of tariffs. We're not talking about general uh, tariffs that are designed to protect an industry. I'm trying to ask you a question that the tariffs imposed on Canada, on Mexico, right? And upcoming ones on the EU and to lesser extent on China because it's just a small one, right? Uh, can you explain to me which industry specifically are they protecting and
Mexico,
how,
China uses
right?
Mexico to push their
Let me
goods
finish.
to get around.
Let
My
me
man, listen.
finish my
I'm
question.
gonna make it real simple. China uses Mexico to push
Trent,
their
now
goods
you
in.
know that's not nice. Now I'm come on, let him
I
finish. He wasn't finished. He simply said, "I'm not finished." Let him finish, and then
go
you
ahead,
can
finish.
answer. Go ahead, Philip.
No, it's okay. Try and pick it up from there.
All right. Yeah, China uses Mexico to push their goods up through here, right? I live in McAllen. It's on the Mexican border. You should look it up, right? So this is where the international port is. We got Samsung down here. We have Whirlpool, right? They bring the goods through Mexico to get around the tariff that is already on the goods, and they push them up through Mexico.
They assemble them in a warehouse right right here on the border, and they ship them to you. It's fucking nuts. But that's how Mexico has gotten around the tariffs. Getting ready to do the same thing with cars, right? And so what some of this is trying to do, again, I don't agree with everything that's going on. Some of this is trying to do is even the playing field, because China is eating our fucking lunch in manufacturing, and we have
Trent,
to
I'm
even
gonna
the
ask
playing field.
le-
Hold on, baby.
for
Hold on,
yeah.
baby. And let me just tell you, the other side of this is AI is coming,
Oh
and people
Jesus
on both
Christ.
sides of the aisle, from Mark
Philip, you
Cuban,
gotta learn to fight
listen,
back.
listen, from Mark Cuban to Elon Musk, AI is going to take away significant jobs. I know you guys don't believe this. I'm just telling you. I know for a
Everybody
fact it's
knows
already
that,
happening.
Trent.
Trent,
Yeah,
I'm
and
sorry.
so
Can we
and
focus
so
for the
what we're
last
gonna
time?
have to
For
do,
the last
yeah.
time. This
but-
for the last
So
time.
hey, listen,
I'm
you for the last time.
Ooh.
oh,
What they are
Jesus.
trying to do, what they are
I asked
trying
you
It's
to
not
do
how
Trent being
is
a
would
bully.
protect.
tariffs
Dude, you were talking
increase
crazy right now.
manufacturing in the United States. You're talking
He,
about AI. What the fuck is happening?
Oof.
Can you
if you
focus on
don't
the
understand AI,
conversation?
because if you don't understand the AI
Everybody fucking
conversation,
understands
you don't understand
AI is gonna
manufacturing.
take the job. Like, stop it, Trent. And if you say one more time that you live on the border, I'm gonna fucking go to the border and fuck your ass up.
Ooh.
Stop
Come
saying
on
You
down.
might
everybody
like
knows
that.
that you live on the fucking border. You don't have to fucking say it every 5 fucking minutes.
I want to say something, but you know what?
Wait a minute,
The
wait a
Y'all,
minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. We had a
but
dialogue between Philip and Trent. Is it done?
one last
All
time,
I'm going to
please.
say is, look,
Trent, 1 second.
there
I'm
are
asking you
things that
in
are
a good
coming.
faith.
Go
I'm
ahead, Philip.
asking you in a good
God,
faith
everybody knows
to
AI is fucking coming. Go ahead, Philip. I'm sorry.
yeah. I'm asking you in a good faith about specific policies that Trump is implementing, right? I need you to, if you can, explain to me how the specific tariffs that he imposed will increase American employment. This is unrelated to AI. The I need you to explain the mechanics of it, right? Is how is it gonna? Why would companies extend their labor pools, right? Why would they invest more in labor and hire more people because of the Trump's decisions in an environment that because of those tariffs now they have to pay 25%,
Mm-hmm.
10% to the government in import taxes. So
So
why would in an
I'll give you an
environment where they
example.
are squeezed by extra taxation, right? They would decide, the management of the companies, they would decide to hire more people. So I would like you
Let me
to explain
let me
that.
give you one example that I know of, because I just talked to one of my friends that's a home builder in Houston.
No, no,
For making
please don't.
no, listen,
Oh,
no,
for
baby, no,
fuck's
listen.
sake.
I
No,
listen.
an
No,
Hold on,
anecdote
I'm
hold
gonna.
on,
does
hold
not
on, hold
work
on,
in this
hold on, hold on, hold
conversation.
on,
You
hold on.
can't just stop me because
Trent,
I'm gonna.
hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, Trent.
What's
Okay,
up?
he's telling you he wants a general answer. He
And
doesn't
I'm
want
gonna
you
give
to
you one.
focus. Hold on, hold on, hold on. Stop talking while I'm talking. He wants you to not name a specific sector. So he wants you to say employers are going to compensate, employers are going to accommodate the cost for the tariffs by reducing executive pay. Like he wants an answer like that. He doesn't want you
That
to take him to automotive or home building. He wants a
that's
general answer.
they're not gonna reduce executive
A
pay.
macro
I
level
That
was
answer, a
that
making
macro
that
level
so
up,
what they're
question.
gonna do.
buffoon.
He
So
wants
I
a
was
macro
giving
lumber.
an
level answer
example.
to a macro
Stop
Yeah.
level
So what's
talking,
gonna.
question.
MJ. I was
So
giving an
here's.
example of a generality. He wants a
I'm gonna.
generality. Now, if
I'm gonna.
you mention a sector, I'm going to mute
I,
you because you're not answering the question.
I don't. It is, but I'm giving you. I have to talk. It's the lumber sector and what they're
We
doing.
oh, okay, see, you taking me to play with.
He
He
can't
doesn't
answer that
want a
question.
sector. He wants a
I,
general
He can't.
answer.
He can't answer that
companies are
question
moving.
because
They're moving.
professionals can't
Alex,
answer
who's
that
talking to
question.
you?
Ma'am, I'm just trying to. Okay, so they are moving their Canada buy from Canada to U.S. buy. That is what's happening actively. So yes, it's creating U.S. jobs and opportunity.
What does that even mean? Like,
Well, if I can't talk about the
Right.
sector, then I can't tell you. I
oh,
just so
the
a friend of mine.
sentence you said,
You're
what
basically
I'll
does,
saying
drop
you
it in the
can't
chat.
speak macroeconomics. So just hush when people are
It
talking
is
about macroeconomics.
macroeconomics. What they're doing is they usually they do buy from Canada and lumber, and what they're doing is they're
That is
moving
not
their
macro,
buy.
buddy.
That is macro. Lumber is huge. It's a huge
It
sector. They're
is
moving their
not.
buy
Just because
from
something is big does not mean it's macro. Do you know what macro means?
yeah, ma'am. Yes, I definitely know macroeconomics.
All
So
right,
they're
then
moving
stick
their
to
buy.
the same
They're buying
forum.
from. Okay, so anyway, they're buying from American lumber companies. Yes, that's what's happening right now.
There he goes again, y'all.
I rest my case.
Oh my God. Okay, lumber specifically. Let's do your lumber. So they're gonna shift, and before the tariffs, it was less. I assumed, right? Before the tariffs, it it was cheaper to do this from Canada, right? Than do it in the United States, correct? And that now that there is a 25 tariffs, it's cheaper to buy it from United States. Is that what you're saying? And because it's cheaper to buy from United States, the lumber companies in the United States would invest in the labor. I'm making your argument for you, right? Invest in the labor capacity and hire lumbermen and whatever, etc. And that's going to create American employment, right? Is that what you're saying, Trent?
Look at Beaver Maxwell's comment in the chat.
Trent.
Yes,
Okay.
yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. Look at his comment
Okay.
that he just put. That's what's happening.
I can't do the conversation and sorry. Okay, if that's what you're saying,
Two
Trent.
Canadian food companies are moving to the U.S. to avoid the tariffs. That's what's happening. Instead of these companies
Uh-huh.
offshoring, right, offshoring the jobs into cheaper labor markets like Mexico, they'll move operations back to the U.S., which should have already always happened.
Okay, so in an environment of maximum employment, right, this would be qualified as unproductive investment, while it will create a hiring in this particular sector, the one that you're talking about, right? Because it is done through that 25% tariff, right? That is going to create a balance, right, from some other sector of the economy, right, where uh, people in an environment of maximum employment, right, you're going to point people to an unproductive sector, right?
What you have to understand is that China subsidizes its labor
No,
force,
this is
and
unrelated to China. We're talking
it
about
is
lumber. Your
but
own
that's what the
example. We're
tariffs are
talking
for.
about
So if you don't,
lumber. This is
yeah,
what China has to do with domestic lumber in the United States. We're talking domestic decisions about reorientation due to the tariffs, right? Now you created jobs in the lumber sector, which are unproductive for the rest of the economy because they are sustained by that choice of not paying 25% tariffs, which means productive sectors of the economy, right, will lose employment in a macro setting. This is not general to lumber at this point, right? The lumber setting would be a sector would be a parasite of the rest of the economy because it's unproductive investment, which in general, right, on a macroeconomic scale, this is I'm using lumber as an example, right, would seep economic forces, right, productive economic forces into unproductive sectors. This is basic tariff 101. This is why countries have advantages in the case of a free trade. A country that can do lumber easily should do lumber, and a country that can do other stuff should do that other stuff, right? This is why
yeah,
on a
I'm in agreement with you on that. So hey, hold on, Phil.
one
I,
second, let me finish. While you can create extra employment in that specific sector, is going to parasitize, especially in the full employment, on other sectors. On net, you're going to lose jobs because all of this stuff is unproductive.
we're boring the shit out of everybody. I agree with some of what you're saying, but I would like to see it flesh out before we just say you're going to lose jobs because I don't
This
think
is
that's
why
what's
I
going to
was
happen.
asking for you for a study by an economist that fleshes this out, that says,
Well,
right,
you don't
that it's
need
going to
one.
increase
Why do you think
increase employment.
That's why Biden increased the
Biden
tariffs.
has
That's
Biden's
why Biden
tariffs.
increased the tariffs to protect our auto industry and steel industry. That is
Trent,
exactly why
one
he did it.
tariff. Trent, one tariff policy is different from other tariffs policy. When economists analyze tariffs, they don't analyze all the tariffs together. One tariff policy is very different from another tariff policy. So if I asked you about the Biden's auto industry, I could find those studies myself and defend them. I think they were not that bad, right? I'm asking about Trump's policies. Just because somebody else did a different tariff and that tariff is good, this is basic logic. Because two things are tariffs and one tariff is good doesn't mean the other tariff is good.
Yeah, man, I'm not going to sit here and defend Trump's policy because I can't even figure it out
But then
myself.
why are you talking?
But you were though.
I all I said is that some tariffs and a lot of this is for protection against China, who is cheating and subsidizing its labor to take away your jobs. That is what's happening. There's a lady that's in here named Sandra who works for General Motors, and they've talked about it. So it's not just me that's telling you about this. There are a lot of us that recognize that the dangers that China presents to your job market.
Yeah, but the original argument was you agreeing with Mother. That's how you and I got a chance to start talking.
My original argument was also that yes, when you have an unfettered labor source into when you have when you have extreme immigration, yes, you lower the wage ability. What's I'm trying to not use economic terms so I don't sound stupid, but basically, when you have more people, we can pay them less, right? We all know that, right? So when they're higher, so when there are more people and there are more people to choose from that will work for less, we can lower the wage. And for the work, especially at the working class, it often doesn't work out for those individuals the most. So that's all I'm saying. You guys should think about that. There are people legitimately that are looking at this and saying this is not good for Americans to have excessive amounts of immigration because it hurts our labor force and wages that we can pay.
But
That's
that's where I got
incorrect.
Okay,
mixed
Okay.
up
so
trying to figure out,
Okay.
so when is the minimum wage going to go up? I mean,
it won't, Miss First Lady. And the
okay.
thing is, when we had slavery, right, we weren't paid anything, and there wasn't like this huge glut of immigration. So a lot of the stuff that people say like sounds truthy, but it's actually a bunch of bullshit. Right now, we have industries, many of them, that have record-breaking profits.
Mhm.
Okay, record breaking profits. So the issue isn't that they can't afford to pay you more. It isn't even that they can't afford to hire more. It's because they are taking more than the share that the social contract was made between labor and management. Because over the course of however many decades, they have been eroding the labor power in this country. That is the issue. And so the way they continually frame it, and you all need to start looking for this, is that the issue is the workers. And it's not, and it hasn't been for a very long time. Okay. So this idea that suddenly you're going to get paid more if there are less people here is damn ridiculous. That would only be true if the labor power was increasing in this country, which it is not. In fact, the misnomer right to work is a Republican thing, and what that really means is they can fire you for any goddamn reason. They are now removing all of the protections that you have, and there's not that many to be honest, in terms of your own employment. They are not raising minimum wage. So this nonsense. And here's the kicker. This is what I really enjoy. A whole lot of Black people in this country started their own business and got government contracts. And that is how they got themselves out of generational poverty. And all that's gone too. But yeah, they are going to ignore all of that and tell you that people who are coming here for whatever reason are the reasons why the labor is depressed. Not true. Never been true. It's a goddamn lie. Stop allowing them to frame the conversation. I'm done.
I'm glad somebody keeping it real finally, bro. Thank you, sister. Start keeping it blood raw in this room. We need more of this.
Mm.
Shout
So
out to Black Love.
during this discussion, I heard something about union and how someone was wanted the union strong because that means there is a strong labor force. The group that is interested in profits are not interested in union because unions are collective bargains. Collective bargain forces them to pay them a certain amount of wages and forces them into specific agreements. They do not want that. They want you as you are, they want to fire you as they want, and they want to pay you whatever they want.
Thank you.
If they care, the minimum wage will increase. For as long as
Thank you.
it does not increase and there are no rules on workers' rights protection, equity, equality, and your access to all of these resources, it's not that time. This is totally different. This is totally different. And even when we talk about all those jobs that have gone overseas, these are the same companies that are also paying the largest amount of campaign finance
Thank
to the
you.
current leadership,
Thank you.
whose stock are all going on high because they are able to save when they pay low wages. I don't know. I feel some of us are
Can,
still stuck
can,
in some hole somewhere and refuse to see the reality.
can I add something to your comment?
Yeah, go on.
Oh, it's a repeat of history. We went through this in the 50s, 60s, and 70s when they started shipping companies to other countries. Why? To bring down their costs. This is the same concept. The only thing is now they're trying to say, oh, you know what? Let's get rid of the immigrants. Why? Because you know what? That's cheap labor. That's what it is. Now, we can't make as much profit as they are, so they're trying to keep the people here to do it. The people here are not going to do it because they require more money. They're educated, they went to high school, they have some level of education. So they are fighting that and they prefer to send it overseas to make a profit. You're worried about China. You're not even looking at India. India is producing new cars, new technology. Shoot, they're trying to send up satellites in space. And you're not even looking at Africa. Africa right now is booming. Why? They realize instead of me killing you for a piece of land, let me start making money. Let me start using more technology. Let me start building apartment buildings and luxury apartments so I could have more money. It's a whole thing right now. So it's repeating history to the point, even economists, like the gentleman said, oh, economists could not explain it. Yes, those who are professionals who know the economy left and right, doctorate degrees, cannot explain this man's economic views. To the point they said it, 8 out of 10 or 9 out of 10 said that is bad for the country. PhD, doctorates, high education. So what does that show you? The guy, tariffs, fine for certain sectors. You want to keep it in the country. I understand that. Why? Because you don't want to import so much from other countries when you could do it yourself. Not a problem. However, the gasoline and all those natural goods that we have, a lot of presidents don't want to use all of it. Why? Because other countries, if we could buy it from other countries and hold on to what we have, that is a good thing. So we don't have to pay higher prices when they start having problems overseas. We have our own. But you know what? If we think we have unlimited reserves of certain products, then you know what? That's not going to work because when we do run out, and we are, because we know Mother Earth is not plentiful like it used to be, we have to buy from overseas. And you know what? If they want to act unhostile economically and say, you know what, we're going to charge you double the price, we will have to take it. So America, we all know, has different areas, different services, different attributes. What they're doing is they're trying to control all of it and really, I'm not going to say destroy, but make things more complicated.
Canada and Mexico, two of our biggest allies. Like Trudeau said, we went to war with these people. We fought together. How the hell you gonna screw us over when we work together? It's like you telling your best friend, "Hey, by the way, f you, I'm gonna screw you over when you need help." That is not how we do things. And Canada, out of all people, Canada's right there. We wanted to build a pipeline in the middle of the country just so we could save some money. So now, if we would have had that, what would Canada have done? They could have shut off the pipeline and say, "Screw you." And then what? We go to war with Canada? It makes no sense. And all this, what is doing, is just making everything complicated for everyone. I hope we don't need any help from other countries for any product or any virus or anything. Because if some other country has that and Mr. Orange got upset that country, we are screwed.
Yo, I hope you guys can hear me. I am in the gym and I am exercising as we speak. But people just don't understand the history of labor in this country. People don't understand the impact of the Bolshevik Revolution from 1917 to 2020 to 1923 on Roosevelt policy, on the Wagner Act that we were talking about earlier this week, National Labor Relations Act, right? These things changed and gave concessions to labor in the United States of America, right? The
Mm-hmm.
Bolshevik Revolution put pressure, real pressure on U.S. politicians, especially when 6 years later we had a Great Depression, right? The crash of 29, right? And people couldn't eat, right? 6 years later, Roosevelt passes these acts because he didn't want fucking people killing each other out in the streets, right? Over, over, over being able to feed themselves. He had to make these concessions, even though they were considered leftist, communist, what have you. Now we're in a position in which right to work is the rule of law everywhere, right? Well, not everywhere, but in many states. And they want to nationalize it. They want to make it impossible for people to collectively bargain, right? This is the real resistance to corporations putting downward pressure on wages and leveraging immigration in a way that's going to keep wages down. So when I talk about unions and I talk about people making unions all inclusive regardless of immigration status, so that there is no way that corporations can leverage even undocumented immigrants to lower your wages, people think I'm talking crazy. This shit is
Yeah,
already
that's
on the
crazy.
books. There are people, number one, there are plenty of unions that already include undocumented immigrants
That's
within their
right.
unions. There are plenty of unions right now that have no conditions relative to your immigration status as to what your membership, the possibilities of your membership would be, right? Not only that, there was a Hoffman decision in like 2002 that basically said that undocumented immigrants didn't have the same rights as far as labor and wages as citizens or documented immigrants do. These are things that the Democratic Party is actually and been actively pushing back on politically. You can Google this, right? So we have to talk about labor when we're talking about immigration. These conversations are interlocked and we can't have them separately. So let's keep it real for us. But I appreciate you, sister. I appreciate the others. I didn't know who else was speaking for bringing these up and seeing how
Hi,
important
MJ.
and salient they are to the
Yeah,
conversation.
But MJ, you was
I mean,
doing
and
Hi,
I
big
good.
sister.
and going back to what Alex is saying, right? See. Here's the thing, and I think we are short sighted and narrow minded in our thinking because we live in the United States and we only think out of that perspective from that perspective. But you have to pay attention to the geopolitics and what's going on around the world, right? Where population growth is occurring, right? It's occurring in India. It's occurring in Africa. It's happening all over these places. While even in the United States, the birth rates are stagnant. And so is Europe, right? So when we think about this whole idea, the United States in this idea of their American exceptionalism is the downfall of this place. It is. Because we don't think broadly enough. And the resources are not here. The resources are in the Middle East, in the continent of Africa, right? There's a reason why Disney, and this is not a coincidence, why Disney produced different types of films that are not that are more expansive, meaning that you see a lot more that's outside the context of the United States. Labor is a thing, and it always has been. So you might be talking about immigration and let's get these immigrants out of here. The United States may not be building manufacturing companies here. They might look through other sources of labor, and they might be looking on the continent of Africa and in India. We
But
have to think about regional powers too, not just superpowers. We think in
Yeah,
the
yeah,
context of the United States and China, but we have to think farther than that.
all right, sure. Wait a minute, Omar.
yeah. I think Sherry she makes some good points, but I think this is turning into globalist hour now, right? And MJ was doing good, man. He got all the way to the 2 yard line, then he fumbled the football, right? He said, "Oh yeah, workers' rights. I'm with you on that, MJ. All that." I was with you until you said undocumented workers should be part of unions too, and that's
Why
where you
not?
fumbled the ball
Why
at.
not? Why not?
You fumbled. Hold on, brother.
Explain why
Because
not.
all, because brother, because what you're saying is just erase the native population in America, whether you're white,
How?
Chinese, whatever. Hold on,
How does that
and
do that?
hold on, MJ, hold on, MJ. I let you cook. I ain't cut you off, brother. Like I said, you said some great points, but you fumbled. Let everybody in the world in. Come join a union. Blah blah blah. Even though you're undocumented, and you're just gonna forget about the native populations, and
Yep.
that's the pushback that I have against you, MJ. You're too much of a globalist, brother. But go ahead, brother.
Omar, you said it. And MJ, you want to talk about bad for, I don't talk about black community often, but you want to talk about terrible for the black community. Yeah, undocumented workers becoming unionized workers would be terrible, terrible
They're
for.
already
Why?
unionized
Why?
workers. They're
Okay,
Why?
already in
Why?
unions.
okay, boy.
Oh,
But
sorry, I
wait,
have a
wait,
question.
wait. No, no, no. Wait a minute, because he's not responding. I have a question because someone said currently, right now, Canada has already agreed to create some factories here within the states, to avoid the tariffs. So, is that the idea to have these different countries come to America and create the factories? Is that the idea? Is that the bargaining chip?
Yes, yes,
Why pay more?
Won't happen.
Why would I
yes.
pay more if I could get cheap labor over there? Why?
It-
Yeah, see, that's the
So
part they're not getting. Like, okay, i- first of all, so many of these corporations that we're talking about that are overseas are United States corporations, United States holdings with most or all of it. Okay. The reason why they went overseas is because they no longer had slavery and Jim Crow to exploit. Now, the whole thing with the middle class is a conundrum because, believe it or not, middle classers, you're not being paid your fair share. But that's being hidden from you because you have purchasing power. When you go to the Walmart, you can afford that flat screen TV. You're able to buy a car. And all of that is because they are exploiting people in other countries on your behalf. They're
Thank you.
doing it here as well. So we're kind of artificially propped up, those of us who don't belong into the oligarchy but aren't like dirt poor. So what they're trying to say now is we don't really see any purpose for you. It should always have been the serfs, these fiefdoms, right? It should only
Mhm.
be the rich people and those of us who serve them. So what we're going to do is make sure that those of you who had jobs where you were making 50, 60, $120,000 no longer can easily move to another position where you're being mistreated, yada, 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 which now makes it easier for your company to exploit you. Okay. And if you can't come together with everybody who's working and bargain, then you have no power. So that is why MJ is saying anybody who's working, including undocumented, if they're saying we're going to stand with you and we are not going to tolerate $10 an hour when we know that our labor is worth 35 collectively, they can't just say, okay, well, screw you, Americans. We're going to go with the undocumented because you're all there
Exactly
together.
right.
That is what labor power is about. But there has been so much propaganda and leaving the country for a while. I mean, I always knew it. You guys know I always talk about it. But coming back has really like shocked me at how deeply propaganda has penetrated. The very fact that we're saying the words right to work instead of right to fire, because that's what that is. As people who are Democrats and people who are even lefter than that, it
Big
is
facts.
scary
Big
to me.
facts.
You know what I mean? And people who are actually working their butts off. I know there's no independently wealthy people in here, myself included, are actually talking against the labor class and trying to booty clap for the oligarchs who are paying shareholders, and half of them aren't even American, y'all. So you're
Ooh,
working your butts off for a corporation just for that money to leave the country. Just make that make
Shout out
sense.
to IKEA. Shout out to Aldi. Shout out to all these European companies that are not paying
So,
you fair wages too.
so what I'm hearing is that the reason why we went outside in the first place is so that they could continue getting the cheaper labor, right? Because this is where mother was like, "Oh, you're talking about he's going to make you go back into slavery." But if you take away the workers, the immigrant workers, right? You take them away, then you force people to say, well, you're going to take the $7.25 whether you like it or not, because if you don't do it, then we're going to make you do it. We're going to force you to do it. So now, somebody say, okay, Canada's going to come here, but why would they bring their people here to work at our rates? I don't understand. That wouldn't
Canada's
make sense. Huh?
Canada's cost of living is on par with ours. It's the Mexicans, it's the Mexico that would be the problem. And to Sister's point, she makes a good point. And I'm not saying what MJ is saying is crazy on unions, but I just know what a problem would be. But what happened in the 1980s and 90s is when we had NAFTA, like Ross Perot said, he was on point. The auto manufacturers like Ford, General Motors, and Stellantis, which is as Chrysler, moved a lot of their manufacturing into Mexico because the labor was so much cheaper. And so when you had Lordstown and all these plants in the Midwest close, right? Youngstown, Ohio, Toledo, all these places that have heavily, by the way, heavily black working class populations that were good paying jobs. They all went to Mexico. and and that is to what sister's point is. That's what this tariff is trying to stop and bring back these American companies back into the fold so that they are producing here and giving American jobs.
Okay. All right.
So
So,
I think on
Alex, I see you off mic, but I saw James come off mic before you did. Let's go to James and then we'll come back to you, Alex. Okay? Go ahead,
So
James.
there were a couple points because I got to get back on to work and I'm a little sleepy right now. So I'm going to try to be as quick as possible. When we talk about labor history in the vein of this room, I think that a lot of people have forgotten whatever their social studies was or lived in a state which omitted the aspects of union history where those protests were bloody. There was a time where those corporate bosses could actually kill. Like, it was deadly. This idea that these corporate barons are looking out for you is funny. Historically speaking, much of the gains of the antitrust movement and the pro labor movement were
the losses began in the 1970s. And the reasons why those losses began was because you had a new wave of thought through, unfortunately, our conservative friends who cleverly had people in universities and in courts who happened to reshape the idea of what labor friendly was. I'm, of course, talking about, if RJ's still in the audience, he can correct me. Robert Bork, the Friedman School at the University of Chicago. Like, these are things that you could easily Google. And then that leads to, obviously, Reagan with his big move of firing air traffic controllers and basically spitting on organized labor, which did lead to a 40 plus year loss in labor. You also had throughout the late 70s places where let me just say certain places where they were turning their backs on organized labor. Maynard Jackson, mayor of Atlanta, firing the sanitation workers in 1977 after using this idea of him marching with Martin Luther King to get votes. There's this long standing history of your politician, regardless of what side of the aisle they're on, more often than not, making things friendly for your corporate baron because they get kickbacks off of it. And the last point that I just wanted to bring up when we talk about the trade agreements, this is something that RJ and I talked about in the chat. Those car companies were already going to Mexico before the trade agreements were even dry. They were already looking for the latest way in
Mm,
order to drop and reduce worker power. And when I
mm,
compare it to an EU, when I compare it to some EU companies, if a company is going to be that drastic, apparently their contracts are so ironclad that they have to go through government discovery, yada yada, which is why I say that the US labor movement hit its peak in the 60s, but hasn't really been hitting since. You did see a resurgence during the Biden years of unionization.
mm-hmm,
But there were still some problems. Like we could talk about the Railway Labor Act and how that's currently impacting flight attendants from going on strike and how they're getting exploited. But that's a different discussion. I don't want to talk about that.
mm,
But we also have to conclude with this idea that I've been hearing about, well, the tariffs are here to protect labor. No, the tariffs aren't here to protect labor. They're here to literally flip the board back in favor of the wealthy because they've been saying it for a couple years. People have too many rights. We need to reset the board. I believe this was one of the World Economic Forum or one of those meetings down in Davos where there was this white guy who just blatantly said the share needs to be split and we need to do as a class whatever we can to do that, and you have that. And what's unfortunate is you have a lot of people in this country who have bought into the, I would say, lie of immigration, because if we look back before 1965, this is the point that I think Goat referenced in these rooms over the past couple of months. We weren't really having these immigration discussions the way we were, nor were we having the issues that we claim to have now. And I think that the act had, which was supposed to be more America friendly, ended up leading to this chaos that we have now. But what's even funnier is even Reagan had more empathy, sympathy for the immigrant than the modern Republican and some of your Democrats now. So I don't know what we're doing with this whole the tariff is saving America thing, when really the tariff is just part of a coordinated plot to flip the board against workers. I just
They
don't get
wanted
it.
Reagan wanted slave labor. That's what just didn't get me. They exploited the El Salvador War in the 80s in California and brought in essentially slave labor to the California farmers where Reagan was from. That's what happened.
And you know what? And I will say this. And we talk about this whole idea of immigration and never ask the question, why are people coming from these Latin American countries? What was the US policy? The US policy on these Latin countries when they were siding with dictators because of US interests, destabilizing these countries, thereby forcing these people to come over here. If you're going to talk about immigration, let's talk about it. Let's
Well,
talk
but
about
then
the
we have to
U.S.
recognize
policy.
what but Sherry, not to cut you off, but we have to recognize what MLK was talking about.
in 1967 when he very unpopularly went against
That's
the
exactly
U.S.
right.
imperialist position. Nobody wants
Mm-hmm.
to deal with that, though.
Now you're waking it up because that's why they killed him.
Sherry,
Mm.
Sherry, the question you brought forward. I think some people don't know that multi corporations do not actually pay taxes. That all of them who are busy pillaging a lot of different societies, extracting minerals and raw um, material, are not actually paying taxes. About 2 years ago, William Ruto went on a campaign to push so that they would be made to pay taxes, and that would be something signed on by the UN. When it came to the General Assembly and the General Security, and it came to voting, guess what? All the power holders did voted against it. It did not pass because none of these companies want to pay, and so if they're not paying, it means all these resources they're extracting are being extracted for literally bare minimum. Whatever those countries get are teeny incy wincy of what they should ideally be paying if they pay taxes for those resources, right? And
Yeah,
so this
they don't want to pay their own employees their normal salary. How many us, all of us in this room, work for a company and they don't want to give you a raise? They give you $1.50, $2.
Shit, I get a
When they
4%
when
raise every year. What you talking
Have you
about?
guys have you
not
guys seen the chart
everyone.
of like corporate profits as it relates to wages? Have you ever seen that chart? Have you ever seen the way that chart like spins off after like 1970?
Yeah, it does
We
for
gotta wake some
executive
shit
pay.
up.
Come
But
on, come
I
on.
got, I got to lie. I can't lie. A lot of companies are paying very well, right? I'm paid well, and a lot of Fortune 1,000 companies, I should say, and my friends are getting paid very good wages right now at the moment.
Not everyone. You're lucky. You're one of the few. You're lucky. Come on. In 2008, when the financial crash, what did they do? Corporations were trying to give
Well, we
CEOs
didn't have
big
no fucking
checks.
money in 2001 or 2008. You talk about the worst
I'm gonna
period in
paste. I'm gonna
history.
post a link in the
I
chat. I
understand
want
that,
you guys to go see this graph.
but
I
No,
want you
no,
to see
no. Look,
wages versus
I'm with you on
productivity.
executive pay. Executive pay being 300 times the average worker is too high. We have that problem in America. I'm not the executive class. That's gotten out of hand. But we got UPS drivers making $175,000. You know what I mean? Union workers are making really good pay. Union workers are making between 80 and
Trent, did you
145,
see the
depending
graph I
on
just
season.
posted?
and how much are
Did
they
you see?
paying in
Stuff like
taxes?
that.
Did you see the graph I just posted? Take a look at that graph.
I can't see the
Nope,
graph. Where's the graph?
it's in the chat.
Okay, I'll look at the graph.
Scroll
But
up a
and one
little
thing I
bit.
want to say,
You'll see.
First Lady,
You'll see what I'm talking about.
look at and Goat brought this up, and I went back and
Yeah,
looked
big.
at it.
Yeah. Mhm.
Goat brought this up yesterday, First Lady. He talked about Obama's '07 speeches on immigration. And I went back and looked at Obama's '07 speeches on immigration, and he's right. They do sound like Trump. Now, they're more articulate than Trump ever was, but they do sound like Trump. And so it wasn't that long ago that Democrats were on the opposite side of this issue to protect union and working class, especially working class workers. And it's not that we shouldn't have immigration.
What
I
did
love
Obama's
immigration.
speech have to do with unions? That
He,
immigration
he
speech. What
talked.
did it have to do
He
with
talked.
unions?
He talked about working class, how it affects the working class.
But he didn't talk about
And so,
unions, right?
yeah,
But they
okay,
didn't do
but
it. They didn't do it to benefit the working class workers. They did it to benefit multinational companies. I
wh-
mean,
which one?
you're thinking in
You
this
talking about?
sense that somehow U.S. companies are U.S. companies that they don't do business all over the world.
No,
They're
shit. 50
multinational.
shit. a
What are you
hundred of
talking
the
about?
$165 billion profits for Ford. 100 billion of that was made overseas. So no, we're no longer the largest for any global corporation. We're no longer the biggest.
I didn't say
Factory.
anything about the largest. I said when U.S. companies are now multinational companies.
Yes.
That's what I
Yeah.
said.
Yeah. No, I agree. I think over 50% of the people with Ford and General Motors do not actually live in the U.S.
It is. It's quite amazing. We are now global. America are global. We're global corporations, but we're only to our of our economy. We only have 11% manufacturing. I'm trying to recall some slides that I saw. So we're a 89% service economy, 11% manufacturing. China is a 31% manufacturing, with some other sectors, and still growing in manufacturing. We need to even that gap, and we need to get to 20%. And we need to do some drastic things to get that back that playing field. Because once this AI shit takes off, there's another 2008 to your point, James. We have another 2008 right now. And we don't have a manufacturing sector. We're going to have a depression.
So, yes, we
Hmm.
will do everything drastic except make the ultra wealthy billionaires and trillionaires pay their fair share. We will
That's a
do
fact.
everything drastic except
Mm,
hold corporations accountable for not
mm,
paying a living wage. We'll do
Bless
everything
you.
except stop price gouging. You see
mm.
where I'm going here? I'm done.
Thank you. Thank you. She is cooking. Yes. Thank you.
Oof.
The block is fired. Because I mean that's exactly what it is. I don't understand why you guys can't see this. I believe what I do believe is that others believe they're going to become millionaires like the trillionaires. So as the trillionaires move up, and then we got the billionaires moving up, and then we're going to have the thousandaires moving to the millionaires, and that's what you think is going to happen. It's got to be something like that. It has to be. You guys are living on a promise.
So, Trent, are you in favor of strong dollar too? Just asking.
I don't know what the fuck is that? What does that mean?
Strong dollar.
Mhm.
Strong dollar. The dollar.
What?
Are you in favor
Of a
of a
strong
strong
dollar?
dollar? Yeah.
I don't know. I hear
He
arguments on both
he
sides. I
only
don't
knows
know.
about cars and lumber, apparently.
I
But
mean,
okay.
listen, you say you hear arguments on both sides. You don't know if you want a strong dollar or a weak dollar, correct?
Here's what I am for that you mentioned. I'm for a flat tax. I think Americans are taxed too heavily. I think that we need to. I think we spent way too much freaking money on the military. I
What
think
do you
we
mean
should
a
take
flat
two
tax?
hundred
What do you mean a
billion
flat
dollars
tax?
Well,
out of
how do
the.
we
Hold up,
protect
baby.
ourselves?
I want him to
No,
clarify the
no,
flat
no.
tax. What do you
We
mean?
ain't been. Hold up. We ain't been in a war that had to defend the United States since 1945. Right, 80
Do we
years
not
since
sell
we had.
weapons?
Huh?
Do we not sell weapons to other countries?
Yeah, for wars that we
Tanks,
don't even agree with.
jets?
Right.
Like I
So
said,
no,
we
we don't need
produce
it. We do not.
military
So
software.
flat
Hey,
tax
baby,
even
hold on.
for the rich.
That's like
So
another
No,
product.
somebody's
we do not.
making.
Your biggest problem, your biggest
Mhm.
problem is you spend $895 billion on a military industrial complex that many of you do not agree with, right? And
Boy,
you got crumbling infrastructure. So let's take $200 billion out of that 800. By the way, 110 billion of those dollars is spent guarding foreign oil reserves in Syria and Iraq and shit every year, in the Red Sea, and all that. So let's take $200 billion out of that budget. Let's just take 50 of that 200 billion and invest it into lower income and middle income homes, starting with putting solar on homes so we can lower energy costs. Let's
Wh-
let's let's try that instead of this doing the same thing that we've been doing over again. I'm for that.
I
The
love it.
way you
I love you.
moved.
You think about. Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I was gonna say, I love the way, you want to help the little people and everything. Cool. But that's not what they're thinking. If I help the little people, I don't make a profit. America is a corporation. America is a bank. America is a moneymaker. Point blank. We are just labor. And that's the problem. So if they really cared about everything, then you know what? Why export these migrants? Keep them here. Why? We're making money off of them. They're paying rent, they're using our gas, they're buying food, they're using groceries, and they work here. Why not keep them here? We're making money off of them, but you're getting rid of those who are paying rent, those who are working here, those who are making money for you, you're getting rid of them. Where's the logic behind that?
Yeah, yeah,
Oh,
but Alex,
I'm pro
America is
amnesty.
more than an economic zone, brother. You got people raising families here, you got cultures here, and I think that's one of the problems we're having with recent this flux of migration because everybody thinks it's just an economic zone and nothing else. That's all. So I think that's why I give you pushback to say, oh, a corporation. That sounds like a more science temple talk right there. We have families here. We're raising communities and everything. It's just more than an economic zone. But go ahead.
Who said it? What does
No,
this
how does that
economic zone
answer
argument?
what he just
No,
stated?
because he said, "Oh, it's a corporation. It's just about making money." It's more than that. America is more than that. Come on, y'all, stop it.
Arroz con pollo
Excuse me.
is like threatening his way of life, y'all. That's what he's saying.
Yeah, people is
Yeah.
raising families here. Killed children are raising here. People going to school here. People are living lives here, creating cultures and all kinds of families and
Um,
all kinds of
Omar,
stuff.
that's
Hold
not
on.
what
This
he
Are
was
guy
So
just
saying.
immigrants
you're
say
not
saying
doing
that
that?
those
this
so
guy
Hold
you're
just
on.
said
saying
it's
that
just
the
an economic
Immigrants
zone.
not
so
doing
you're
the same
saying that
thing?
the migrants aren't
Come on.
doing that or they don't want to do that
I,
as
I'm going
well?
by what he said. Here's what he
No,
said.
what I
I,
heard
I'm
him
going by what
say,
he said.
listen, I could be wrong. What I heard him say and ask the question was simply why get rid of the migrants and while they're doing the job, while they're doing the labor, why get rid of them to do what? That
thank
was what I
you.
heard him. Did I
Yeah,
did
but
I
I heard
did
him
I
talk
miss
about this
something?
a
Yes.
corporation
No,
and
you're
all
right.
this.
You're
Yeah,
right.
that's what I was talking about.
But the corporation part, we all know America is they make money. That's what
Yeah, but
slavery and
it's
all
more
this
than
was.
that, though. Al, that's the part you don't get. It's
Oh,
more than that.
yeah.
Come on,
Well,
more than that.
then why do I love the empathy that you have, which is beautiful for the people and everything. However, that's not what we're seeing every day, and that's
No,
not what
no,
they're
that's not
doing
what you're
to the
saying.
hardworking.
People that take their children to softball practice, and that's all. They're not
I
talking about
see it every
economics every day,
day.
bro.
That-
Wait, so
Wait a
so
Omar,
minute.
so what
The
do you think
softball players.
okay,
What?
migrant children, wait, what do you think people raising here, what do you think an influx, let's say 200 extra kids does to public school? Let's say your kid is in school and now the school has 200 extra kids. Like, what does that do to the school?
I know. My student, my child will probably get less time with the teacher. 200
Wouldn't
more
that school
students.
get more money?
No, no, no.
thank
Hold on.
you.
So y'all thinking about money again? Now the teacher got to worry about 30 kids instead of 20 kids. So it does make a difference in some situations. But go ahead.
Oh, so you
No,
wouldn't
no,
hire
no,
new
no. They
teachers and,
hire
and
more
raise
teachers.
employment?
They hire more teachers. When this, well, I don't know what
Don't
schools in what
necessarily
state are
work.
you in. New York City, as far as a former educator, New York City, when there's too many kids in the classroom, what they do, they hire more teachers. They get more funding. And cultural diversity is a beautiful thing because you have kids from different perspective and different ways of living, and they'll tell you, I lived here, I lived there. I went to a school with a kid who came from Nepal. The guy told me it took him 4 days just to get to the closest city on a donkey. Now he came to America to become a doctor and help his family who lives here, who struggles. That's a beautiful thing. But now, if you get rid of these migrants and send them back home, you're getting rid of so much. And how many hospitals we hear about closing
What
down?
are we
How many
losing? What are we
schools we hear to
losing?
close?
Alex,
Wait.
what are we
Okay,
losing?
wait a
What are
minute.
we losing?
One second. We got it. You gotta listen and then answer, not listen and then ask another question. Alex, if you don't mind, please make sure you join the house. I would like for you to keep on coming back. Omar,
Sure.
he asked you a question. Now you asking him, what are we gaining? Do you not see
I
the
said
benefit?
losing. I said, what are we
So,
losing?
well, losing, but here's the thing. We just had a discussion regarding what's going to happen with the tariffs. People are leaving, you're getting rid of them. Who's going to do the job? Who's going to do the job?
We have
So,
people that do the job. We got to stop
oh,
saying that narrative
oh,
too. That's a
I'm
bad.
asking.
Who's
I
gonna do
don't
it?
know who's going to do the
We
job.
have
I don't
people to
know
do the
because
job.
if
No, we
we go
don't.
with the narrative that
That's
people are
true.
out of work, Trent came in. He gave us some statistics. He said 10% of the black population in New Orleans are unemployed versus the migrants or I forgot who it was, but
I just did
it's
Hispanic. I can't see migrant.
Hispanics.
4.8%
4%,
of Hispanics.
huh?
4.8% for
Four. Okay,
Hispanics.
so 5%. 5% versus 10%. Okay. So then my question was, well, who's going to do the job? Right? Because now you get rid of the people who are working, minimum wage or below minimum wage because that's why they hired them for cheap labor. Who's going to do the job? So you're saying
Mm.
that you have friends and family members who are sitting at home waiting to get a job. I was working as a maid. is working at wanting to get into agriculture and they just weren't getting hired. I'm trying to understand here because his question is regarding why get rid of them when they're doing the work and paying into the economy. So then you start bringing up family. I'm trying to connect the dots. That's all I'm trying to do. I'm
Yeah,
trying to connect your
all I'm
answer
trying.
to his question.
Yeah, all I'm trying to say is because Alex sees America as, oh, it's just an economic zone. You can come here. They're immigrants. They're making money. They're raising the cost of housing and blah blah blah. They're putting money in people's pockets. Let them stay. And I'm just trying to say that to come back that you can't have unprotected borders, illegal immigration, and just say, oh, this is an economic zone for the whole world to just come in, but we have culture in America, right? Do we agree? There is a culture in America. We have people in America that are raising families, communities. A lot of people don't even look at America as an economic zone, right? But Alex's argument is leave the illegals here because it's an economic zone. And that's the only thing I'm pushing back on. But it's
Economic
more than an economic zone. That's all.
Ooh.
like to this zone thing that he's talking about, this economic zone. What is he saying? What did you say to make
I
him
think I understand what he's saying,
okay?
and
Help.
I agree. All right, yeah, because there is this nonsensical, idiotic thing, and I'm not saying that's what Alex was saying, that America is nothing more than a corporation, which is just like the stupidest thing. I don't even bother talking to people who actually believe that. So I think I could be wrong. I might be
Yes,
giving
yes, you're
Omar
right.
too
You're
much
right. You're right.
credit,
You're right.
but but on the other hand, I want to say this as well. you know, never mind, because I already promised myself I wasn't going to get embroiled with talking to Trumpers.
But I do have a question, and I understand. So I want Omar to answer this specifically. So yes, you're saying that it's more than just money, and it's about family in American culture. So I have a question for you. Maybe I have a few. What is American culture? The importance of family, and how do you achieve all of that without economics?
That's a loaded question. You asked me what is American culture? Was that the first question you asked?
Yes. What's
Yeah,
American
man,
culture?
American culture is vast. You got institutions, right? You can start there. Is a part of American fabric of America, right? And it's regional. A lot of this stuff is regional. This is a big country. We got the north, the south, the east, the west, right? So you have regional cultures, and I don't want to dive into all that. I could be here all day explaining American culture, but it's a way of life, the tradition, our arts, the foods we eat, entertainment activity we do. There's all kinds of things. The way we dress, all kinds of stuff. That's in the fashion, education, all that good stuff. God is a big thing in American culture, right? So yeah, it's a whole lot of it's a vast thing to talk about.
He just appropriated God to American culture.
Yeah. And also, he didn't answer the other question.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. What was the other question, Sharon? I'm sorry.
Yes, doctor, it's vast. American culture is
It's very,
vast.
it's very, very
Okay, and the importance of well, put it this way: I can put the importance of family, which is a part of American culture,
right, right.
and how do you achieve all these things that you're talking about without economics?
I mean, let's be honest. Money makes the world go around since the beginning of time, right? Whether it's through barter or through a monetary system, right? So you need money and a means to, provide for your family. Make sure your family, go to education, get a good education, and raise them in good neighborhoods and all that stuff, right? So yes, you need money. I mean, that's just I think that's in the modern world. You need money in any society. I don't think it's just particularly to American culture, but you need money everywhere.
So it's important for us as American citizens in the culture to be interested in politics, right?
Absolutely, absolutely.
So then we have to have a concern whether or not that in our politics that perhaps politicians are paying too much attention to corporations than people.
I'm with you on that. I believe a large portion of both parties have become corporatists to these big corporations. I agree with you 1,000% on that. You're not going to get any pushback from me on that, sure.
I mean, you know what? And I kind of disagree. I mean, in respect, in some ways, yes, United States is a business to a certain extent. It is. You
And if
cannot
we
Yeah, I,
not
cared
be
about our people,
involved. Yeah.
yeah, I,
and if we
Ms. Sherry, I'm not trying to dispute what you're saying, but I think it's problematic when we say that because there are reasons why countries are countries, towns are towns, and businesses are businesses because the only purpose of a business is to turn a profit, right? And so the thing is,
Oh,
countries
I'm not
are
talking
not.
about it in that sense.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I knew you weren't.
Yeah.
Yeah, I knew you
Yeah.
weren't. But it's just that, like, there are a lot of people out there who are trying to, like, push the narrative that the United States is just simply a corporation, nothing else. And that's why they have Donald Trump, because supposedly he's the best businessman on planet Earth since, the creation of, I don't know, the world. And so that's why I was saying that. But I knew that's not what you were saying. I'm done.
Yeah, I'd actually say we're coming very close to a corporate I can't say it, but a corporate nation. It's a corporatocracy, but I can't say how it's supposed to be said. But I would agree with that.
somewhat of a breaking news. In the real world, trade associations representing consumer goods, oil, groceries, and automakers lined up to warn that Trump's new tariffs, which included 10% tariffs on import from China, 25 Mexico and Canada, with a lower 10% levy on Canadian energy, would push up prices for ordinary Americans and cause chaos in supply chain. This is trade associations, including automakers. Um,
Yeah, but not us. That's the fools, and
Let
that's
him finish,
Nissan and
dude. Let
or
him
that's
finish,
Toyota and
please.
Honda. That's Toyota and
so,
Honda,
Please
boy, not us.
yell it. Let him finish.
hmm?
Stop yelling.
Okay, so why do you think American automakers are not affected?
Because it protects our jobs, fool. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
You know
When
what?
Ford and when Ford and GM come out against these tariffs, then I'll listen. But you notice that they haven't.
Okay,
Okay,
so
you know what we
GM,
can do, Philip, because this is
yeah.
what we can do is write down. I wrote down some of what Trent said and one of some of what Omar said, and when these go to effect, I wrote down the date. I want to see what happens. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Yeah. And
so
we
I
realize
know.
that Hondas and
Sorry.
Toyotas are made in America. It's still
Yeah, and
American manufacturing
in
jobs.
non in non-union places intentionally.
What does
Yes,
union to do with this? Okay, so
they
you
did
said
so they could pay you less.
one second,
That's why they
one
moved to
second.
the south.
Trent, I'm trying to
Hey, can we let
concentrate the
Philip finish?
point that you meant at the beginning of your sentence. Then we can move forward, which was that American automakers were not affected. So GM ranks as Mexico's biggest car maker, and then it is Nissan, then it's VW Group, then it is Stellantis, then it is Ford, Kia, Toyota, Mazda, Honda, BMW, and Mercedes. How are they not affected if they themselves are saying that they
No
are
shit, I
affected?
told you that, Philip. I told you that. I told you that
Is
they
it
moved. I told you. You're saying what I've already told you. Yes, General
okay?
Motors, Ford, and Stellantis moved
Mhm.
they moved their Midwest factories to Mexico. Mexico is now the fourth largest producer of cars in the world. Yes, they moved the factories to Mexico for cheap labor. Yes, that is what happened.
Okay, so I'm aware of that. So they are saying that they are affected. You say they are not affected. They are affected,
No, no,
correct? By the tariff.
no, I don't. No, I don't
They
think they're
are
going to be
not.
affected by the tariff because they're going to get.
You
They're
just
going
said they are in
to.
Mexico.
Okay,
I know
I
they're in.
a question.
So how are they
Couldn't
not affected by the tariff?
well, in a question I have, couldn't we have a problem that we had that's similar to happening in the pandemic when there were a shortage of cars?
Yep.
Exactly.
Hmm.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's why we need
Um,
the that's why so Sherry, to your point, and I know you think you don't like me, but I'm on your side.
I'm
That's
not
why we
I
want
don't dis I never said I didn't like you, but the thing about it is it will also
what's up,
affect
baby?
American car makers.
Yeah, it will. What we're trying to do is onshore. We're trying to bring back chip production, steel production, aluminum production. We're trying to bring back everything that we've offshored back onshore. Because with a car, it's not just the car. Your car is actually more of a computer than it is a car than it is just the steel and the tires that move it now, the drivetrain. So what we're trying to do is bring back a lot of that production back to America that has been offshored. By offshore doesn't mean overseas, like offshoring is to Mexico, right? And bring back some of that production and bring back some of those jobs back to the United States. That is a good thing. I do think for General Motors and Ford and probably Stellantis as well, you'll probably see some exclusions in the autos that we make come across. I don't know if that'll be public or not, but that's what I imagine will happen.
So those automakers exported about 2.77 million vehicles to United States last year, right? How fast do you think United States can pick up 2.7 million car production per year to offset the effects
Two
of
point
tariffs?
2.7 million. Take
Yes.
us about
Hmm.
try to
Yes,
bring that back on shore.
2.7
That would be
But
million
hard to do, Philip,
vehicles.
wouldn't it?
we're not you're not what we're not gonna do. We're not gonna close. I
Hmm.
don't anticipate the man the I don't anticipate the factories in Mexico being closed. I don't think that will happen
Okay,
because you
so they're
like
not.
somebody else said. Hold on, let me just finish. Let me explain. Because you're seeing so much growth in China and India, right, as emerging economies, and Africa. Somebody said that before. There's a high demand for more cars around the world. So you'll actually and South America. You'll just see more demand for cars, and they'll just go to other places. But what China did very effectively, especially with Nissan,
What the
um,
hell are you
uh,
talking about?
what China
How is
did
that
very
related to the point that 2.7 million vehicles, right, are exported to
what
United States from here? The top ones are from Mexico, 800,000 by
I
General Motors
yes.
from Mexico to United States. Oh, well, not
What are
just
we? Two
car,
hundred
but
thousand with
trade,
Ford?
right?
Yeah. What do we do? Two hundred
Ford,
thousand at
yeah, 300,000, I think,
300
something
something?
like
Yeah,
that.
350.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
So
how does
those
United
cars will
States
likely get.
create manufacturing capacity of 2.7 million vehicles per year to offset the supply chain shock posed by the tariffs?
It's
And
not.
as your own
What'll happen?
you said they
What'll happen?
relocate. So they are relocating. How
Okay.
fast they are going to relocate?
Okay. So what'll happen is those cars that are produced by GM and Ford will likely get exclusions in these tariffs. Okay.
Oh, so
Um.
if they get exclusions, is going to create manufacturing jobs if they're going to get exclusions? Trent,
It's a.
you're
I
so
don't know how.
inconsistent on these arguments that first they were moving
Jesus Christ, bro.
production. Now they're going to get exclusions. Which one is it?
The point of I said the point of the tariffs, right? The point of the tariffs is to move. It's not necessarily the American based cars. It's BYD, Geely, and some other Chinese manufacturers that they are trying to prevent from coming into the United States. However, there are talks to move some of that production, like we produced the Mach E down there in Guadalajara, Mexico for Ford. There is some talks to move some of that production back to the United States and reopen the plants. These are good things for us, man. We don't have to fight. These are positive things for United States Americans.
Trent, okay, there are positive things for Americans. So specifically to the Trump policy on tariffs on Mexico in this case, right? Which is a large uh, car maker, right? Your previous argument that uh, those companies are saying they're going to be affected by the tariff. You're saying they're going to move production and create manufacturing in the United States, or they're going to be exempted from tariffs, right?
I think you
Your
can see a
overall
temporary
argument before
exemption.
that. Okay, your
You'll see
overall
a
argument.
temporary exemption from a lot of those productions. That's what would be my guess. Yes.
Yes, I'm sorry. I'm reading
Mhm.
about the relationship between the CEO of Ford and Trump. So they're buddies. So essentially, there is going to be a lot of carve-outs for Ford because of the friendship between the two. So I put some information in the chat.
Okay,
I have
so
another
that means
question. So if we're not just talking
sorry.
about cars, too, what about the auto parts? Will
The
that be
same thing
affected
with
by
auto
the
parts.
tariffs? Well,
Yeah,
then
we're
wait
trying
a
to
minute.
bring.
So then I have another question. So aren't 80% of the car parts that are being manufactured overseas also affect the American cars since
Yeah,
they are
a lot of them are made
well
in
then
China.
it's
Yeah,
going to well then it's going to affect American cars because of the auto parts that are
I
coming from overseas.
I
What are we
didn't say
talking about here?
depending.
What are we talking about?
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm lost.
You said that
I'm not
these
saying
cars
that.
will be affected, but they will.
No, what I'm saying is that you'll have. This is not something that this is gets very complicated. But what you will likely see, I cannot speak. I'm not speaking on behalf of any company. Okay, but what you will likely see, and the same thing happened during the steel tariffs. Okay, in 2018, is you'll see carve outs for certain things in a certain amount of time. But the point of the tariffs are to bring. That's a great point, Sherry, to bring some of those car parts and that production that is overseas, right, in China and other places, back over here to the US to create manufacturing jobs here. That is the point.
It's
Is
a
that going
full
to increase?
circle conversation.
Okay, so is that going to increase the prices of cars that are brought in the United States?
I highly doubt that.
The
Highly doubt that. For
estimates the estimates are $3,000 to $4,000
and
increase
I
if
highly doubt.
So
those.
wait, Trent. Let
Yes.
me get this right. Let me get this right. Let me slow
What's
walk
up,
my
baby?
brain. Okay, baby.
Come on.
So you're saying that if they come in into the states, right, and become domestic, and that's going to help bring down the prices. That's going to help
Do
bring
what?
down the price. So so you said they're going to create the businesses here, right? Getting the parts and all
Correct.
that stuff.
To
Okay.
bringing back more manufacturing to the United States.
Wait,
Yes.
only
Well,
Ford is going to be able to do that, right? Or are there other American
General Motors,
manufacturers? Like,
That would
General
be
Motors,
insane if it's
and
only Ford.
no, it's not just Ford. General Motors
oh, three?
And Stellantis.
So there are no tariffs.
What do you mean? What do you mean there's no
Well, if
tariffs? Yes, there's
you
tariffs. Okay, well, let me
okay,
answer. I can't answer
if
every
you
question. Go ahead, First
gave
Lady.
the
First Lady,
exception
repeat
to
your question.
everybody, what what's the tariff?
First Lady, repeat your question.
Yeah, no, you were saying that
Come on,
yeah,
baby.
it's to help bring down the prices, but I was just trying to figure out if I was creating, new business here, I would think that still I don't see where it's going to bring it down right away. If anything, a new business, new factories, all that, that would cost more to create to even begin the
Yeah.
process.
And
So,
more
You are
expensive labor.
yeah,
you
I'm not
you
seeing it. Plus, yeah,
you are
exactly. Because then you have to pay the workers who actually live here who could fight for the right money and the right wages versus
you
having someone over in Indonesia working for, pennies on the dollar.
you are correct, ma'am. Which is why you have tax exemptions and some carve outs to help bring those plants back. Same thing that was doing with the Chips Act, to bring those jobs back to the U.S. Can I tell you? Because I'm not on the manufacturing side. Can I tell you exactly how all that could happen? And yes, if you tried to manufacture everything in the U.S., yes, you would likely raise the price of cars. But can we bring more jobs that have been offshore back home? Absolutely, we can. And let me
So
ask you something first, and everyone on stage, hang on, Philip, because you'll debate every point. And sister, I see you in the chat. Let me ask you guys this seriously: is it a bad thing to try to do something to bring manufacturing back to the United States? Is that a bad thing?
okay, it's a
Not
great
you,
thing,
Philip.
Trent. No, no, no. I'm agreeing
let
with you.
let one of them
I'm
black
agreeing
folks
with you.
answer. Let me. I want to hear from one. I want to hear
So
like
let
from
me
sister.
let
I
I
will
can
answer
try to
the
answer the
question.
question.
Oh, wait
I
a
can
minute.
try to
Brother
answer the
wants to
question,
answer the
Prince.
question. Brother,
No,
Yeah,
I'm
but
just laughing. I was like,
so let
really?
me
oh, okay. So let
let
me
me
answer
answer
the
Golly.
question.
let me answer the question. So Trent, um, you have to retool your question because your question assumes something that we haven't all agreed on. Okay, it assumes that bringing some back jobs, regardless of the cost, is a net benefit. Okay, so that's one issue I have with the question because I don't know that to be true. You're asking me and everybody else on this stage to accept that assumption without proof that we should. So that's the problem with your question. It's a bad question. And I'm sure other
Okay,
people will
let me ask you.
answer it,
Can
but
I
I'm
ask
just
it a
trying to
different way?
let you know why it's not a good question.
Let me ask it a different way. Would you pay a little bit more, like $1,000 more, for a car that was manufactured in the United
That's the
States?
same question. It's the same question.
Okay, so so is it good
Oh,
to try
sorry.
to bring jobs back to the U.S. starting with
Again,
automotive and steel? Do you think that is a
again,
good thing?
the same. Again, it's the same question.
It's a bad question because you're talking about universal tariffs, not targeted tariffs. Focus on certain industries. You're talking about universal tariffs. And so you have to weigh the impact, the inflationary impact on the broader public versus the incremental benefits to a smaller subset of industries in which there isn't even a targeted approach towards. So it doesn't make sense.
Okay, that's a good point. That's a good point.
Wow, this is growth.
But the good thing about the question is if he asks, should American
Oh,
jobs
here
come
we
back?
go.
If this was Democrats in 1995, 96, Democrats would say, yes, we want American jobs back. But it's funny how the narrative has changed 30 years later, you know? It's like
So
Democrats
Omar,
don't know if they want the jobs back in America or not, you
so
know?
Oh,
But
Omar,
oh,
the conditions have also
oh,
changed. Oh, sorry.
That's a good
I
point.
was
That's
just
a
gonna
good
say,
point, Trevor.
So Omar, what you've done is said, here's what you've done. You said, hey guys, you guys raised a concern with Trent's question that you consider legitimate. I am going to take your concern off the table without telling you why I believe it's an illegitimate concern. Because I don't like it, I'm just going to take it off the table. I'm not going to address it. I'm just going to remove it. That's not how you have a conversation in good faith. If you're going to dispose of the concern that's been presented, you have to tell us why you think we should put it aside. Are you willing to do that? And if you're willing, can you do that?
That's my point.
Okay, I have a question. So if they move these motor vehicle companies and these organizations to the south, or across the border to save money, right? Why would you want to then bring them back to spend more money than what you're already spending?
Thank you. well, the tariffs are going to make that choice for you because you have to pay 25%, right? If you're outside of the country. So only the tariffs make that economic decision. In a quote unquote free market, that choice is obvious, and the companies would invest in abroad, basically. Uh,
Okay, so even with that being the case, and I'll shut up after this because I haven't spoken a lot. But say if you took, well, I don't say take the workers, but you have the workers that are here that are considered like indentured servants or like immigrants, right? You give them those jobs because clearly they can do it in their their native country. Aren't you still saving money by them doing the work that other laborers here would charge more for?
uh,
wait, say
it
that
could
again.
be.
Say that. Wait,
Yeah.
say
So
that last part again, Greg.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Say just restate the last part of what you said again.
Yeah, like wouldn't you be essentially saving money or cutting costs if you have the people who are working here, like the undocumented, or the people who were in Mexico, whatever the case may be, working for those same organizations, but you're spending less on them than you would someone else like myself who would ask for top dollar.
I'm not sure if I understood it either, Greg. Are you asking, isn't it better for everybody if people who are working here undocumented should go to another country, of origin or whatever and work there? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying like say for example the people we I guess the United States we have these companies in the South now that we're spending less on than what we would have in like Iowa or whatever the case may be, right? You bring these people from Mexico or whatever the case may be to the states, we would still be paying them their living wage, right? We wouldn't be spending what we would be paying living here for those same employees. Like, say if I'm making $21 an hour, but like building cars or something, but then you have somebody who lives in Mexico who's being paid $7 an hour to do the exact same job. If you again have them here in the states, they would still be making that same wage, wouldn't they, for the
Oh,
same
that
service?
I mean, I don't really know the answer to that. I'm sure
No,
it's not
that's
that
I
easy,
illegal.
but it
Well,
is.
and
that
and
But
it's
You
stupid.
can't do that.
Um, it doesn't
no,
make a lot of sense
that's why I'm
because
asking the question because like
yeah.
I guess the question that was posed initially was like moving these jobs back here, but they're not going to be going like say for example if we know that it's $25 an hour for that auto that mechanic job here in the states, but that company like GM or whatever they're paying people $5 or $6 in Mexico to do that. What's the incentive for the company to move back north? Or, in order to pay people who already don't want the jobs because they don't feel as though it's what they're worth. Meanwhile, people in other countries and other continents are doing the same jobs for less. What's the incentive for
there
the company to actually
oh,
there is
what's the
none
okay.
incentive for the
outside
company to
of the
move
There
tariff.
back?
isn't. Yeah. Like, if they're, that's basically what happens is they start shopping countries, right? Like like right before we were all born, a whole lot of things were made in Japan instead of made in China, right?
Mhm,
And then when that became less feasible, then, the corporations just moved to China and Indonesia and India
mhm.
and places like that. So you're correct.
Yes, yeah.
Like just putting tariffs on China, Mexico, and Canada does not by any stretch mean that those companies are coming back to the US. They are going to go to the next cheapest place or find
Okay.
some other way to keep that money because what we're really talking about here, y'all, is greed. Let's just make it point blank, plain simple. The only thing that's being taken off the table is the exorbitant, obscene wealth that is being made by exploiting people. That's what this is about. That's what we're not allowed to discuss in any of these conversations. And they're not going to give that up. They very well could afford to pay you that $25 and still be turning a very handsome profit. But that's not the goal. The goal is unlimited wealth. You know what I'm saying? I,
And
I want to add, yeah, and I'll add one other thing. Like the people who are here, undocumented and working, are going to the grocery store and buying stuff there and filling their car with gas and buying stuff there and renting an apartment that an American owns. All of that is getting removed. So it's not just a matter of, people taking their places in jobs, but all of that money that they are pouring into your businesses are gone. People really need to wake up because this is not going to be pretty. I'm done.
So, Greg, it's a good question. The average, just to tell you, the average Mexican worker, auto worker, I think is about $3 an hour, and the average um, UAW worker is somewhere around 21 to $24 an hour, depending on how they're classified. So yeah, you're right on. But that's a huge difference, right? Trying to make up $24 an hour to $3 an hour is a huge difference. So that's what I'm saying. Do I think the Mexican plants would close? Probably not. Shifting of resources, but more emphasis on hiring and expanding, like the Rouge plant in Dearborn, and more
more emphasis on expanding our current plants that we have here would, if you had a tariff in place and China couldn't circumvent our labor laws. That's really what this is about. There's a lot of hands in. There's a lot of, it's multifaceted. It's like not just one problem. It's not just China. It's not just our cost of living. There's like a lot of things that go into it. But I'm hopeful that trying something, right? And Trump is known for trying something and pulling it straight back, right? But trying something and to see what happens and see the reaction, I'm not totally against.
Yeah, the problem with all of this rhetoric about bringing jobs back is that Trump has no policy of bringing jobs back. He may think he has one. He may have convinced a lot of people that he has a policy of bringing jobs back. None of what he's doing is bringing jobs back. The first two things that uh, needs to be done to bring American manufacturing back, even if you want to do it, right, is to weaken the dollar aggressively, right? It is uh, American exporters cannot export in an environment of a strong dollar. It's expensive for them. That's why every manufacturer is abroad. The other one is to reform the tax code, right, in order to actually encourage manufacturing domestically. Tariffs do not solve this. There is not there is no appetite in American politics to really, really bring back manufacturing outside of some specific sectors, right? That are deemed national security interest, like Chips Act and stuff like that, right? Still, Trump's policies do not do not bring manufacturing back. It's tariffs has nothing to do with it. It's a regressive tax that is going to strengthen the dollar. uh, Tariffs strengthen the dollar like they did previously, right? They devalue the other current country's currency, they strengthen the dollar. Strengthening the dollar discourages manufacturing domestically.
Trump
So
also
can
wants to get let me just add this really quickly. Trump also wants to get rid of Social Security, right? It's in Project 2025. You can read about it. This has been, so getting so mass deportation, right? We already know Social Security is underfunded. You're talking about all these immigrants, undocumented immigrants, they contribute to the Social Security system that they can't draw from. So without them, you're talking about an even more underfunded social security system, and it's easy to gut when you're saying, "Hey, it's underfunded. We can't fund it till I think past 2026." Now with this mass deportation, it'll probably be before that.
Sin is 2034, and it's going to go to a one. It's going to go from a 1-to-1 payee system to a 1-to-2 payee system. So, like for example, my family's four people: my little brother, myself, and my mom, and my dad. So, my little brother and me would pay for my mom's Social Security, and the kids next door to us would pay for my dad's. And so, you either have to raise the retirement age, figure out how to put back the money that both parties borrowed from like the late 1980s all the way through the late 1990s and the early part of the 2000s. Democratic and Republican majorities in Congress borrowed to the tune of about $4 trillion out of the trust fund, which is the reason it won't be secure past 2034. And needing to do the things necessary to put the money back into the fund. So it really is Rob and Peter to pay Paul kind of a thing, unfortunately.
It's not. I'm sorry. This is complete lie and a framing by the
No,
GOP
Phil,
to
it's not. I talked to
let
my
me
little
finish.
brother who
Yeah.
does this for a
Okay.
living.
Okay.
He works in the Senate. He
Marshall,
does
let me
Social Security.
respond.
Hold on.
Well,
He does Social Security
what do you mean?
work.
Hold on. You were finished
can
speaking.
he
I'm replying to
respond?
your point.
Let Philip respond. Thank
Yes. So funding Social Security is purely a political act. There is nothing to balance. There is nothing to do. Congress can just decide to fund Social Security, and Treasury will allocate whatever amount of money that is necessary to pay Social Security. The whole framing that some stuff needs to be balanced, and some the fund is suffering. That doesn't matter. Congress, it's a political decision to pay or not pay Social Security. All these other considerations about balancing the books are important, but if they can't balance the books, it's a political decision. That's all.
No, if they can't balance the books, it goes from a 1-to-1 to a 1-to-2 payee system. I didn't make that up. I didn't lie about it, which you said I did. I
But
looked. I
Marshall,
looked at.
it's
That's
not a
not
No,
part.
no.
accurate.
Social
He said
Security
I.
isn't
He
part of the
he used the
deficit.
words lie. I did not lie about it. I
Okay,
told you the truth. I told you the
you
truth, which is
framed it
in
in a way.
2034. No, hold on. I told you the truth, which is in 2034, it goes from a 1-to-1 payee system with the amount of money now to a 1-to-2 payee system. That's not making shit up. That's
That's
not lying
assuming
about it.
that's assuming you don't raise FICA taxes, which you could easily do.
Which was what I then said after. You'd have to raise the retirement age or figure something out to make it not a 1-to-2 payee system, which is not a lie, Philip.
Okay,
Assuming
I
you
mean,
don't
Marshall.
raise FICA
Thank
taxes.
you, Marshall.
You
can I say
framed
this
it
about
in
Social
a
Security in
disingenuous
2020,
way.
in
Sorry.
2020, in 2025? So it's not the idea of getting rid of Social Security. What they want to do with Social Security, which they have been doing, wanting to do for decades, is to privatize it.
That
That's what
is
they
so
want to do. So
scary. That's
That's very true.
terrifying.
The Republicans wanted to privatize it since the early 2000s. Same with like post office pensions, which is like, from my understanding, one of the reasons the post office is not in the black is because we forced the post office to instead of have its own, I think, federal government supported pensions, to push them into the market, and that pushed the post office to a place where it doesn't have a lot of money.
And
well, the
that
post
is,
office
yeah,
is written into the Constitution, so there's not much
The,
you can do
right.
about it.
And
Yes,
that
ma'am.
is
this
why we can't use terms like a country is a corporation,
exactly.
because there are certain things that are not supposed to be for profit, but for the good of all of the citizens and people who live there. And having a postal system was was considered that, And I think, you know what? Never mind. I lost my train of thought. Go
Oh
ahead,
no,
though.
no, no! I know what you mean. I think the theory is that they want it desperately to be a corporation. How's that
Oh,
for?
okay, I got you. Yeah, yeah. Oh,
Yes.
I remember now. Oh God, I'm
Yeah.
sorry, y'all. I'm like so all over the place because I
Oh
haven't been
no,
It's
talking much.
okay. Take your time.
it's
Take your
okay.
time.
It's
We'll
okay.
wait for you. We
Yeah.
won't wait for nobody else, but we wait for you tonight.
Okay, thank you.
I mean
So,
that's fine. I think so. Yeah.
yeah, so the Social Security part really, really concerns me because to privatize that, I that would be the worst thing that could possibly happen for America.
It's a way
I
to rate it
mean,
further.
oh my gosh. I mean, industries have proved that they cannot be trusted with the with holding the purse. Let's just put it that way. Having that amount of money. Oh, okay, Miss Sherry, when they say they want to privatize it, right? Are they saying that you're still going to be required to pay into it?
Well, yeah, and then the risk will be higher. So yeah, I mean now that may not be a good idea to privatize Social Security because what can end up happening, and it can end up looking like the Freedmen's Bank.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to end up with a too big to fail system that will get bailed out, which also means that it will have basically the fox running the hen house. You can't be private with Social Security. When it's government controlled, you, American citizen, have the right to know everything that's going on in those things. You turn it private. That's what the word private means. You're not going to know what's, underneath the hood.
Yep,
Okay?
businesses will raid it,
Whew.
and I'm serious. And we know this because we have historical background to this. What they did to the Freedmen's Bank when they let these these businesses, these so-called the railroad businesses, run the Freedmen's Bank. They raided it. They pretty much scammed it, and a lot and black folks, free black folks lost their money. So you may want to rethink that whole idea about privatizing Social Security. I'm just saying. But then you should read about Reconstruction anyway before we make these comments. I'm going on mute.
Word. I'm just going to say this as well. Whoever said means test, let that go because I've been paying into that system since I was 18 years old and run me my money when I turned 65. Thank you very much. I'm done.
You know what? And can I change the subject a little bit about this whole idea about homeschooling that they put on the White House website?
Can we finish with the Social Security first,
Oh,
though?
sure. Oh no, you know what, Dr. AJ? Yeah, we can.
I because I'm trying to follow, and I can't follow when we jump all over. I mean, if people are finished with it, then you know.
I'll say one more thing. Republicans remember about balancing the books and debt only when they're talking about Social Security. It's very revealing. This framing is becoming dangerously popular and is kind of getting to the left of US politics too. The acceptance of the frame that because there is an enormous debt, somehow Social Security is related to it. It's not. Um, it's just not.
And I want to say one more thing before I leave. First of all, hi Marshall, it's good to see you. I think I'm gonna go have a beer over at Elephant Room later. You're more than welcome to join me. And Ed, I see you in the chat. If I start sounding like TC, take me off of this damn app. If I start sounding like a crazy MAGA person, stop listening to my crazy ass. I do not. I want to repeat. I do
No.
not support. I do not support Trump. I think what he said about DEI and that plane was one of the most disgusting things I've ever heard. Okay, I am just simply saying that we need to try to protect our job base, and I'm willing to go with a few things in a limited fashion. Y'all have a good day. It's good talking to you.
But
First
that's not
lady, I love you. You look good, baby. You look good as always. And
Love you
sister
too,
and Sharon,
sir.
good to meet you.
Brand, you've been TC all day, dude. Respectfully.
Well, fuck. Time for me to go have a Johnny Walker. I apologize. I'll talk to y'all
No, you
later.
should put the
Take it
sauce
easy,
down,
Philip.
Enjoy it,
man. Just
friend.
put the
Enjoy.
sauce down, dude.
Trent said he gotta go talk to Johnny.
Yeah, because you know what? After one drink, he'll be done.
Yeah, so where were we? Oh, the privatization of Social Security. That's crazy. And then so you're gonna pay into it, right? Not know nothing about where your money is. Yo, I think you're just crazy. It's dangerous. You guys got to stop, listen, and observe. It really is dangerous the direction y'all going in.
Exactly. Like, just remember not too long ago, the housing bubble, right? So they passed some laws. The financial industry actually was in cahoots with the government with this, by the way, where it became super easy to get a mortgage that would be backed. Well, let's just put it be backed by our tax dollars in certain ways, right? Now, they were not supposed to be giving mortgages to people who could not afford them. That was never something that was supposed to happen. But what they decided to do was use private insurance instruments and federal money to scam Black and Brown people into houses they couldn't afford. Okay. So, in one fell swoop, in like 4 years, they like drained the Black community of more than half of its wealth. I might be, wrong with the numbers, but it was a whole lot of money that they drained out of the Black community, right? And so those same kinds of people are the ones who want to run Social Security, y'all. Okay? And it's the same type of investments that they want to do. I mean, we got to start learning at some point that just because you're rich doesn't mean you're smart. Just because you're rich doesn't mean that you're a better thinker or more moral at all. In fact, I would trust a poor person faster than I would trust a trillionaire. I truly would. because you can't really get to those levels of obscene wealth without exploiting somebody, without cheating somebody, you know. But yes, Dr. AG, I am very concerned. I'm going to be doing some homework on Social Security. Like I said, I've kind of done a news blackout to like detox my brain. And I'm scared because I really did. I mean, it's not like I need it in the sense to survive, but when you've paid into something your whole life, that becomes part of your retirement planning scenario. And to rip that away is going to really be harmful. And I just can't even understand why people aren't like marching the streets over them just even saying that. Are people um are people speaking up at least about it?
I think it's so much going on. It's like so much that all of the flashy stuff, right? It gets the attention, and then all this other smaller but more important in a way things are happening in the background. So no, people aren't hair on fire about Social Security because all this other stuff is distracting. You know
No,
what I'm saying?
and forgive me if I'm
Oh, I
wrong.
agree, Dr. AG.
I don't think Trump mentioned Social Security, or when he mentioned it, he said, "I'm not going to touch your Social Security. I'm not going to touch your Social Security." But it's in Project 2025, which he separated himself from. At least on the campaign trail. Obviously,
And
we
they talked
know.
about, but Sin, they talked about it recently and said that that was one of the things that they were going to
Yep.
look at. So even though
Oh, I
he
have.
said that, yeah, they said that recently.
Mm-hmm.
Oh
And,
shit.
and, and
So,
Elon
yeah.
Musk, and
And
Elon Musk
And
said
if you
Medicaid.
ever talk to Matt with the P, Matt P, I don't know how to pronounce it, but he's always said that. He's like, yeah, get rid of it. Let us let us do what we want to do with our own money. So there are definite people who support, you know, privatizing Social
Well,
Security or
he
getting rid of
he
it
literally
altogether.
he literally is short bus, right? We've established that already. So, you know, that is something. Like he literally had a PTR of him getting on the short bus. Like he says he's slow, right? So, yeah, that's not even worth arguing with him. But anyone else? Any MAGAs want to chime in on Social Security? Any MAGAs in here?
This is not about Social Security, but this is about money. The U.S. dollar right now is holding pretty strong against Canada. For every one U.S. dollar is worth about $1.47 in Canada.
Okay.
So if you want,
Screenshot that.
yeah,
Screenshot that and we'll see what happens, okay? What do you think about
What does that
privatization of
mean,
Social
Omar?
Security?
What does that mean, strong dollar?
Yeah, what
Is
does
that
that
a
mean?
good
I don't,
thing,
I don't get
Omar?
it.
I'm really confused.
Yeah, could you explain what does that mean?
I
Holding
just said,
strong.
listen, if you go to Montreal or Toronto, for every $1, it's going to be worth $1.47 in Canadian money. That's
But
all I'm
but what
saying.
does that mean in purchasing power? I don't get it.
It's $1.47 to every one
No, no,
dollar. Bro.
no, no.
Per-
But what does that
Omar, what it
mean?
means is people are more willing to buy Canadian stuff than ours. I mean, come
No,
on, keep
no,
up.
no, 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 no.
Oh,
He's asking for the so what.
Does it help U.S. manufacturing?
Omar don't know.
No, I'm talking about the U.S. dollar. Y'all talking about
He
something.
don't
Yeah,
know.
yeah.
Talking about the
Does a
He's
U.S.
just
strong
dollar.
looking at it
U.S.
and he's
If
saying
y'all
it's
want to go to
more.
Toronto and spend some money,
When has
time
the
is now.
US
That's all I'm saying.
when has the Canadian dollar ever been above the US dollar?
I'm just saying it's kind of strong
I'm,
right
I'm I
now. All I'm saying.
understand what you're saying. I'm asking you a
no,
question.
but is it strong?
You're getting bang for your buck. Shit.
How?
Isn't it 68? I'm looking at Google and it's 68 cents.
Omar, when do you plan on going to Canada since you're so confident and so happy that the US dollar is so strong in Canada? You're talking like you're about to get on a plane
Yeah, I'm
to
going.
go just exploit the Canadian economy because the US dollar is so strong.
I'm
I'm
going to
not getting it.
Montreal. I'm gonna go to Montreal. Yep, that's what I'm gonna do. Yep.
I just have one
Sure.
question. Omar, what is Canada's top export to the US?
I'm sorry. What you say?
What's Canada's top export to the US?
Maybe some lumber. I don't know. What else? What else we get? Playing.
I
So
told you about this, Omar. I
Wow.
told you about this earlier. Poxitani Phil.
you don't know any of
Oh
this,
yeah,
and
yeah,
all
yeah.
They
You
of a
talking about
sudden
yeah?
you've
never
We talked
jumped
about the,
attempted.
yeah. We talked
on the
about this earlier.
exchange price.
Nah, we talked about
You've
this
jumped
earlier,
on the
man. You
exchange
late. You late,
price.
Mary. No, we talked about this
No, no,
earlier.
no,
Heated.
no.
Who's
I'm
the
not saying
geopolitical
that.
bro?
I'm saying that you've jumped on the exchange rate as if you've been keeping up with Canadian politics and Canadian
Nah,
exports to the
I'm gonna go to
US.
Montreal. Nah, I'm gonna go
Yeah,
back to
right. That part
Montreal.
right there.
I'm gonna go back to Montreal. Listen, I like real life stuff, real person stuff. You know what I mean? I'm gonna go to Montreal and spend some money. That's all.
Huh? Okay.
I
It is up,
travel. Other
but
words, I travel. I leave the United States. I travel, so I'm gonna spend some money. That's all.
ay, ay, ay.
Yeah, you
Meaning
traveled
that's
to
why the Canadians
Colombia.
want
Y'all,
to
y'all
close
think
their border.
this
You're
is
not gonna
deep
be
in
able
this
to go
stuff,
to
man.
the DR.
So I
You're not gonna
can.
be able to
Hey,
go.
I'm gonna go to the DR.
Nuh-uh. They're not gonna let you in
Why not? Why not?
because you're an American.
America, they love Americans in the
Oh,
DR.
oh,
Y'all
oh,
better
oh,
stop
what
that.
now? Oh, well, I don't know
It
about the
depends
DR,
what
but
type of
I'm saying right
American you
now
are.
we're not looking too
Love
good,
America,
y'all.
man. Santo Domingo, man. Las Americas, Aeroporto. Come on.
They're
Nah,
not gonna let
he's
you in.
broke here, but he got a couple dollars over there. That's
Las
true.
Americas.
He's the geopolitical bro. Of course he knows.
He's damn near Elon Musk in the DR.
Hey, Sin, I'm gonna get some spaghetto frito,
I would
cerveza,
be more welcome in the DR
presidente,
than you, Omar.
some presidente. Oh, man, I'm gonna have a good time down in DR.
They're
He's
not
been to
gonna let you
Rwanda once. He knows Africa.
Yeah, Rwanda's beautiful, too. Rwanda's beautiful.
So Omar, and I'm sorry to center him again, you guys. I apologize in advance. When I left this app the last time, you were claiming that you weren't a Trumper. So what happened?
No, no,
You must have been gone for a long time.
I'm not a Trumper. I believe in attendance of MAGA. I'm not a Trumper, though.
He's a geopolitical tariff guy.
Yeah, I'm not a
Oh,
Trumper.
okay, okay, I stand corrected. Yes, it has been a while, y'all.
Hey, sister, this is what I said. This was my
But
claim
he
to the app.
voted for Trump.
No,
So I
listen,
mean,
listen. This is
depending
my claim.
on how you
Right, right. This is my claim. I said MAGA is bigger than Trump. Some people say this is just a Trump thing, and I'm saying it's more of a MAGA thing. That's my position on it.
So
You know,
are you with MAGA then?
yeah, some of it. Yeah, I
Oh
believe
Lord.
some of it. Yeah.
Okay.
MAGA, man, we're a very diverse group, man.
Is anyone gonna tell him? Okay.
At first, Omar was saying he
nope.
wasn't MAGA. I think Omar is. I don't know what's
He's
going on.
suffering from old
I
people
don't know.
because maybe he's getting an old brain or something. I don't know.
Don't blame that on age, because I'm 77 and I'm not that
And I'm
crazy.
87, so
Dr. AG, you look good too. I would have never guessed that. You look good. I want
thank
to
you.
let you
She
know. Yeah,
does look great.
you look great, girl.
Thanks, Omar. At least you got that right today.
Oof.
I support that.
Hey, Dr. AG, I would have never guessed that, man. Never in a million years.
I know, right? That's that good living. That's that good living. See
Yeah, it's almost.
what you say, brother Messi?
I
Omar,
didn't say
you
nothing.
phoned a friend. None of your friends came to help you. Your mega friends didn't come to support.
I
I
roll
saw
solo,
TC
man. I'm a
in there and
solo
he got
MAGA
right
guy.
back out. Huh?
Solo. I'm solo. I'm a solo MAGA guy. I don't like a lot of that stuff they be talking about. I don't. I'm a solo guy. You know.
None of the MAGAs like each other.
Yeah, I don't.
That's
I
fine.
don't mess with that. Yeah, yeah. When I get on the stage, I sound nothing like Concrete. Like his talking points is.
Concrete is not MAGA.
I don't know what he is. He acts like it's shit.
It's not MAGA.
No, maybe it's Manfinity. Maybe it's Manfinity.
Yeah,
I was
yeah,
about to say
yeah. Finish.
concrete was weeping for Joe Biden. So, you know.
Yeah, I meant to say Manfinity. Manfinity.
Yeah, Finity, yes, yes, yes.
So Omar, what are the things about MAGA you're not down with? I mean, you sound like you're down with them making the dollar strong
You know, like
in Canada,
that whole
but
DEI rhetoric. I ain't into none of that. Like, they can have that because I know what the meaning behind that. You know what I mean? But a lot of it,
so
What's the meaning
Where? What is
behind
the
it?
what's the
meaning
meaning
behind
behind
it?
that?
Yeah.
I mean, they using it as a symbolism as symbolizes black people, man. You know what I
You
mean?
mean racism against
Race,
black folks?
like there's a lot of racism. Yeah, it's
So
like,
so let me ask you this: Do you
So
identify?
DEI is racism against black people?
I don't think it is, but how
Oh,
they use it.
What?
Listen, Montana. How they use it in the context of their conversations. Yes, they're kind of targeting that towards people that don't look like them. Yeah,
So
sure,
so let me ask you this: You identify as a black person?
absolutely,
Okay, so you don't, but you don't have a problem with how you say that the messaging, or how it's signified through their messaging of DEI. You don't have a problem of how that affects not just you but the entire black community.
What you mean, for as their rhetoric?
What I said wasn't complicated. I asked you a very simple question.
Well,
You,
I have
you
my
you
own
don't.
theories on DEI, but I don't feel like going into that right now. But yeah, go ahead.
Oh no, I've heard enough.
All right, all right, all right. Welcome to Sunday evening. It is 5:25. I hope you are having a wonderful day, a wonderful evening, wherever you are. We have been talking about a lot today, but we have got nowhere. We're just still in the same old spot. Um, thank you, Omar, for your contribution. I look forward to hearing the change one day, because the change is going to come in your thoughts soon. So, you don't have to say it on stage. You can back channel me.
You're a
Um,
lozenge.
huh? But at this hour, I am going to turn it over to the great, my friend. Some of you know him as Goat Goes Again. Go ahead.
I'm not your friend, but and neither am I great. But you don't have to turn it over to me. I'm driving.
Oh,
You do your thing.
God. I'm sorry.
Why do you keep clearing your throat? Are you trying to trigger me by clearing your throat like Dr. Goddess? Is that intentional? Just eat off the mic and then you'll have the full impersonation. Just what's going on?
Oh God.
Why do you do this? That is so bad.
Oh,
Wow.
so I imagine as I was leaving earlier, the very interesting and dare I say unclubhouse like conversation was almost certainly ruined once Omar and Dr. Fridays talked about hip hop. I can only imagine it was ruined. Yes?
Oh yeah, I took us in a completely different direction.
Yeah, that's what I figured.
Yeah. Yeah.
Whenever you're having any kind of conversation on Clubhouse about culture or anything, it doesn't even matter what the general topic is. You cannot bring up hip hop. You just can't. You just can't bring up hip hop. It it's a thing where because people know anywhere from a little bit to a lot, um, there are no guardrails, and so it's just you can't bring it up. Yeah.
But go. My theory on that is with hip hop. I think a lot of people, when they were introduced to hip hop, they always go back to when they were introduced or their time period, right? When they were teenagers. And they never update, like it's still new hip hop going on. And I think that's where a lot of the hip hop conversations stop at. Because a lot of people on this stage or on this gulag, they still listen to those same 10 CDs from 2001. But hip hop has changed since then, and that's where we don't be honest in the hip hop conversations because we never update, our sound.
Well, we were making evaluative judgments, and so I think it's clear that hip hop, when it started, was not as good as 2001. So I don't think it's a matter of them people just going back to the time. I mean, I gotta be honest with you, Omar. You used Young Thug and compared him to John Coltrane. I actually had to go get a coffee because my head hurt. You gave me an actual headache. I wouldn't have got a coffee.
No, yeah.
That was truly, and I mean this with all due respect, and I'm not joking when I say this.
Now you took that out of context, Gold.
That no,
Wait, did
I
you
did
get a
not take it out of
latte, Go?
context.
Are
No,
you
no
turning gay
latte
on us?
today. So no, I did not take a latte today. So I will be touching a woman later. But if I get a latte, I'll be check your back channels, fellas. But no latte today. Um, that was truly the dumbest thing I've heard in the new year because we were talking about genius and cultural influence, and you compared John Coltrane, who, by the way, you said was not in a golden age of jazz. Omar, can you tell me how the late 40s through the early 60s was not a golden age of jazz?
Well, what I'm trying to say is when John Soul Train dropped Love Supreme, right?
Yeah, that was late in his
That
career.
era,
That
that
was the yeah.
era, that particular, which is like his masterpiece.
Now you being
Hold
specific.
on, hold on, wait. His this because I know because we talk. That's what we do when we talk about music. We don't stick to a particular time period. What I'm saying is that time period right there was not the golden age of jazz. That's all I'm saying. I'm not. It's not the
It
middle.
was the end of a golden. It was Omar. There are multiple
When did
golden
Love
ages of
Supreme come out?
jazz.
When did Love Supreme come out?
I
Gold?
think that what 61.
Yes, that was not
And
the
so if you do
bad.
from early bebop, so Parker to Love Supreme, that is a gold. So Omar, I want you to think about it. Miles Davis, the Adderley brothers, John Coltrane, Morgan, Clifford Brown, Max Roach, Mary Lou Williams, Mingus, Dizzy Gillespie, Thelonious Monk, Sarah Vaughan. I'm just driving. This is off the dome. Pause. You're telling me that is not a golden age of jazz?
Yeah, not in '61. That's all I'm saying.
Well, 1 year is
Oh,
not. So Omar, hold on 1 second. Omar, did you graduate high school?
Come on, man. I don't
Okay,
believe.
you did.
Oh,
Why would you equate 1 year with an age? An age usually means like a generation, an epoch, an era. And two, why would you limit Coltrane to just 1961? Coltrane had come in as an early saxophone player. He's on, for example, A Kind of Blue. Did you know John Coltrane played on A Kind of Blue?
yeah, I'm familiar. I'm familiar with some of his early.
So you knew Coltrane played on A Kind of Blue?
No, I'm saying familiar with some of his older stuff. His older stuff. No, but go. The reason why I said that, right? Because we get
You
this.
don't
Cause,
know anything
no,
about
no, no. Hold
jazz,
on, hold
man.
on. Go.
Come
You
on,
got
bro.
in context with what we're talking about, right? Because you said
Hmm.
everybody was up on Coltrane, and I just gave a little pushback because what we say
No,
is,
what I said was everybody knew Coltrane. So even
okay,
if you didn't like jazz, so the claim I was making
right.
was in this era when you had black artistic cultural